Chapter 3777. When there was no tiger in the mountain, the monkey became the king. The fall of the Buddha was a disaster for the people of the divine world. In the end, even the 8-divisional pagoda betrayed the Buddha and became the leader of the divine world, causing a foul atmosphere in the divine world. The reincarnation of the Buddha and the reconstruction of his golden body, the current tyrant started to crazily devour the last strand of Buddha's charm. The myriad Buddha Sarira was not completely devoured by Sakra. Monk tyrant, who had reconstructed his golden body with the help of the myriad Buddha Sarira, began to frantically plunder and fuse with the myriad Buddha Sarira. Facing the rebirth of tyrant, the one who was the most worried was none other than Sakra, because he could already feel a trace of fear and pressure. No matter what, he was only the guardian of the Buddha. The true charm and prestige of the Buddha could not surpass the Buddha. However, the current Sakra was stronger than tyrant. Although tyrant's strength had reached the emperor realm after the reconstruction of his golden body, and he had completely fused with the memories of the Buddha, his ability was still there. Compared to Sakra, who had just broken through to the emperor realm, he could not be mentioned in the same breath. Most importantly, the gap between the two had always existed. Both of them were constantly devouring the energy of the myriad Buddha relic. Although the myriad Buddha relic had been devoured by Sakra, tyrant still had the ability to plunder what belonged to him bit by bit. Buddha, you're courting death. Sakra glared at tyrant. He gritted his teeth and had a feminine look on his face. Amitabha, you refuse to repent and karma will come to you. Today you still refuse to put down the butcher's knife. Your godhead is no longer there. The Buddhist sect cannot tolerate such an evil creature. Today I will clean up the sect. Tyrant said in a deep voice. The Buddhist charm within the myriad Buddha relic was absorbed by him faster and more perfectly than Sakra. This was because the myriad Buddha relic originally belonged to him. If it was not for the myriad Buddha relic after being completely erased, tyrant would not be able to reconstruct his golden body. Everything had its cause and effect. Perhaps this was fate. You can't succeed. A Sakra will never lose to a guy like you. The Buddhist sect will definitely respect me. Sakra roared in a deep voice, his voice resounding through the heavens. Xianxia furrowed his brows. At this moment a storm was brewing in the sky. Even if the tyrant monk had devoured too many myriad Buddha relics, it was still like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water when compared to Sakra. Evil will never prevail over good. You traitor of the Buddhist sect, I will definitely get rid of you today. Tyrant said coldly. His divine voice was peerless and his prestige was peerless. Traitor? The real traitor is you, isn't it? Ah. Sakra's words made Tyrant's face turn ugly. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he was speechless. What? Don't know how to retort? Was it a tacit agreement? Speaking of traitors, aren't you the one who brought the Buddhist sect to destruction? Sakra's words were like pearls, but it made Tyrant's expression desolate as he shook his head. Even Reverend Wood's spirit was shocked and at a loss. Just as Sakra said, could it be that the destruction of the Buddhist sect was inextricably linked to the Buddhist ancestor? Or was it really because of the Buddhist ancestor? Was he the one who brought the Buddhist sect to destruction? Xianxia frowned. Although he did not understand Buddha, he believed in his brother. Tyrant was definitely not that kind of person. He would rather fight against Sakra heaven and fight for time for everyone to escape. He was not willing to drag out an ignoble existence. How could such a person lead the Buddha sect to destruction? Xianxia frowned. How could he be a traitor of the Buddhist sect? In Xianxia's eyes, this was just Sakra's one-sided statement. Let's end today's matter today. Since you want to obtain the myriad Buddha relics and dominate the Buddhist sect, then everything should end now. Tyrant said in a deep voice. The Buddhist seal in his hand rose again, pressing towards Sakra. It's good that you've come. Let me see exactly how capable you are now. Sakra snorted coldly. His killing intent was heavy. He was determined to have a life and death battle with Tyrant. As long as he eliminated this so-called Buddhist ancestor, he would be able to control the entire Buddhist sect. To Sakra, he was not willing to be the protector of the Buddhist ancestor. He wanted to become the true supreme ruler of the Buddhist sect, unparalleled in the world. Great Reincarnation Seal. Tyrant formed a seal with both of his hands. The Great Reincarnation Seal was one of his peerless killing moves. It was incomparably terrifying. The Buddhist ancestor's means could be imagined. The Great Reincarnation Seal contained endless reincarnation power, making it impossible for anyone to resist it. No one below the Venerable Emperor realm could resist it. Hell shackles. Tyrant blood of the ether. Sakra's fist aura was like a rainbow. The two collided. Tyrant's steps were messed up and he was pushed back by Sakra. After all, his opponent had the battle strength of an Venerable Emperor. The difference between the two was too great. Hence it was impossible for them to be evenly matched. Tyrant staggered back, looking incomparably miserable. However, the unwavering Buddhist charm in his eyes was not to be underestimated. Go to hell. Sakra continued to attack. Every punch landed on Tyrant's body, sealing the space and preventing him from escaping. Merciful Buddha Amitabha. 9 transformations golden body. Tyrant's figure changed. The 9 transformations golden body was unstoppable and indestructible. 9 golden bodies descended from the sky, firmly locking Sakra in place. How could I not know your means? A mere Emperor realm cultivator wants me to bow down to him? Dream on. Sakra charged forward step by step, unparalleled in the world. Even Tyrant's Buddhist charm after reconstructing his golden body couldn't resist his frenzied attacks. Tyrant retreated with every move. Xianxia finally couldn't stand it anymore. Although he knew he was no match for Sakra, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Under the dragon transformation, Xianxia's strength approached the Emperor realm. He clenched his fist and punched out. The brothers were united and their sharpness could cut through metal. Xianxia and Tyrant joined hands and forced Sakra into a stalemate. Xianxia used the power of his Dao accumulation to attack Sakra. The sky spill seal was peerless. Even if it couldn't kill Sakra, it made him very nervous. After all, he had 4 layers of Dao accumulation, which wasn't a joke. The sky spill seal was a supreme Dao accumulation technique. Moreover, Tyrant's strength was getting stronger step by step. He had already absorbed a lot of energy from the innumerable Buddha relic. The boundless Buddhist charm made Tyrant look even more majestic and overbearing. Chapter 3778. The myriad chi body allowed Xianxia's strength to recover continuously. This was their only chance. If they were still killed by Sakra, it would be their final ending. However, Xianxia never believed in fate. He wanted to be stronger than anyone else. He wanted to stand at the peak of this world and wake up little you. No one knew how much burden Xianxia and Tyrant were shouldering at this moment. Xianxia was in a difficult situation, but so was Tyrant. He wanted to revive the Buddhist sect, he wanted to clean up the traitors, he wanted to make the Buddhist sect rise again, and he wanted those traitors to receive the punishment they deserved. The surging energy in their hearts soared into the sky. As brothers they were invincible. Myriad Buddhas paying tribute. Profound heaven seal. Xianxia and Tyrant attacked at the same time. The wind and clouds covered the sky, and they were unparalleled in this world. The strong impact caused the purple bamboo forest to turn into ruins. Huge waves were formed on the surrounding ocean, and they were crashing against the shore, causing piles of snow to be swept up. Gyroscope's eye. Deity Tian's giant hand broke through the sky and his eyes were like swords. Cold light shot up to the sky and the Buddha's charm was full of brilliance. However, this time, Xianxia's profound heaven seal and 1000 Buddha greeting art had exerted their full strength. Even though Deity Tian was in the Emperor realm, he was still in a difficult situation. The gyroscopic eye turned into 2 beams of heavenly light, piercing through the sea and shaking the sky. Break. Xianxia was burning with anger. The profound heaven seal was unstoppable. With an unstoppable aura, he struck out with supreme Dao connotation, breaking all laws. The gyroscope's eye and Xianxia's profound heaven seal were equally matched. Xianxia's lips curled up coldly. He used all his power to fight against an Emperor realm master, so he did not dare to be careless. Myriad Buddhas paying tribute. Buddhist charm soared into the sky. Tyrant also exerted his supreme divine might to the extreme. The Buddhist charm of the myriad Buddha's relic was almost devoured by him. No matter what, Sakra could not be compared to him. After all, the myriad Buddha's relic was a divine item after his death. Its compatibility with him was far beyond Sakra's. The Buddhist charm soared into the sky. Golden light covered the ground and a jade plate fell from the sky. Sakra's expression was solemn and extremely nervous. In the battle between the three, he still had the absolute advantage. However, at this moment Xianxia was completely pushed back. After all, the dignity of an emperor realm master could not be violated. Both of them were forced to retreat. Although Di Shutian's soul shadow was getting dimmer and dimmer, he was still one step behind. The eye of Yiro Luo firmly suppressed both of them. Jiang Qin and Tyrant were sent flying backwards, looking extremely embarrassed. In this battle, the two of them had already done their best. Buddha's mercy? That's impossible. After killing you, I'll become the ancestor of all Buddhas. You can reconstruct your golden body, but I can destroy you 1,000 times over. Tathagata, I want to replace you. As the leader of the Buddhist sect, you betrayed the Buddhist sect. You will forever be a sinner of the Buddhist sect and will never be able to reincarnate. Sakura laughed crazily and his aura reached the heavens. He looked at Jiang Qin and Tyrant arrogantly. His venerable sovereign's aura was still the last to laugh. Tyrant's face turned ashen, but he was speechless. Countless memories from his previous life flowed into his mind. The Buddhist sect's betrayal and the world's chaos were indeed the cause of the chaos in the divine world. The myriad Buddha ancestor couldn't escape the blame. Jiang Qin placed his palm on Tyrant's body and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, I will support you. Monk, nothing is impossible in this world. Even as the myriad Buddha ancestor, you are still my brother. Don't be blinded by the world. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, but I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. Buddha is merciful, but it's not fake. Buddha doesn't kill, but for the sake of the world, he must die for a noble cause. There is a difference between killing one person and killing millions." Jiang Qin's expression was solemn. Tyrant nodded heavily, understanding Jiang Qin's words. Jiang Qin's words made him understand that if he blamed everything on himself, he would never be able to escape from the sea of bitterness in this life. If I don't go to hell, who will? I'm a Buddha ancestor, but I can't comprehend this principle. If I don't get reborn in hell, I will be annihilated in hell. In my previous life, I was the lord of the Buddha realm. In this life, I must end my inner demon. Buddha isn't a god, but a belief. Buddha isn't a god, but a belief. When the tyrant monk closed his eyes, he finally understood something. In this life, he would make up for all the mistakes he had made in his previous life. Even if he was a Buddha, he wasn't omnipotent. Buddha was also human and he would make mistakes. However, he couldn't be shackled by his mistakes and regret for the rest of his life. Merciful and compassionate, Amitabha. My Buddha Tathagata has finally been enlightened. An auspicious voice reverberated in the 9 heavens. The withered lotus throne in the distance once again shone brightly, illuminating the earth. Golden light overflowed in all directions, and the Buddha's charm existed for a long time. The entire purple bamboo forest was bathed in the Buddha's charm, and it was tranquil and majestic. Amitabha. It has been millions of years since we last met. You are too kind, Tyrant said in a low voice, but his heart was filled with shock. The lotus throne bloomed continuously, radiating light in all directions. A golden figure filled the air above the lotus throne. He had a mellow smile on his face and his expression was solemn. Observe the eyes, observe the heart, observe the world, observe the vanity of the world, observe the road ahead, observe the freedom. The golden figure smiled and he was calm. Great monk. Venerable Wood Spirit put his palms together and tears fell like rain. He knelt on the ground and silently looked at Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. He held the jade bottle in his hand and his divine might was solemn, making people want to worship him. Tyrant also put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He exchanged glances with Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara and smiled. Jiang Qin's expression was solemn as he looked into the distance. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was worthy of being a great monk of the Buddhist sect. His majesty and bearing couldn't be disobeyed. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, you're actually not dead yet? Sakura looked at Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. The current Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was only an illusory figure. Under the illusory figure, the lotus throne was clear, but it was impossible for it to be as majestic as it was in the past. Amitabha. Even Buddha couldn't persuade you to convert and gain enlightenment. It seems like your root of wisdom has been broken, and you're no longer fit to be a member of my Buddhist sect. Today, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara is bold enough to ask Buddha to enlighten my root of wisdom so that I can be reborn. This relic is a bit of good fortune that I obtained after I passed away. I hope Buddha can correct me and help me gain enlightenment. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's words caused Zhou Xian, Venerable Wood Spirit and Tyrant, to be startled. Their expressions were extremely ugly. "No, Bodhisattva, you can't." Venerable Wood Spirit's tears fell like rain. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara wanted Buddha to fuse with his relic. If that happened, she would completely fall and never be able to reincarnate. Chapter 3779. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was calm and composed with a calm smile on his face, causing Zhou Xian to feel an incomparably heavy faith in him. It was a kind of unparalleled spirit of sacrificing oneself for the sake of a clear conscience. Even Tyrant became hesitant. However, they all knew that only by fusing with Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara could they possibly defeat Sakra Heaven. Otherwise, even the Gautama Buddha, who had reconstructed his golden body, would not be able to contend against him. The brave were fearless and devoted to the common people of the world. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was the true Buddha. At that moment, even Zhou Xian felt an indescribable shock in his heart. Wood Spirit, you must remember that only by connecting your heart with the common people of the world will you understand the true meaning of Buddha's compassion. If I don't enter hell, who will? The Gautama Buddha will lead by example, and Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara will naturally follow suit. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara said calmly. Amitabha. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara is able to discern the principles of heaven. It is the fortune of my life. Tyrant's palm moved, and the relic on the lotus platform was directly sucked into his hand. In an instant, it turned into a soaring Buddhist aura and entered Tyrant's body. Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva. Reverend Wood Spirit murmured. However, from then on, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara would no longer exist in this world. Bastard. Even if Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's relic is given to you, so what? Do you think I, Sakra Heaven, am afraid of you? Sakra Heaven's arrogance soared to the heavens, and he did not have the slightest bit of fear. Endless Buddhist aura continuously fused into Tyrant's body. Tyrant's eyes were like torches, and there were layers of Buddhist aura that turned into rays of Buddhist aura and fused with his body. In the entire Buddhist sect, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was in existence second only to the myriad Buddha ancestor. Even Sakra was only on par with him. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara sacrificed his fearless spirit for the sake of the unification of the Buddhist sect and for the myriad Buddha ancestor to return to his throne. Monk Tyrant could empathize with Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. However, he also knew that he couldn't reject Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. He was the only hope of the Buddhist sect, the myriad Buddha ancestor. He had suffered injustice for millions of years, and even the great Thunderclap Temple had turned into ruins. The moment the Dharma body of Mahatma Bodhisattva was completely annihilated, Tyrant opened his eyes once again. Buddha's light was like a torch as it soared into the sky. Sakra felt a trace of danger. It's impossible for you to defeat me. You are the scum of the Buddhist sect. You are the traitor. Sakra roared angrily and attacked again. However, Monk Tyrant was calm and composed. With a wave of his hand, millions of rays of Buddha's light almost filled the entire sky. Buddha's charm was auspicious and peaceful. Sakra had nowhere to hide. This time he was completely suppressed by Monk Tyrant. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Buddha is merciful, but I am not merciful. Killing intent flashed in Monk Tyrant's eyes. Killing one person could guarantee the lives of millions. Even if Monk Tyrant had to kill 10 or 100 of such people, he wouldn't be merciful. No. Sakra's eyes were filled with fear. He wanted to retreat, but his soul force was already being pushed back by Monk Tyrant. Even if you kill me, what can you do? This is just a Dharma body of mine, a soul body. Although I will be heavily injured when I find you, you will definitely die a tragic death. The West Pole is already in our control. At that time the world will no longer belong to you. Under the alliance of me and the 8 divisional stupa, who can contend against us? Sakra roared in anger. This was his golden Dharma body. Although it wasn't his true body, if this Dharma body was broken he would feel the danger. Sakra searched the entire purple bamboo forest and found the myriad Buddha Sarira. However, he didn't expect that he would be defeated by Guanzizai. Guanzizai used his own Sarira to temporarily help the myriad Buddha ancestor return to his peak. Although his strength couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before, it was more than enough to repel Sakra. Die for me. Buddha's radiance illumination. Monk Tyrant exhausted all his Buddha's charm. With a powerful attack he directly destroyed Sakra's soul. Sakra's Dharma body suffered a crushing defeat and dissipated into nothingness. Sakra's true body must have suffered heavy injuries. The entire horizon was filled with brilliance. Buddha's light illuminated the earth, and the world could see light once again. Sakra's damaged Dharma body was filled with Buddha's charm. At this moment, the Buddha's charm from the myriad Buddha Sarira was also absorbed into Monk Tyrant's body. This was his power, this was his era. The bright moon rose above the sea and the world shared this moment. As dawn broke, a new sun slowly rose from the horizon of the sea. Carrying with it a strange splendor, it once again illuminated the world. Monk Tyrant's expression was solemn. He looked at Xianxia and said, "The pristine jade bottle and the rootless water are at the peak of the entire southern sea. The source of the rootless water is under the purple bamboo forest at the bottom of the deep sea. However, it has the seal of Guanzizai. I will give you the seal of the swastika. You can open the source of the rootless water. Only by finding the rootless water can you awaken little you. I don't have time, little Chinzi. The West Pole divine continent needs me. The pagoda and Sakra will definitely rise up. I have no choice but to rush back to the West Pole divine continent to stop them. Perhaps this world is no longer what we imagined it to be." Monk Tyrant's words made Xianxia empathize with him. As the myriad Buddha ancestor, Monk Tyrant was duty-bound. Their palms met. On Xianxia's palm there was the swastika seal. He nodded heavily. "With spirit you can come with me to revive the Buddhist sect." Monk Tyrant looked at Venerable Wood's spirit. Venerable Wood's spirit bowed slightly, incomparably pious. The fall of Guanzizai was a gift from Sakra. He was duty-bound. "I will obey the Buddha's decree. After I awaken little you, I will go to the West Pole divine continent to find you. I believe that all the grievances will be washed away. In this world there is nothing that we brothers can't do." Xianxia said confidently. Monk Tyrant nodded with a mellow smile. He was still the tyrant of the past. "I will wait for you." The phrase, "I'll wait for you," contained thousands of words. Tyrant turned around and left without delay. The unforeseen event of the West Pole divine continent would definitely affect the entire Central Prefecture divine land. This was because the pagoda was the strongest existence in the Central Prefecture divine land. Sakra and the 8 divisional pagoda would definitely become a great threat to Tyrant. Now that he recalled his past life as the myriad Buddha ancestor, Monk Tyrant was duty-bound. Moreover, he had suffered injustice for billions of years. This time he must return to the Buddhist sect and lead the heroes. Chapter 3780. Looks like the violet bamboo forest has been destroyed. We're still a step too late. Yeah. Even Avalokitesvara's dojo wasn't spared. I really have no idea why those fellows are so terrifying. Xianxia. It must be him. I won't let this matter rest until I find him. The 3 martial emperors landed on the violet bamboo forest with grim expressions. The entire place was in a mess. The surrounding void was covered in dust and haze. The depths of the violet bamboo forest was filled with smoke. After the dust settled, the Nantung divine region, the last pure land in the entire divine world, had turned into a perilous place. Don't tell me this guy has already escaped? It's hard to say. We're a step too late. The people from the 100 schools of philosophers we saw along the way should have left from the peak of the southern sea. The 2 of them exchanged a glance and looked at the grim Imperial Emperor Tianqi. "Sup to you, Tianqi. I don't believe that that fellow can escape so quickly." Imperial Emperor Tianqi nodded with a grim expression. This time he was going to grind Xianxia's bones into ashes. He was going to take back what he lost bit by bit. Moreover, he was going to make sure that Xianxia would never be able to reincarnate. "Heavenly Eye activate." Imperial Emperor Tianqi roared. His heavenly deity ability was activated. Everything within a 10,000 li radius was exposed to his heavenly eye. At the bottom of the sea. That fellow might be at the bottom of the sea. Imperial Emperor Tianqi's eyes lit up as he spoke. He discovered an extremely fast energy charging towards the bottom of the sea. That person might very well be Xianxia. He didn't see Xianxia's corpse, nor did he see Xianxia among the people from the 100 schools of philosophers. "Let's go down and take a look first." Imperial Emperor Tianqi turned around and dived into the depths of the sea. The underwater world was colorful and radiant. Although it was difficult for sunlight to shine into the deep sea, there were still many glowing fish and sea monsters in the underwater world. There were even some rare treasures. The entire underwater world didn't seem that dark, but the cold aura was filled with endless pressure. The underwater world was not as beautiful as one would imagine. There were reefs and corals everywhere. If one was not careful, one might even run into a ferocious sea demon. The sea demons in the ocean also had combat strength that humans could not hope to match. Even the Emperor Realm sea demons were not without their own. Jiang Chen's mind was solemn. He bravely ventured into the underwater world because he had no other choice. Only by doing so could he find a chance of survival for little Yu. Jiang Chen knew better than anyone that he couldn't stop at all. He must wake little Yu up as soon as possible because the two of them had been separated for too long. There were countless sea creatures in the surroundings. However, when Jiang Chen dived to the depth of 100,000 meters, there were very few fish around. However, every type of sea demon that could live in the deep sea was at least at the hierarch realm. Jiang Chen had seen more than 3 divine emperor sea demons. This showed that the underwater world was much more complicated than what humans could imagine. I've finally reached the bottom of the sea. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. The heavens would not disappoint those who worked hard. He had finally arrived at the bottom of the ocean, and he could feel an extremely strong icy cold energy. The terrifying spiritual energy kept spreading out. Jiang Chen's eyes were wide open, and he could see the mouth of a spring that went deep into the ocean. The spring water was bubbling, but it didn't seem like the spring water was flowing away. Instead, it was seeping back into the spring. At this moment, just as Jiang Chen was about to collect the rootless water, he saw a huge fish appear in front of him. It seemed like it was covered with cuts and bruises and there were bloody scars everywhere. It was huge and it was at least 30 meters long. "Brother Jiang, save me." A deep roar resounded from the depths of the sea. Jiang Chen's body shook and his brows furrowed. His pupils shrank as he looked at the giant fish. This is the tidal sea spirit Yuanhua? Jiang Chen did not expect to meet Yuanhua here. However, it was not impossible for Yuanhua to appear here. Looks like the two of us are fated. Jiang Chen smiled. Behind Yuanhua were 4 half-step Emperor Realm sea demons. They were chasing after Yuanhua relentlessly. It seemed like they had no intention of letting Yuanhua go. How did you offend these guys? Jiang Chen looked at the 4 half-step Emperor Realm sea demons. They were all whales of the deep sea. Their bodies were huge and even more terrifying than Yuanhua. Their bodies were over 30 feet long. It was almost impossible to find a match for them in the underwater world. Their strength had also reached the half-step Emperor Realm. "Lowly human, since you are friends, you can die together," the sea demon said in a deep voice. His eyes were cold and lifeless. His killing intent permeated the underwater world. "Want to kill me? Trash like you aren't qualified." Jiang Chen shook his head. He did not put these guys in his eyes. At this moment, his strength was incomparably vigorous. He was only a step away from the Emperor Realm. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen suppressing himself, he would have broken through to the Emperor Realm during the battle in the purple bamboo forest. However, Jiang Chen needed to stabilize his foundation. He wanted everything to go smoothly. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to break through to the Emperor Realm. "Trying to show off to my big brother Jiang? All of you will die. You will die without a grave," Yuanhua said in an intimidating manner. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. If he was not mistaken, Yuanhua must have come here for the rootless water when he was wandering around the seabed. "You want the rootless water, right?" Jiang Chen looked at Yuanhua. Yuanhua nodded. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to have entered the underwater world because he discovered his danger. This was most likely his goal. "Those guys don't want me to get close to them. That's why they want to kill me. Moreover, once they devour me, they might advance to the Emperor Realm," Yuanhua said in a low voice. He was extremely disgusted with these sea demons. The tidal ocean spirit was one of the most terrifying sea demons in the deep sea. Moreover, it was extremely talented. Its body was filled with spiritual aura and its cultivation speed was comparable to ascending to the heavens. It was more than 100 times stronger than ordinary sea demons. Therefore, if these sea demons devoured him, their strength would definitely rise to another level. "You don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, the two of you can die." Chapter 3781. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and his killing intent surged. He did not dare to underestimate these 4 sea monsters. After all, they were in the deep sea. Compared to human half-step Emperor realm experts, they were much stronger. They were like fish in water. Naturally, they were very terrifying. Under such circumstances, Jiang Chen's hands and feet were tied. However, Jiang Chen would not even care about an Emperor-level sea monster, let alone these fellas. Big brother Jiang, it's all up to you now, Yuan Hua said pitifully. At this moment he had already turned into a human. He held the Poseidon's trident in his hand and there were a few strands of seaweed on his head. He looked very miserable and his body was covered in blood. Don't worry, Jiang Chen said coldly. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and was unstoppable. The limitless sword was still invincible in the deep sea. The 10,000 souls vanishing shadow wreaked havoc in the deep sea. Jiang Chen did not fall into a disadvantageous position even though he was fighting against 4 at the same time. Yuan Hua rested for a moment and then rejoined the battle without any delay. Under the 2 of them, the 4 half-step Emperor realm sea monsters were no match for Jiang Chen. The sharp sword chi of the 23rd sword tore through the deep sea, stirring up waves of ripples. In an instant, a half-step Emperor realm sea monster was killed. The other 3 deep-sea dragons were also extremely shocked. They quickly unleashed their killing intent towards Jiang Chen. Their enormous bodies rushed towards Jiang Chen without the slightest hesitation. Like a divine dragon swinging its tail, they created huge waves in the deep sea, making it impossible for Jiang Chen to stand still. The seemingly calm and ordinary water pillars that were filled with an enormous deterrent force crashed down on him. Big brother Jiang, watch out, Yuan Hua said in a deep voice. His expression changed drastically. He held the trident in his hand and rushed forward, wanting to send the 3 sea monsters flying and block the attack for Jiang Chen. However, Yuan Hua had underestimated the abilities of the 3 sea monsters. They directly knocked Yuan Hua away and smashed him on the corals. 3 shocking water columns continued to rush towards Jiang Chen like sharp divine weapons. However, Jiang Chen's technique was extremely frightening. The limitless sword was silent. Even in the deep sea it was extremely frightening. It was impossible to defend against it. Water splitter. Jiang Chen executed the 23 swords to the extreme with a single sweep of his sword. It was incomparably terrifying. With a single sword strike, Jiang Chen broke the 3 water pillars. Then he moved like a wandering swan. Wherever his sword pointed, the soul-leaving swords swept down. No, no. The 3 sea monsters trembled in fear. Jiang Chen's 23 swords was unparalleled in the world. The endless swords were comparable to the Azura sword formation. The 3 half-step Emperor realm sea monsters never imagined that they would be killed by Jiang Chen. They didn't even have the chance to escape. Fresh blood dyed a large area of the sea red, attracting countless fishes that crazily swarmed over. The fishes that fed on fresh blood in particular frantically gnawed at the 3 deep-sea pythons. In just a short while, the thousands of fishes at the bottom of the sea had completely devoured them. Yuan Hua watched the scene in silence. His eyes were filled with shock. Jiang Chen's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. They were both half-step Emperor realm cultivators, but he had fought against 4 of them alone and turned into a drowning dog. On the other hand, Jiang Chen had fought against 4 sea monsters alone and defeated them with a single sword strike. The gap between them wasn't small at all. Fortunately, he had met Jiang Chen. Otherwise, he would have died a horrible death. Big brother Jiang, thank you, Yuan Hua said sincerely. Don't mention it. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. Yuan Hua pointed at the crystal coffin on Jiang Chen's shoulder in astonishment. This is the wife I've been searching for. In order to awaken her, I've also come to look for the rootless water. Jiang Chen retracted his smile and said with a serious expression. I've been circling around the rootless water for several months now, but I still haven't discovered how to obtain it. Furthermore, there are 4 half-step Emperor realm deep-sea dragons guarding it. I wonder what you've discovered? Yuan Hua looked at Jiang Chen with a serious expression. Because you don't have the key, you naturally can't open the barrier of the rootless water. Jiang Chen said. So you've come prepared? Yuan Hua's eyes lit up as he looked at Jiang Chen with joy. Jiang Chen nodded. At this moment he stretched out his palm and a swastika symbol appeared in his hand. It was dazzling with golden light. So this is the key? Yuan Hua murmured. Jiang Chen had already turned around and extended his palm toward the mouth of the rootless water. In an instant, golden light burst out from the mouth of the spring, accompanied by a melodious Buddhist aura. Like a layer of light, the light gradually faded away, revealing the mouth of the spring. Yuanhua was both shocked and excited. This is the rootless water. Ah, this is great. Jiangchen was also very excited. With the rootless water he could finally wake Xiaoyu up. Jiangchen had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Countless nights, countless dreams he had imagined this scene. He held Xiaoyu's hand with his own hands and kissed it, telling her of his yearning and attachment to her for countless years. Yuanhua also respected Jiangchen very much. He could see how excited Jiangchen was. He did not even look at the rootless water because what he really cared about was his beloved woman, his wife in the crystal coffin. Rootless water. Nothing in the world can hold it except the pristine jade bottle. Yuanhua said very sternly. Jiangchen took out the myriad qi cauldron in his hand. The myriad qi cauldron directly received a large cauldron of rootless water. Yuanhua was instantly dumbfounded and looked very embarrassed. I didn't say anything. Jiangchen used the myriad qi cauldron to fill the rootless water perfectly. But in the end, when the rootless water reached less than half of the myriad qi cauldron, it completely disappeared. What the hell? It can't be? Just this bit of rootless water? Yuanhua was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect there to be so little rootless water, less than half a cauldron. Jiangchen smiled and said, "How is this possible? This cauldron is the water of a river. Half a cauldron is the water of a river. What the hell? Doesn't that mean that you've actually collected all of the rootless water?" Yuanhua stared at the myriad qi cauldron in Jiangchen's hand. It was simply too domineering. You can say that. But I can feel that the mouth of the rootless water seems to be inexhaustible. It's just that we have temporarily collected all the rootless water. Chapter 3782. In reality, this rootless water could only be produced in an era. Furthermore, it couldn't be stored, it would sink back into the ocean, forming the cycle of reincarnation. I see. Yuanhua said in a low voice. He looked at Jiangchen with great trust. After all, Jiangchen had saved his life twice. Naturally, he was very grateful to Jiangchen and he trusted him a lot. Wait till I use this rootless water to save little you can have as much as you want. Jiangchen said generously. Thank you so much, big brother Jiang, I only need a little, haha. Yuanhua said with a smile, unable to contain his joy. However, right at this moment he could sense that three extremely frightening figures had already locked onto him tightly. These are Emperor Realm experts? Yuanhua said with a gloomy expression, clutching the Ocean Emperor's trident tightly. That handsome young prodigy seemed to have returned. What's bound to come has come. Jiangchen said coldly. Ah, there's nowhere to hide. Little bastard, I've finally caught you. A maniacal laughter reverberated through the ocean. The appearance of Imperial Emperor Tianqi caused Jiangchen's expression to turn solemn. Not only did this fellow return, he even brought two Emperor Realm experts with him, looking like he's going to fight to the death. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so today. Jiangchen said coldly. Back then he might not be a match for Imperial Emperor Tianqi, but now that he's fought with Emperor Realm experts several times, this Imperial Emperor Tianqi might not even be a match for Kong Yun. Why would he put them in his eyes? That's not up to you to decide. My goddess, I will not allow you to taint her. Imperial Emperor Tianqi said. No matter how strong Jiangchen is, he's only a half-step emperor. Now that the three of them are attacking together, Jiangchen won't be able to escape. Big brother Jiang, are you really confident? Yuanhua said worriedly. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Jiangchen's strength, but the three Emperor Realm experts had left him at a complete loss. If he failed, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Killing them is as easy as slaughtering chickens and sheep. Jiangchen said calmly. Emperor Tianqi, on the other hand, was infuriated by Jiangchen's words. Wasn't this fellow a little too arrogant? He actually said that dealing with the three of them would be as easy as killing chickens and sheep. Could it be that this fellow was already arrogant to such an extent? If I don't kill you, I won't be able to appease the anger of the people. Such an arrogant brat should have been reincarnated long ago. Imperial Emperor Tianqi waved his hand, and the three great emperors charged at Jiangchen. Watch carefully, I'm going to kill a chicken. Jiangchen smiled and held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He had to admit that these three fellas were much stronger than the four half-step sovereigns. However, to what extent was Jiang Chen's strength? Not to mention Yuan Hua, not even Imperial Emperor Tianqi who fought Jiang Chen to death could say for sure. However, he wasn't fighting alone this time. With the help of two Emperor Realm experts, he was full of confidence. He Yiping's heart was filled with resentment if he didn't kill Jiang Chen. He had to protect his goddess personally, he must not let her fall into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen, little brat, hand over your life. Emperor Tianqi roared angrily. His killing intent soared as 3 streaks of light shot towards Jiang Chen from the depths of the sea. 23 swords. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through the clouds, instantly repelling the 3 Emperor Realm experts. With a single slash, tens of thousands of swords were broken. The 3 of them didn't gain the upper hand at all. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His aura was like that of a tiger. Under the dragon transformation, he was like a god in the deep sea. This time, Jiang Chen wasn't inferior to those Emperor Realm experts. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless when facing the 3 Emperor Tianqi and the others. His biggest dream now was to wake little Yu up as soon as possible. These bastards must be eliminated as soon as possible. What a terrifying fella. Is he really a half-step emperor? Yeah. Brother Tianqi, isn't this too terrifying? The 2 helpers beside Imperial Emperor Tianqi looked solemn. They were extremely worried when Jiang Chen took out his sword. Even an Emperor Realm expert wouldn't dare to take it head-on. The sword intent in the water was at ease. At this moment, Jiang Chen was filled with a carefree feeling. The limitless sword had a feeling of returning to its original state, like a fish returning to the sea. The surging aura made Jiang Chen even more excited. The 23 swords was not the main point of the limitless sword. The true terror of the limitless sword might be unstoppable. The limitless sword was silent, ignoring the heavens and earth, ignoring the passage of time. Imperial Emperor Tianqi was very shocked as well. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to become so strong. His swordsmanship was exquisite and unparalleled. It had reached a level where there was nothing it couldn't break. Don't be afraid. This fella is definitely not our match. As long as we can withstand his attack, he will definitely lose. Imperial Emperor Tianqi said while gritting his teeth. But at this moment, the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand seemed to have gone through endless changes. Jiang Chen entered a mysterious realm. Jiang Chen didn't know where the highest realm of the limitless sword was. However, the 23 swords seemed to have reached its peak. 10,000 soul vanishing shadow invincible. However, this was not the end. Jiang Chen unleashed the 23 swords to its peak. The terrifying power of the sword stacked up again and again. The pinnacle of the sword breaking through the enemy's formation. Jiang Chen's sword was like Tai Chi, pushing away 1,000 caddies with little effort. Endless sword chi swept out. Once touched by it, there was nowhere to run even if one wanted to. Endless sword chi chased after the 3 of them. Moreover, every sword chi penetrated deep into their bodies. Even their souls were injured by the sword chi. It was too terrifying. Celestial God's Eye. Imperial Lord Tianqi roared furiously. His divine eyes pierced through the heavens. This time his back was against the wall. If he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen even with the help of 2 great emperors, then he would truly give up and might be killed by Jiang Chen on the spot. Gathering Storm. Heavenly Devil Divine Blade. The 3 great emperors attacked one after another, but Jiang Chen remained calm and composed. No matter how strong he was, no matter how strong he was, no matter how strong he was, no matter how arrogant he was, no matter how arrogant he was, no matter how bright the moon shone upon the great river. Where is the peak of the 23 swords? 24 swords, is there really 24 swords? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. With a sweep of the 23 sword, the 3 great Emperor Realm experts were forced to retreat. Chapter 3783. Jiang Chen had no distractions in his heart. Wherever his sword heart pointed, it was unparalleled. Invisibly, Imperial Emperor Tianqi and the other 2 were forced to retreat. They couldn't fight against Jiang Chen at all. The domineering aura of one man taking on an entire army by himself caused Imperial Emperor Tianqi to feel a sense of defeat he'd never felt before. One sword to shock the world. Jiang Chen's heart was unrivaled. The heavenly dragon sword seemed to have reached a strong resonance with Jiang Chen. It was no longer a problem for him to become one with the sword. However, the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword seemed to have awakened, but it was still lacking. This made Jiang Chen understand that if he did not reach the Emperor realm, the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword would not be able to fully awaken and his 23 swords might not be able to make a breakthrough. Emperor Tianqi and the other two were knocked back by this single sword strike. They were in an incomparably wretched state and their injuries were extremely severe. Such power! A shout made Jiang Chen frown his brows. Above the deep sea, a blue-clothed figure slowly appeared. Finally, you're not hiding anymore. Jiang Chen said faintly. Looks like I let you escape after we parted ways with the Xianyuan clan. Your strength has become much more terrifying now. Of course, your ambition has also grown bigger. The one who spoke was none other than Xianyuan Kanglin, Jiang Chen's archenemy. When Jiang Chen and Luo Qing left the Xianyuan clan, Xianyuan Kanglin was about to come out from his seclusion. But this time Xianyuan Kanglin would not give Jiang Chen any chance. The current Xianyuan Kanglin had completely broken through to the Emperor realm and obtained the true inheritance of the Xianyuan clan. Not even Jiang Chen dared to be careless in this battle. Xianyuan clan. Imperial Emperor Tianqi looked at Xianyuan Kanglin in shock. Brother, let's work together to kill Jiang Chen. I only want the coffin in his hand. What do you think? Xianyuan Kanglin looked at Imperial Emperor Tianqi and said coldly, You guys are not worthy. You. Imperial Emperor Tianqi was almost choked to death by Xianyuan Kanglin. This fella's arrogance was even greater than Jiang Chen's. However, Xianyuan Kanglin was also very strong. He had already broken through to the Emperor realm. At this moment, Imperial Emperor Tianqi harumphed coldly. Fighting with this unknown person from the Xianyuan clan was not a good idea. Moreover, he and Jiang Chen were enemies. He might as well sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Since Xianyuan Kanglin wasn't willing to join hands with him, then he would just watch silently. You are still as arrogant as ever. Jiang Chen said with a smile. This battle was not going to be easy for him. Xianyuan Kanglin was not a nobody. This fella had always been a thorn in his side. However, Jiang Chen did not manage to kill Xianyuan Kanglin after so many chances. This time if Jiang Chen had the chance he would not be merciful. You are still as strong as ever. Xianyuan Kanglin stared at Jiang Chen and said coldly. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he still dared to go against Jiang Chen. This was the attitude of an expert. This was a battle between experts. Since you know how strong I am, you still dare to find trouble with me. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? You managed to escape from me a few times. Have you ever won against me? Do you think that I will let you go this time? Not even the heavens can save you. Jiang Chen was filled with killing intent. It was not that he did not want to kill this fella, but it was unbearable to be targeted by someone all the time. As the saying goes, one should not be afraid of being targeted by a thief. Jiang Chen did not plan to let Xianyuan Kanglin go. He must keep Xianyuan Kanglin in this underwater world no matter what. Indeed, I have never won against you. But this time you will die a horrible death. Xianyuan Kanglin said confidently. He had broken through to the Emperor realm, but Jiang Chen was still a half-step Emperor realm expert. Even though it was just a step away, this step was filled with many obstacles. In Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes, Jiang Chen was not on the same level as him anymore. Kneel down and beg for mercy now and I might leave you with a complete corpse. Xianyuan Kanglin said with a smile. You're still as naive as ever. Fine, I will rub you on the ground today. Let's see what else you can do. Jiang Chen and Xianyuan Kanglin looked at each other. The battle was imminent. Brother Tianqi, can this Xianyuan clan's expert really defeat Jiang Chen? It's hard to say. Look at how strong Jiang Chen is. The three of us almost fell into his trap. I'm afraid this Xianyuan clan's junior is just bluffing. Imperial Emperor Tianqi frowned and said. I have a feeling that this fella is not easy to deal with. Since he's not willing to join hands with us, then let's see who can laugh till the end. No matter who it is, we'll kill them here. Imperial Emperor Tianqi's eyes turned cold. This Xianyuan clan's junior is really arrogant. He was happy at this moment. Whoever can laugh till the end will be the one with the best laugh. Brother Tianqi is right. Let's watch the tigers fight. Hee. Let's see how strong they are. Jiang Chen and Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes lit up. Both of them were ready to fight. None of them would give the other a chance. Both of them had been fighting for a long time. They knew each other's strength and techniques very well. However, it had been a long time since they last fought. Xianyuan Kanglin would definitely give Jiang Chen enough respect. It was still unknown who would laugh till the end. Xianyuan's sword roaming dragon wins. Xianyuan Kanglin unleashed all his killing moves without holding back. In a battle between true experts, a slight mistake could lead to one side being suppressed by the other. Although Xianyuan Kanglin was confident he had never won against Zhou Xian before, this time he had to be more cautious. Zhou Xian raised his hand and unleashed the Ashura sword formation. The terrifying Ashura sword formation locked Xianyuan Kanglin within it. Xianyuan Kanglin's expression changed. Zhou Xian's Ashura sword formation was extraordinarily overbearing. He had suffered from it several times in the past. This time he would not let Zhou Xian have his way. Xianyuan Kanglin brandished his sword like the wind. Sword shadows appeared one after another. He kept dodging Zhou Xian's Ashura sword formation. However, Zhou Xian did not need to set it up anymore. In a blink of an eye, the Ashura sword formation was completed. Xianyuan Kanglin was locked within the Ashura sword formation. Zhou Xian was determined to kill him. Same old again. Let me see if your Ashura sword formation is still the same as before. Chapter 3784. The Ashura sword formation was unparalleled. 108 mid-grade primal origin treasures instantly formed the formation. There was no need for any changes. As soon as the formation was formed, countless swords rained down from the sky, sealing the entire underwater world. The surrounding fishes and sea monsters instantly scattered, but Xianyuan Kanglin was still trapped within the Ashura sword formation. The seawater rippled, the entire seabed was filled with shadows of swords, lingering in the surrounding thousands of meters of sea. Wherever the swords passed through, the seabed trembled. The corals and reefs in the underwater world started tearing, as if the mountains were collapsing. Tao Tai's roar. Xianyuan Kanglin let out a deafening roar. Even though it was deep in the ocean, the sound waves were still unblockable. Whirlpools formed in the seabed, accompanied by countless sword shadows. Xianyuan Kanglin's roar turned into a sound wave, shattering the countless sword shadows. His chi soared into the galaxy, his domineering aura soared to the heavens. Interesting. It's not that easy to survive in my Ashura sword formation. Zhou Xian sneered. It was not easy for Xianyuan Kanglin to break free from his Ashura sword formation alone. These two fellas are not easy to deal with. This Xianyuan Kanglin and Zhou Xian are like two incomparably terrifying ancient beasts. It's really terrifying. Zhou Xian said. That's right. These two people are like two resplendent rays of light. When they interweave together, it is truly not something that can be determined in a short period of time. Fortunately, we didn't continue fighting with him. I'm afraid that the three of us might not be able to kill him. Imperial Emperor Tianqi and the other two glared at Zhou Xian and said with a solemn expression. Imperial Emperor Tianqi was filled with emotions. Zhou Xian was like a scholar who had been away for 3 days. His rate of improvement was unbelievable. The battle between Zhou Xian and Xianyuan Kanglin made them widen their eyes, staring at this scene, afraid that they might miss it. Whether it was experience or rewards, a battle between great emperors was invaluable to them. Yuanhua was also deeply moved. Big Brother Zhang's methods were many times more tyrannical than before. Even Yuanhua, who believed himself to be peerlessly talented and rapidly improving, was completely unable to compare to Big Brother Zhang. This was perhaps the gap between a genius and a monster. Zhou Xian moved his palm and held the Heavenly Dragon Sword tightly. He used the Heavenly Dragon Sword's mightiness to break the Ashura sword formation. As the sword formation was activated, the wind howled and the swords rained down from the sky. The underwater world was turned upside down by Zhou Qian's Ashura sword formation. However, Zhou Qian defended himself and retreated in order to advance. Although the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger, Zhou Qian still relied on the Ashura sword formation to attack Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin was very cautious. However, Xianyuan Kanglin already knew the Ashura sword formation like the back of his hand. It was not the first time he fell under the Ashura sword formation. After falling at the same spot so many times, he had some experience. Xianyuan sword myriad swords attack. Xianyuan Kanglin was enraged. At this moment, even Zhou Qian's eyes shrunk because the broken sword in his hand was the Xianyuan sword. If he could get his hands on Xianyuan Kanglin's Xianyuan sword, then he would have 3 broken Xianyuan swords. Once the broken Xianyuan swords were fused together, would he be able to forge a new Xianyuan sword? Zhou Qian was filled with anticipation. However, he had to get rid of Xianyuan Kanglin first before he could obtain the broken Xianyuan sword. The myriad swords attack was similar to Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation. However, it was a pity that the Ashura sword formation was already used to its limit by Jiang Chen. With the addition of the heavenly dragon sword, it was like a tiger with wings. With a single thought, the myriad swords attack was like a tiger, clashing with Xianyuan Kanglin. It was like Mars colliding with Earth. In the deep sea, the myriad swords attack was wreaking havoc and intertwining with each other. Its power was terrifying. Whirlpools were formed continuously. The tearing force caused the reefs under the sea to be crushed into powder. Kill him. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold and murderous. His sword chi shrunk the Ashura sword formation and trapped Xianyuan Kanglin within it. Roar! Xianyuan Kanglin let out a furious roar. His body transformed into the Tao Tai's body. Under the sea, the Tao Tai's huge body smashed down with a claw, causing the earth to tremble. Countless sword shadows tore through the air and landed on Xianyuan Kanglin's body. The Tao Tai's body was as sturdy as a boulder, as hard as metal. The 108 primal origin treasure unleashed their terrifying might. Even the Tao Tai's body could not save Xianyuan Kanglin from the fire and water. The 108 sword blades pierced through Xianyuan Kanglin's chest. It was a huge blow to Xianyuan Kanglin. But this time, Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. After all, maintaining the Ashura sword formation for such a long period of time was a difficult task for him. The Tao Tai's body was riddled with holes. However, it still failed to kill Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin was sent flying, leaving an afterimage in the water before falling down. Since you can't kill me, then it's time for you to die. Xianyuan Kanglin gritted his teeth. He held the broken Xianyuan sword and slowly stood up. His aura was unstoppable. The aura of an Emperor Realm expert was shocking. He's still alive? Imperial Emperor Tianqi was completely shocked. Jiang Chen had already used up half of his strength. But Xianyuan Kanglin was like a devil. He was able to stand up proudly after being pierced by thousands of swords. This was something that only a human could do. Yes, Xianyuan Kanglin was no longer a human. He had fused with the Tao Tai, becoming an Emperor Realm expert. He was no longer the same as before. Big brother Jiang, be careful, Yuanhua exclaimed. Xianyuan Kanglin's speed was as fast as light. He turned into an afterimage and soared into the sky, stirring up the cosmos in the underwater world. The seawater was like a raging wave. Waves after waves were formed on the surface of the sea. Death lightning lotus bloom. Jiang Chen was prepared for this. The 5 heavenly lightnings slowly fused together. All the fishes within 1,000 miles of the underwater world had already disappeared. Heavenly Shadow Xianyuan Deity. Chapter 3785. Xianyuan Kanglin's expression did not change. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and it had to be released. He had no way out now. He could only advance in this battle, not retreat. His body was like an unsheathed dragon, suppressing the boundless southern ocean beneath him. The arrogance of the dragon, the valiance of the sword, boundless and peerless. The death lotus also exploded like a thunderbolt under the water. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he retreated backwards. Terrifying energy spread out in the underwater world until it reached the top of the sea surface. Countless people at the edge of the southern ocean were shocked as they watched silently. Who would have thought that the giant waves of the southern ocean could actually connect the sky and the sea? It was an unparalleled spectacle that could only be seen once in 10,000 years. The underwater world was already messed up by Jiang Chen and Xianyuan Kanglin. However, Jiang Chen was still stronger than Xianyuan Kanglin. The moment the death lightning lotus bloomed, Xianyuan Kanglin was already defeated. No matter how strong his body was, he could not withstand the explosion of the death lightning lotus. The broken Xianyuan sword turned into a sword, but it was still not a match for the death lightning lotus. At that moment, even Yuanhua, Imperial Emperor Tianqi and the others retreated continuously. Their faces were pale. Under the deep sea, the terrifying giant waves were shocking. They could feel how terrifying Jiang Chen was. The heavenly dragon sword slowly landed on Xianyuan Kanglin's body. At that moment, Xianyuan Kanglin's body was riddled with holes and he was on the verge of death. You've lost. So what if you've broken through to the Emperor Realm? Jiang Chen said faintly. Although he was at the end of his tether right now, Jiang Chen didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, I've still lost to you. I've lost in your hands. Lifelong enemy, lifelong pain. Losing is losing. There's nothing to say. Death is not scary. What's scary is not being able to experience true success. I won against everyone but you. Xianyuan Kanglin murmured inside. He no longer felt pity for Jiang Qin. Because Jiang Qin had defeated him several times, he had completely lost his will to live. Once a man's will is gone, he would lose his spirit. Moreover, he knew that Jiang Qin would not let him go this time. There was no reason for him to escape from Jiang Qin's grasp. Xianyuan Kanglin sighed. You should have known this day would come. Jiang Qin said coldly. Winner takes all. I, Xianyuan Kanglin, have never admired anyone in my life. But you, Jiang Qin, are an exception. Xianyuan Kanglin and Jiang Qin looked into each other's eyes. Both of them had a feeling of understanding towards each other. However, a person should have his own way of thinking. Even if he lost, he would have no regrets. At the very least, he had once been brilliant, glorious, and had proven himself. I hope that you'll be an ordinary person in your next life. Jiang Qin extended his hand and killed Xianyuan Kanglin. His soul was sucked into the great soul-forming light. Xianyuan Kanglin's death was considered the end of an era for Jiang Qin. A genius of his generation was defeated by him in the end. Jiang Qin took the broken Xianyuan sword from Xianyuan Kanglin's hand. At this moment he finally gathered all 3 pieces of the broken Xianyuan sword. However, he was not sure if he could reforge the Xianyuan sword. If he could reforge it, it would still be the strongest sword in the world. Now is the best time for us to take action. Imperial Lord Tianqi said in a deep voice. The 3 of them looked at each other and made up their minds. Because if they didn't act now, they wouldn't have the chance to do so in the future. This fellow was terrifying to the extreme. Take your life while you're down. Imperial Emperor Tianqi took the lead and charged towards Jiang Qin. At this moment, Jiang Qin turned his head and saw the 3 of them charging towards him. They were determined to take his life. Right at this moment, Jiang Qin had just poured the rootless water into the crystal coffin. The rootless water went straight into Yan Qinyu's body, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Nothing happened. Half a cauldron of rootless water, which was half a river, had completely fused with Yan Qinyu. Get lost. Yuan Hua rushed forward and blocked in front of Jiang Qin. Because Jiang Qin was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Jiang Qin could not resist the 3 Emperor Realm experts. Yuan Hua had no distractions. He knew that even if he were to die, he had to die before Big Brother Jiang. Big Brother Jiang had done so much for him. How could he just watch from the sidelines and leave alone? However, it was clear that Yuan Hua was not a match for Imperial Emperor Tianqi and the others. In just a single exchange, Yuan Hua was sent flying and retreated with heavy injuries. Jiang Qin suddenly turned his head. In an instant, the earth caved in and the sky collapsed. The underwater world was turned upside down. Even the bottom of the sea was filled with endless waves of fire. It was the underwater world's volcanoes. A pillar of fire soared into the sky, shooting tens of thousands of meters high. It was a marvelous sight in the underwater world, lighting up the surrounding space for thousands of meters. At this moment, Imperial Emperor Tianqi and the others no longer dared to delay. They quickly took action, intending to kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin raised his head. His face was slightly pale. Now you're finally going to die. My goddess, no one is allowed to lay their hands on you. Imperial Emperor Tianqi said proudly and confidently. At this moment, Jiang Qin also took a deep breath and gulped. His expression was even more unsightly. It's good that you know fear. But it's too late now. Imperial Emperor Tianqi pointed at Jiang Qin, his killing intent surging. Now, prepare to die. Before Imperial Emperor Tianqi could finish his words, Jiang Qin retreated rapidly. A gigantic sea monster swallowed Imperial Emperor Tianqi and the others into its stomach. At this moment, Jiang Qin's expression grew even more solemn. This big fellow looked exactly the same as the 4 deep-sea monsters he had killed before. However, it was more than 10 times the size of those beasts. The gigantic deep-sea monster scared Yuan Hua out of his wits. The big fellow stared at Jiang Qin, clearly interested in Jiang Qin. You killed my child. I'm going to eat you. A deep voice rang in Jiang Qin's ears, causing Jiang Qin's expression to turn solemn. Midstage Emperor Realm. This deep-sea monster made Jiang Qin despair. This big fellow sent chills down his spine. Isn't this too fucking terrifying? It swallowed 3 Emperor Realm experts. Chapter 3786. Motherfucker, I can only run now. Zhou Xian thought. This terrifying deep-sea dragon was definitely the strongest existence he had ever seen. Even Tyrant, who had broken through to the Emperor realm, wasn't this terrifying. He only managed to defeat Sakura by relying on the Buddha aura of Bodhisattva. This deep-sea dragon was a true peak intermediate Emperor realm expert, a powerful sea demon. Big brother Jiang, what should we do? Said Yuan Hua in a deep voice. His heart trembled. His heart was filled with shock and even a sliver of reverence towards this terrifying colossus. That's because this was an existence that was completely out of his reach. Now that they were facing the deep-sea cannon king, it seemed that they no longer had any way to reverse the situation. Only death awaited them. Let's go split into two groups. Don't follow me, this fella only wants my life. Zhou Xian said in a deep voice. His face was ashen. Now that they were in the deep sea, he couldn't let Yuan Hua suffer with him. Otherwise, Zhou Xian wouldn't be able to bear it. Big brother Jiang, take care. Yuan Hua didn't hesitate. He knew that the deep-sea dragon only had one target, Zhou Xian. His heart was filled with guilt. If it wasn't for him, Zhou Xian wouldn't be in such a predicament. Although he managed to escape from the pursuit of Monarch Tianqi and the others, the deep-sea dragon that replaced him was even more terrifying than the three of them. Cut the crap, let's go. Zhou Xian roared and turned into a ray of light. The two of them ran in opposite directions, fleeing for their lives. Trying to run? No one can escape from me in the deep sea. The deep-sea dragon snorted and gave chase. Zhou Xian's speed was terrifying, but the deep-sea dragon's speed was even more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the deep-sea dragon was right behind Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian continued to toss and turn, pushing the blood and qi in his body to the peak. The myriad qi flowed through his body. Although his strength was recovering continuously, the gap between him and the deep-sea dragon king was still huge. Zhou Xian could see that the shadow behind him was getting faster and faster, about to catch up to him. Scram! Zhou Xian's sword slashed down. However, when he looked at the deep-sea sword behind him, it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. Zhou Xian used dragon transformation, transforming into a 300-meter-long wild dragon that crazily swam under the sea. His speed changed again, but it was a pity that this deep-sea dragon was simply too terrifying. Even with Zhou Xian's dragon transformation, there was still a huge difference between them. The distance between the two continued to shrink: 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, is there any way to get rid of it? Zhou Xian said in a deep voice. He was already at his wits' end. If he was caught by this deep-sea dragon, then he would definitely die without a burial place. This deep-sea monster is very scary. I can't do anything about it. Ancestral Dragon Emperor helplessly said. Are we just going to wait for death here? Zhou Xian smiled bitterly. He was already at his wits' end. At this time he couldn't escape. Oh yeah, try using your great you soul-forming light. That's God-use item. Can suppress all the godly souls and absorb the spirits from the 9 heavens. Although it's damaged, it's still not something an ordinary weapon could compare to. Ancestral Dragon Emperor's words reminded Zhou Xian that he was holding the Great You Soul-forming light in his hand. The Great You Soul-forming light was a peerless weapon that God Yu used to guard the boundless sea. Although it wasn't one of the 10 great ancient divine weapons, its power was still extremely terrifying. Moreover, it could gather all the godly souls in the world. To Zhou Xian it was a very special treasure. Not only Bai Yunfei's soul but Wang Fengqi's soul was also stored in it. Once he becomes an emperor, he would definitely be able to help them regain their lives. It's all up to you now. Zhou Xian held the Great You Soul-forming light tightly and struck it out. This was Zhou Qian's last hope. As expected, the Great You Soul-forming light did not disappoint him. A terrifying soul power spread out like a huge net. The deep-sea dragons screamed and retreated. Most importantly, the boundless sea water in the South Sea seemed to have become extremely heavy under the influence of the Great You Soul-forming light. The deep-sea dragon's speed instantly decreased. Zhou Xian used all his strength and started to run away. The Great You Soul-forming light had given him a chance of survival. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Zhou Xian was so happy that he could not close his mouth. He held the Great You Soul-forming light tightly in his hand and felt that it was filled with power. Whether it was the soul power or the control of the sea water, Zhou Xian was very curious about it. Unfortunately, he was still unable to display the horrifying power of the great soul-forming light. Zhou Xian started to run like crazy. Although the great soul-forming light had slowed down the deep-sea dragon's speed, he still could not underestimate the great soul-forming light. If he made a mistake, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhou Xian had always been a person who did not fear the worst outcome. At this moment he could only run away with all his might. That was his only hope of survival. I will chase you to the ends of the earth. I will not let you go. Give me back my son. The deep-sea dragon chased him relentlessly. This chase lasted for more than 3 months. Zhou Xian's strength had already recovered, but the deep-sea dragon was still chasing him. If this continued, Zhou Xian was very depressed. He could not possibly be chased by the deep-sea dragon all the time, right? Damn it. I have to fight with my life on the line. Let's see who will be the one laughing in the end. Zhou Xian was ready to fight with the deep-sea dragon. It was not a good idea to keep running like this. Therefore he had to understand the deep-sea dragon as soon as possible. Bastard. Today either you die or I die. Zhou Xian's anger, which had been stifled for 3 whole months, was completely unleashed at this moment. It was as if the floodgates had been opened and water had been released from a dam. Finally, you have stopped running. If you continue to run, I will lose my patience. The deep-sea dragon said coldly. However, his son had been killed by Zhou Xian. He had no choice but to take revenge. Peak Middle Emperor realm. This is the first time I've met someone with such strength. But it's your bad luck to meet me. Since you are the overlord of this sea, I will let you bleed. Zhou Xian's eyes were cold. His eyes flickered. He was determined to kill the deep-sea dragon in this battle. The rootless water had already entered Xiao Yu's body for more than 3 months. There was no change. Therefore Zhou Xian was very worried. Chapter 3787. Zhou Xian looked straight ahead and faced Deep-Sea Kong, a peak mid-stage Emperor realm expert. Zhou Xian wasn't confident that he could kill such a terrifying opponent. However, if he didn't fight with his life on the line, his chances would be even slimmer. Die, lowly human. The deep-sea dragon flew straight towards Zhou Xian, spitting out an ice sword from its mouth. It was a decisive attack like an icicle from hell. Zhou Xian didn't dare underestimate it. He quickly formed a seal with both hands and unleashed the heavenly howling seal, tearing the icicle apart. Interesting, let's do it again. Deep-Sea Kong shouted. Zhou Xian didn't dare to be careless. His eyes turned cold and his killing intent surged. He changed the seal and unleashed the second seal of the heavenly seal. Heavenly seal. Roar. Deep-Sea Dragon King's furious roar shook the entire underwater world. Countless fishes were killed by the roar, and the volcanoes in the underwater world erupted. Zhou Xian felt a sense of danger. However, this seal of Zhou Xian's was also unparalleled. An ordinary Emperor realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand his heavenly seal. Zhou Xian's strength had already reached the Void Emperor realm and he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm. Zhou Xian's blood vessels expanded. Under the effect of the ancient soaring dragon technique, Zhou Xian was no different from an Emperor realm expert. One punch after another was thrown out. Thunders shook the mountains and rivers, roaring for thousands of miles. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. Deep-Sea Dragon King roared furiously, twisting his 100-zhang-long body and circling around Zhou Xian. His momentum was terrifying, shocking the world. Heavenly Seal. The third seal was struck. At this moment, Deep-Sea Dragon did not dare to be negligent. 3 seals containing the power of Dao essence were struck out. He had become serious. After all, Zhou Qian's heaven-expanding seal was quite powerful. The terrifying power of Dao essence made Deep-Sea Dragon not dare to be negligent. Once again the two of them collided with each other. Countless shocking fire pillars were shot out from the underwater world. Both of them were determined to kill each other. A centipede dies but it doesn't fall down. Deep Sea who twisted his gigantic body and swept across the heavens and earth. He clashed with Zhou Xian once again. He was invincible and terrifying airwaves rolled across the river. Under the deep sea, Zhou Xian immediately wielded his blade and struck out with the great soul-forming light. However, Deep Sea who was exceptionally terrifying and forced him to retreat. Heavenly Seal. This time Zhou Xian unleashed all of his attacks. The profound Heaven Seal's mightiness and sharpness were unstoppable. Like a whirlwind, the profound heaven seal's destructive power intertwined with the deep sea seal, shaking the entire underwater world. Devouring dragon. Deep sea dragon tried to swallow the profound heavenly seal, but the profound heavenly seal was too terrifying. It forced deep sea dragon to retreat. If it was an ordinary peak mid-great emperor expert, he or she would have been severely injured by this seal, but deep sea dragon's physique was just too strong. Plus they were in the deep sea. Even though Zhou Xian had used all of his strength, he could only force deep sea dragon out of the formation instead of killing him. However, this time it was Zhou Xian who felt like he was on the verge of death. Go to hell. Deep sea dragon king turned around and stood up. Although he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, his condition was still much better than Zhou Qian's. Deep sea Kong fell from the sky and pressed Zhou Xian into the seabed. Layers of the underwater world collapsed. Zhou Xian and Deep Sea Kong fell into the divine palace of the underwater world. The divine palace was shining brilliantly like a deep sea dragon palace. It was surrounded by majestic palaces, guarded by dragon gods and divine soldiers descending from the sky. Zhou Xian and the Deep Sea Dragon King were shocked when they saw the collapsed divine palace. What is this place? Deep Sea Kong murmured. However, at this moment Zhou Xian could feel his soul power recovering. His terrifying soul power was breaking through his limits. The soul power of the great soul-forming light was also repairing his soul and fusing with it. The soul power of the Heavenly King realm broke through again and reached the peak Heavenly King realm. Great soul derivation technique, soul destruction. Zhou Qian's pupils shrank. He opened his eyes suddenly. Soul power poured out like a tidal wave, cleansing Zhou Qian's soul. The great soul derivation technique, the soul power of the peak Heavenly King realm was terrifying. Deep Sea Kong did not have any strength to fight back and his soul was destroyed immediately. Zhou Qian murmured as he looked at the great soul-forming light in his hand. Although the palace was destroyed, it was still filled with charm. He was filled with shock. There's actually such a terrifying palace under the deep sea. It's a masterpiece. Emperor Yu's divine palace. The ancestral dragon emperor said in a deep voice as he appeared with a solemn expression. In the past he had heard people say that Emperor Yu's divine palace was under the South Sea. Countless years ago, Emperor Yu had built a divine palace under the South Sea to suppress the demons of the sea in order to bring order to the world. He had even passed by Emperor Yu's house 3 times and refused to enter. Since then this had become a legend. Apart from Emperor Yu, the ancestral dragon emperor could not think of anyone else who had such capability. The divine palace was unparalleled. Even the emperor realm experts felt that they were in a dream. As expected, Zhou Xian saw a magnificent statue in front of the divine palace. The statue was not big, it was only a few zhang tall. However, the light in the statue's hand was exactly the same as the great soul-forming light in his hand. It's been so many years and there's still someone who dares to enter my palace. The great soul-forming light is my token. A figure clad in black emerged from the statue. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at Zhou Xian with a bit of surprise. You're indeed a dragon among men. You have quite a number of divine weapons and treasures. Looks like you're a man of great fortune. The ancestral dragon emperor? The black-robed man glanced at Zhou Xian and looked at the ancestral dragon emperor. May I ask if you're Emperor Yu? The ancestral dragon emperor said with a smile. The black figure waved his hand and said, I'm not Emperor Yu. Brother ancestral dragon was also a genius. Please don't underestimate me. Hee. Sigh. I admired Emperor Yu back then. It's a pity that I didn't get to meet him. It's one of my biggest regrets. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. It's not too late for us to meet again. I felt the majestic dragon chi from your body. That's why I decided to meet you. I didn't expect you to be the ancestral dragon emperor. Emperor Yu looked at Zhou Xian. Chapter 3788. It's fate that you were able to enter my divine palace. To be able to receive the ancestral dragon emperor's help, you must be very lucky. But I don't know how long this will last. What kind of scenery has the world turned into? Emperor Yu let out a sigh, feeling emotional. The world is no longer what it used to be. The calamity of the heavens and earth is coming soon. As the pillar of the divine world, Emperor Yu, you have a responsibility. The ancestral dragon emperor said solemnly. Emperor Yu shook his head. He waved his hand and looked at Zhou Xian. You're still not strong enough to withstand my soul force. Once you break through to the Emperor realm, I'll pour my soul force into you. Needless to say, for the sake of the world, you and I have no other choice. Although we have never met before, to be able to obtain the recognition of the great you soul-forming light, to be able to obtain many divine weapons and treasures, to be able to receive the help of the ancestral Dragon Emperor, I believe that even if you are not the one chosen by the heavens, you must be extraordinary. I am already old, I can no longer conquer the world like I did in the past. Looking at Emperor Yu's words, Zhou Xian couldn't help but feel like crying. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Talented people will appear in every generation, and each of them will dominate for hundreds of years. My era has already passed. I won't be able to see the Great Tribulation this time. I'm just an old bag of bones. My soul force is the only thing that's useful. When you break through to the Emperor realm, my soul pearl will be able to help you reach the next level. The great you soul-forming light is comparable to the 10 ancient divine weapons. It's normal that you don't know how to use it. Using the soul power to light up the great you soul-forming light, you will be able to reach the heavens and earth and kill all living beings. In the entire divine world, there are only a few who can break through the great you soul-forming light. Emperor Yu said solemnly. He looked at Zhou Xian with great expectations. With a flip of his palm, a soul pearl appeared in his hand. He then pushed it towards Zhou Xian. Thank you, Emperor Yu. Zhou Xian wasn't a wishy-washy person. He knew of Emperor Yu's deep friendship. Zhou Xian clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, my time is up, let's meet again in the next life, huh? Lad, remember, the great you soul-forming light can extinguish 10,000 souls, but it can also form 10,000 souls. When the souls move, the heaven and earth will change. One day you will understand. After saying that, Emperor Yu's figure disappeared into the void. However, at the last moment, Emperor Yu's eyes were focused on the crystal coffin. There was shock, fear, depression, and even a trace of doubt in his eyes. When his soul disappeared, the only thing that remained was the soul pearl in Zhou Qian's hand. Farewell, Emperor Yu. Zhou Qian said solemnly. This Emperor Yu is indeed a hero of his generation. It's a pity that I can't fight alongside him. In the past we worked hard for the great tribulation of the heavens and earth, and Emperor Yu was one of the few people who shone the brightest. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said. This soul pearl should be very useful to you. Your soul's power is on par with mine now. Keep this soul pearl well, it will definitely help you reach a higher level. Emperor Yu, the great you soul-forming light, what happened in the ancient world? Now you should tell me something, Senior Ancestral Dragon Emperor. Zhou Qian looked at the Ancestral Dragon Emperor in anticipation and asked. I know some things can't be hidden. I didn't let you know because I'm afraid that it will disturb your cultivation. If I tell you now, I won't be pressuring you anymore. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor pondered for a while and said, billions of years ago the heavens and earth changed and the world was in chaos. Countless experts ascended to the peak. This peak is the rebirth realm. Once you reach the rebirth realm, you will be able to threaten the true supremes of the heavens and earth. The divine world will not be peaceful anymore. Supremes of the heavens and earth? A rebirth realm cultivator was able to threaten even stronger experts in the god world? Could it be that there's a higher realm above the divine world? Zhou Qian frowned and was extremely curious. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor shook his head and continued. The divine world is the highest realm. Above the divine world is the ruler of the divine world, also known as the heaven patrollers. In the divine world, countless experts were born and they gradually broke through the limits. Only at that moment did they know that the divine world was not without a ruler. There was a group of terrifying heaven patrollers that controlled the divine world. They controlled the existence and direction of the divine world. They would not appear, but once someone's power was enough to threaten them, it would be the start of a disaster. Those people would then be killed by the heaven patrollers. As time went by, the heaven patrollers became the highest ruler of the divine world. But even so, the heaven patrollers are not the strongest. When cultivated to the extreme, the strongest would reach the deity realm, which is above the rebirth realm. The deity realm is an existence that even the heaven patrollers could not fight against. There are only 3 deity realm existences. But these 3 changed the direction of the entire divine world, which resulted in the calamity that happened billions of years ago. This is what I want to say. The heaven patrollers are also humans. But their existence is to prevent the birth of experts in the divine world. They are just puppets of the 9 heavens. In the God world there were a total of 9 existences in the God realm. Rather than saying that they were in the God realm, it would be more accurate to call them deities. Deities were paramount existences, and once they broke through the rebirth mirror they would become deities. They are not humans but the 9 heavens. What are the 9 heavens? They are Qutian, Xiantian, Xiantian, Qitian, Lingtian, Qingtian, Huangtian and Songtian. The 9 heavens are the true heavens of the divine world. They are the products of the reincarnation cycle of all living things. They have existed since the birth of the world much earlier than anyone else. Not only are they heavens, but they are also the ultimate rulers of the divine world. They control the life and death of mankind. At the end of the day, even experts who have cultivated to the deity realm are still humans. They are incompatible with the 9 heavens. Because of this, the 9 heavens felt that the number of human experts was increasing, which threatened their existence. Hence, the 9 heavens began to look for heaven patrollers, which are the so-called puppets, to help them eliminate those geniuses. As long as someone's strength reached the rebirth realm, they would be attacked by the heaven patrollers. In the end, the experts and geniuses would be strangled in the cradle. The 9 heavens gradually became the highest ruler of the divine world. Even so, only a few people standing at the top of the pyramid knew about this. The 9 heavens are like dragons that only show their head but not their tail. They would never appear in the secular world, and the heaven patrollers are their spokespersons. There is actually such a terrifying thing in this world. Chapter 3789. Every billion years the sky patrollers will appear to find powerful people and kill them all. As long as no deity realm experts make a move, they won't be able to threaten the 9 heavens. The sky patrollers are enough to deal with them. Every billion years, the great tribulation of the heavens and earth will completely change the situation of the entire world. Countless people will die because of it. Those above the emperor realm will all be obliterated. It will be a great war and no one will be able to escape alone. The experts will always have to bear the responsibility. In order to avoid the great tribulation of the heavens and earth, some people will try their best, but the sky patrollers are at the rebirth realm. How can ordinary emperor realm experts escape their eyes and ears? The true experts have long been targeted by the 9 heavens, so no one can escape. However, the experts of the divine world are endless. Moreover, the geniuses of the 9 prefectures' immortal world are also gathered here. Therefore, the experts of the divine world can never be completely killed. In the end, some people were unwilling to be killed by the great tribulation of the heavens and earth. Therefore, before the Great Era War, some people united all the experts and launched a counterattack. In other words, the 3 deity realm experts had started their counterattack. They knew that no one would be willing to be slaughtered, especially when their strength had reached a stage that could shock the heavens and earth. Even the sky patrollers couldn't do anything to them. Thus the true ancient war had begun. Those so-called heaven-defying people launched an unprecedented war of resistance, forming the heaven-defying alliance. And I was one of them. However, although the heaven-defying alliance was powerful, the 9 heavens wasn't to be trifled with. There were 9 supreme existences at the deity realm in the 9 heavens. As long as they moved a finger, countless people would work for them. Countless sky patrollers joined forces with the 9 heavens and launched an unprecedented war against the heaven-defying alliance. In that battle, even the 9 heavens fell. It was shocking. Countless human experts who didn't dare to surrender joined the battle. Originally, they thought that we were about to win the war. But in the end, the 9 heavens instigated many people in the heaven-defying alliance. Even my dragon clan couldn't escape. But the most terrifying was the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect was powerful. In the divine world, the Buddhist sect's power was second only to the 3 deities, especially the Gautama Buddha. His Buddhist charm was unparalleled, but he led countless people of the Buddhist sect to launch a life-and-death battle against the heaven-defying alliance. The final result was regrettable. Countless experts fell. The heaven-defying alliance turned into darkness. The sky patrollers were all killed and the sky patrollers were all injured. The ancestor gods perished, the ancient war gods were almost completely wiped out, and countless heavenly kings and rebirth realm experts were also killed. Even the venerable emperors were considered weak. In the end, for out of the 9 heavens perished. The leaders of the 3 deities of the heaven-defying alliance were all killed. Countless heaven patrollers were killed and the Buddhist sect suffered a heavy blow. Their mainstays were almost completely wiped out. In the divine world, countless factions, big and small, as long as they were enemies of the nine heavens, almost all of them were wiped out. The remaining people were just some defeated generals and soldiers. Most of them completely disappeared. I really don't want to talk about how terrifying that period of time was. In this era of war and strife, too many peerless existences have fallen in the ancient war. There will never be the glory of that era again. However, the sky patrollers continued. Although 4 of the 9 heavens were gone, they are still under the control of Heaven Sky and Yellow Sky. Nobody can change that. This time, the great tribulation of the world is finally coming, but there is no longer a leader like that person in this world. The great tribulation of the world is coming, and those so-called sky patrollers will appear again. Existences that have surpassed the Emperor realm will probably disappear completely. The ancestral dragon emperor said so much in one breath. His eyes were filled with despair. Jiang Chen listened attentively. His heart was filled with sorrow. It seemed that a great war had taken place billions of years ago. The world's calamity was coming soon. To them, this might be another massacre. Can those below the Emperor realm avoid the calamity? Jiang Chen murmured. At this moment he wanted to break through to the Emperor realm. However, if he did, it would mean that he would be involved in the world's calamity. However, if he didn't break through, he could still live for another era. However, wouldn't that mean that Jiang Chen would become a tortoise hiding in its shell? What's the difference between that and running away? Jiang Chen knew that he would never be willing to be a coward. Even if the patroller was coming, he would still become a true expert. If he had to hide and cower in cultivation, then what was the point of being a coward as an Emperor realm expert? Countless ancestors had shed their blood to fight against the 9 heavens and the heaven patrollers. Countless experts had fallen. At this moment, could Jiang Chen choose to remain silent? Obviously he wouldn't do that. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Before the arrival of the patrollers, he must improve his strength as soon as possible. At that time he would give those patrollers a show of strength. The strong would never cower in fear. Jiang Chen knew better than anyone else that the ancestral dragon emperor didn't want to tell him this because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take it. At this moment, Jiang Chen was a half-step emperor. Once he breaks through to the Emperor realm, it would mean that he would have to fight against the sky patrollers. He couldn't avoid this battle no matter what. It was important for the ancestral dragon emperor to make a choice. He hoped that he didn't choose the wrong person. Therefore, we are born in this era and we are victorious in this era of war and strife. We have no choice. Being an expert isn't just a title, it's a responsibility. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably solemn as he looked at the ancestral dragon emperor. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. The ancestral dragon emperor felt incomparably relieved. At this moment he told Jiang Chen everything so that Jiang Chen could understand his responsibility and mission. The existence of an Emperor realm expert was not just for show. Because once they break through to the Emperor realm, they would have to fight against the sky patrollers. They would have to work harder than anyone else. Otherwise they would be killed by the sky patrollers. Chapter 3790. The Heaven Patrollers, the Heaven-Defying Alliance, the 9 Heavens, the Worldly Calamity. Countless words constantly flashed past Jiang Chen's mind. He knew that once he broke through to the Emperor realm, everything he had to face would be as fleeting as a fleeting cloud. What he had to bear and experience would completely change. Jiang Chen knew that he was responsible for all of this. The weak would be bullied by others while the strong would stand at the peak. If one wanted to wear the crown, one must bear the weight. A strong must have the attitude of a strong. Not long after, the heavenly tribulation would be the beginning of everything, and it could possibly be the end of everything. After this battle, Jiang Chen had to break through to the Emperor realm. He had already made all his preparations. Everything would depend on his luck. 3 yuan heavy water, the deep sea beast's demonic crystal, and the Dao fruit. Let's see what level I can reach this time. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. Light flickered in his eyes. This time he didn't just want to break through to the Emperor realm. Everything would start anew. Stepping into the Emperor realm was the path of a ruler, but also a path of no return. Countless people wanted to become Emperor experts, but they didn't know the bitterness behind the Emperor realm. These 3 items were rare treasures to anyone. Obtaining any one of them would be a great fortune. Now that Jiang Chen had taken out all 3 items, it was his capital to break through to the Emperor realm. As for how strong he could reach, it would depend on his own ability. Zhou Xian directly swallowed the deep sea beast's demonic crystal. At that moment, endless divine origin qi constantly cleansed the depths of Zhou Xian's heart. The terrifying divine origin qi in his dantian seemed to be endless, covering Zhou Xian's entire body, limbs and bones. The surrounding aura also became increasingly cold. The divine palace in the underwater world was incomparably calm, giving off a feeling of tranquility. For Zhou Xian, the deep-sea demon crystal alone was a great benefit. If he could completely refine this demon crystal, Zhou Xian would benefit a lot. At this moment he activated the dragon transformation skill in his body and started devouring the divine origin qi crazily. The terror of the dragon transformation skill was fully displayed at this moment. Dragon marks appeared all over Zhou Xian's body, increasing in number and getting thicker and intertwining with each other. The dragon marks gathered together. 9 million, 9,200,000, 9,500,000, 9,800,000, 10 million. When the number of dragon runes in Zhou Xian's body reached 10 million, his strength finally reached the Emperor realm. The Celestial Emperor realm, a true Emperor realm expert, was finally born at this moment. Rays of light soared into the sky. Roars resounded unceasingly in the underwater world. Zhou Xian's aura continued to rise. The majesty of an Emperor realm expert started to show. Countless years, endless time, countless days and nights, Zhou Xian had been working hard towards this step. From the moment he stepped into the divine world, there was only one belief in his heart, and that was to step onto the peak and pursue the path of a monarch. Time flew by and he had finally reached his current realm. However, his heart was mostly filled with worry for little Yu, guilt towards his father and coldness towards his loved ones. Only at this moment did he truly understand that the path of an expert was to protect his loved ones and his family. True authority was not important and being high and mighty was meaningless. Only by protecting one's loved ones by one's side would one be considered a true expert. Not afraid of the heavens, not afraid of the earth, not afraid of life and death. Zhou Qian's state of mind also underwent a great change at this moment. The moment he broke through to the Emperor realm, he knew that this was not the end, the real destination. He wanted to save little Yu, Tingqing's sister Ning, and all the people who cared about him. The number of dragon runes in Zhou Qian's body continued to rise. 11 million, 12 million, 13 million, and finally stopped at 17 million. The majesty of a great emperor soared through the heavens and earth. Zhou Qian absorbed the 3 yuan heavy water again. The endless amount of 3 yuan heavy water was completely swallowed by Zhou Qian, pushing the number of dragon runes to 20 million. At this moment, Zhou Qian thoroughly felt that his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Breaking through to the Emperor realm was not the end. Dao accumulation fruit, it's all up to you now. Zhou Qian swallowed the Dao accumulation fruit. It was a gift from the Nanhua the Enlightened, the crystal of Zhuangzhouzi's great Dao. To Zhou Qian it was an incomparably great gift. Zhou Qian's spiritual energy had already reached the peak of the Heavenly King realm. It was incomparably terrifying. When his spiritual energy was unleashed, all the sea demons and fishes within millions of li were under his control. At this moment Zhou Qian wanted to break through to the rebirth realm, but he was still one step behind. However, at this moment Zhou Qian suddenly remembered the soul pearl that Emperor Yu had given to him. Zhou Qian swallowed the soul pearl and melted it into his body. The clear and gentle soul power made Zhou Qian feel like he was bathing in the spring wind. Rebirth realm, rebirth realm, rebirth realm. Zhou Qian murmured. Finally, at this moment his soul power had broken through to the rebirth realm. It was as if the entire Nantung divine region was under his control. As his soul power became stronger, Zhou Qian was extremely excited and shocked. At this moment he had truly grasped the power of the Great Yu Soul-forming light. When he activated the Great Yu Soul-forming light, his soul power could turn into a soul storm and sweep across the heavens and earth. It was even more terrifying than the soul-stealing divine art and the great soul derivation technique. Emperor Yu's peerless divine skill and peerless divine tool were not just for show. Even so, Zhou Qian's advancement did not stop. When he completely merged with the Dao accumulation fruit, what he comprehended was not only the fortune that Nanhua the Enlightened had given him, but also the sublimation of the power of Dao accumulation. The power of Dao accumulation stopped when it reached the 7th layer. The power of the seventh layer of Dao accumulation made Jiang Qin feel what it meant to be tolerant of all rivers running into the sea. The Dao of Ling Tian walking on the heavens and earth standing above all things. The momentum of the heavens, the Dao of Ling Tian stepping on the heavens. Jiang Qin's momentum of the great Dao swept across the universe and was unparalleled. As the Dao accumulation sublimated, his aura became extremely powerful. It seemed illusory, but it was as powerful as the ancestor of all things. Jiang Qin felt the auspicious qi between the heavens and earth. The Dao accumulation of the heavens and earth had completely transformed the power of Dao accumulation in the Dao accumulation fruit that Nan Hua the Enlightened had given him into his own Dao accumulation. Even if there were millions of people, even if the heavens and earth, he would still go. The Dao of Ling Tian was finally comprehended by Jiang Qin. It was a kind of domineering Dao accumulation that looked down on everyone in the world. Chapter 3791. Jiang Qin didn't dare to believe it, but at this moment his battle prowess was shocking. The three elements heavy water, the Dao accumulation fruit, and the Emperor Realm Demon Crystal all benefited Jiang Qin greatly. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. At that moment, all 99 floors of the Zulong Tower began to open. As Jiang Qin had expected, the entire Yen Tian seal was within. Heavenly Turtle Seal. Open Heaven Seal. Heaven Envy Seal. The Profound Heaven Seal. Crimson Heaven Seal. Ling Tian Seal. Green Sky Seal. Yellow Heavenly Seal. Firmament Seal. However, at the end of the Zulong Tower on the last floor, there was an incomparably illusory figure. His white robes fluttered in the wind and he was calm and composed. He had the appearance of a prodigal son, calm and unruffled. His sideburns were like frost and his smile was mellow. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling at Jiang Qin. You are... The ancestral dragon emperor's pupils shrunk and his expression changed drastically. But he didn't say anything. Everything in the past is like a fleeting cloud. Who I am is no longer important. In the Yangtze River, each new wave was stronger than the one before. No one knew what would happen in the next moment. Just like how no one knows, this Zulong Tower is the second life I've given you. The man in white looked at the ancestral dragon emperor. Even the ancestral dragon emperor was dumbfounded. How could he not know who this man was? Back then, the three great deity realm experts killed the existences of the heavens. In that battle, he was like a shadow fighting all over the world, unrivaled. The ancestral dragon emperor heaved a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have been able to use the Zulong Tower to come back to life. As for the heaven-spreading seal, it was just as he had guessed. Who are you? Jiang Qin looked at the man in white, his heart full of doubts. Was the person on the 99th floor of the Zulong Tower the one who created this expandable sky seal? Hidden Blade. The white-clothed man said with a smile. If you have any questions, ask away. Were you the one who created this heaven-spreading seal? Why wasn't there a final seal? The firmament seal? Jiang Qin asked with a puzzled expression. The sky-expanding seal was not created by me. Instead, it was created by my big brother. As for why there is no firmament seal, it is because we do not know how to create it. The green sky seal severely injures the green sky seal, while the yellow sky seal severely injures the yellow sky seal. In order to defeat the 9 heavens, Big Brother gave his all and used all his power to create the power of the 9 heavens and created the sky-expanding seal. However, in the end he was only able to create the 8th seal. As for how powerful the firmament seal is or whether it exists, even Big Brother does not know. If we had developed the 9th seal back then, perhaps we wouldn't have been annihilated. However, this expandable sky seal should be enough for you to use. Perhaps the 9th seal does not exist in the first place. Now you can open the 99th floor of the Zulong Tower and uncover my illusion. It is all because of your soul power. If your soul power had not reached the rebirth realm, my soul would not have appeared. Song Feng indifferently spoke, but his eyes flickered with an undetectable sense of disappointment. After so many years, they were still defeated in the end. If they were able to condense the 9th imprint of the firmament imprint back then, perhaps there wouldn't be so many deaths in this world. This world would also be different, the divine world would be incomparably flourishing. However, all of these were just ifs. The reality was that they were defeated, utterly defeated. After hundreds of millions of years, the heaven patrollers might come to this world again, but they would still not be able to escape their misfortune. I do not know if you can develop the 9th seal. Even my big brother cannot develop it. Perhaps it is something that does not exist anymore. There is only one thing I can help you with, but I cannot tell you now. When your strength reaches the venerable emperor level, perhaps I will tell you. At that time, the great calamity of the world will begin, and the conspiracy of the secular reincarnation will begin again. I do not know how many experts will exist in this world at that time. Remember, the warrior's gate in your hand is one of the most terrifying things in this world. You must protect it. Even if you lose your life, you must not lose it. Hidden Blade looked at Zhou Xian with a burning gaze. The warrior's gate, the reincarnation gate, the chaos gate, and the triple door have their own magical powers. When you reach the heavenly king realm, you will naturally understand. However, you do not have much time left. Now the whole world should be looking for you. The birth of an emperor realm expert is not rare anymore. All the great clans and powerful forces are looking for protection. Your warrior's gate can hide from the eyes of the heaven patrollers. Hide from the eyes of the heaven patrollers? Zhou Xian took a deep breath. Even a rebirth realm expert could not hide from it. How could this warrior's gate be so terrifying? Remember, don't ever mention this to anyone. But right now, the number of divine weapons in your hands is simply too many. A gentleman is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others. Now that your strength has broken through to the emperor realm, the divine weapons in your hands can also unleash their true might. Hence, you are like a treasure that countless experts have their eyes on. Hidden Blade's words shocked Zhou Xian. It seemed that no matter where he went, he would be a big piece of meat and was destined to be the target of countless people. The Heaven Expansion Seal is in your hands. As for how far you can cultivate it, it will depend on your luck. Zhou Xian, I hope you will not disappoint me. If you can master the expandable Heaven Seal, it can be considered a good fortune. At the very least, it can allow you to temporarily hide from the eyes and ears of the sky patrollers. Thank you. Zhou Xian nodded as he understood Song Feng's intention. He was very respectful towards Song Feng as he was one of the ancient era's 3 overlords. His existence was terrifying. Even the ancestral dragon emperor was just an ordinary person in his eyes. Song Feng used the ancestral dragon pagoda to protect his divine soul and hid in the 99 floors. Not even the ancestral dragon emperor could find him. Now I will give you a gift. Ancestral dragon emperor, use my soul energy to rebuild your soul. It will allow you to break through the peak of the heavenly king realm and reach the rebirth realm. Hidden Blade's words made the ancestral dragon emperor very grateful. It was almost impossible for him to regain his battle strength. Therefore he had been waiting for Zhou Xian to rebuild his golden body. Even though he managed to rebuild his golden body, his soul energy was almost depleted. Therefore it was extremely difficult for him to reach the peak of the heavenly king realm. However, there was no doubt that Hidden Blade's strength was terrifying. With his help, the ancestral dragon emperor's soul energy would definitely recover quickly. Zhou Xian, you can help me rebuild my golden body now. The ancestral dragon emperor looked at Zhou Xian. He had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Although he had already imagined this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor knew that he could not contain his excitement. Chapter 3792. Let's begin. Zhou Xian nodded. Using the heaven and earth as his body and divine origin as his foundation, he started to reconstruct the ancestral dragon emperor's golden body. To Zhou Xian, this was an extremely difficult problem. Zhou Xian focused on gathering the divine origin qi from the heaven and earth. Step by step, little by little. The gathering of the divine origin qi, together with the great Yu soul-forming light, started to gather the soul power for the ancestral dragon emperor's divine soul. To Zhou Xian, this was destined to be a long process and the amount of effort needed was indescribable. However, Zhou Xian was already prepared. The moment he met the ancestral dragon emperor, he knew that this moment would come. Zhou Xian wholeheartedly, under the guidance of the ancestral dragon emperor and Song Feng, he reconstructed the ancestral dragon emperor's golden body. After 49 days, he gathered an endless amount of divine origin qi. Using the heaven and earth as his body and divine origin as his foundation, he finally managed to reconstruct the ancestral dragon emperor's golden body. Endless amount of divine origin qi gushed towards the ancestral dragon emperor and Song Feng. At this moment, Song Feng tried his best to help the ancestral dragon emperor recover his divine soul. 3 years had passed. Song Feng helped the ancestral dragon emperor to reconstruct his golden body. His divine soul had also reached the rebirth realm, no different from Zhou Xian. The ancestral dragon emperor's strength had reached the third great emperor realm. In the deep sea, a golden giant dragon was slowly born and appeared in the underwater world. It slowly wriggled and emitted a terrifying aura. No one dared to get close to it. At this moment, Song Feng had fallen into a deep sleep on the 99th floor of the Zulong Tower. "Sigh, I'm too tired. I should take a good rest." Song Feng fell into a deep sleep, but the underwater world was shaking. The golden giant dragon's color kept changing, green and purple. It was filled with radiance like a comet, piercing through the sky. Jiang Qin revealed a smile. The ancestral dragon emperor should be happier than a child right now. He had endured endless grievances and hardships for hundreds of millions of years. Today he had finally completed his transformation and reconstructed his golden body, allowing him to ascend to the 9 heavens. Above the blue sky, the ancestral dragon emperor soared into the sky with a thunderous roar. No one would be able to remain calm in front of an emperor realm expert. Even Jiang Qin was envious of him. He had already reached the third great emperor realm and was a true supreme martial artist. In the seabed divine palace, Jiang Qin lowered his head and realized that the crystal coffin was slowly cracking open. As for Yan Qinyu, she slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, Jiang Qin's heart was trembling and he was roaring in his mind. "All these years of hard work hadn't gone to waste. I've finally found you. You've finally woken up." "Brother Qin." Yan Qinyu's gentle call had melted Jiang Qin's heart. It had been so many years and he had finally heard someone call him Qin Gij. This was Xiao Yu's special way of addressing him, and besides her no one had ever called him Qin Gij. Jiang Qin's heart was connected with Xiao Yu's when she called him Brother Qin. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand and gently touched Yan Qinyu's forehead. At that moment, Jiang Qin could no longer hold back his tears. He hugged Xiao Yu tightly. He had been waiting for this day until the flowers withered. However, it was finally here. "I'm sorry, Brother Qin. I've made you worry," Yan Qinyu said softly as if she was taking all the blame on herself. She did not want Jiang Qin to worry about her at all. "Oh, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. Xiao Yu, I'm sorry. I'm useless. That's why you've only woken up now." Jiang Qin shook his head with all his might. At this moment he was like a child who had gotten what he wanted the most. The feeling of regaining what he had lost was something no one could understand. "The furthest distance in the world was when I'm standing in front of you, but you don't know that I love you." When Xiao Yu was lying in the crystal coffin, Jiang Qin's heart was in extreme pain. However, he was powerless to do anything. He could only bring the crystal coffin to the Nantung divine region. In order to wake Xiao Yu, he would rather die than regret. After absorbing all of the rootless water, Xiao Yu woke up. It was still that familiar face, that pair of familiar eyes, that pair of gentle little hands, and that intoxicating fragrance. The two of them hugged each other tightly. It seemed like neither of them wanted to be separated. They wanted to hug each other until the end of time. "I've made you suffer for so many years. If I had found you earlier, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out like this." Jiang Qin's heart was filled with self-blame. However, Xiao Yu shook her head with all her might. She didn't even need to think to know that her big brother Qin must have suffered countless hardships in order to find her. He must have experienced countless life and death situations. He might seem calm now, but his weather-beaten face caused Yan Qinyu's heart to ache. "Big brother Qin, I miss you so much. I really, really miss you." Yan Qinyu hugged Jiang Qin. She felt that this was the warmest place in the world. In the cold coffin she could only feel the coldness of despair. Only in Big Brother Chen's embrace could she feel that incomparable happiness. "I miss you too. This time we'll never be separated again. Xiao Yu, even if the mountains are gone, even if the heavens and earth merge together, I'll never let you leave me again," Jiang Qin said anxiously. He hugged Yan Qinyu tightly as if he was afraid that she would leave him. Many years of love and affection completely exploded at this moment. In the face of love, everyone was equal. In front of his family, Jiang Qin cried like a child. However, Yan Qinyu's delicate body slightly trembled. "I'm sorry, Big Brother Qin. I'm sorry. But I might have to go." Yan Qinyu bit her lips and said in a low voice. Why do you have to go? Where are you going?" "I'll go with you," Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Yan Qinyu with an unquestionable gaze. Yan Qinyu shook her head and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Big Brother Qin. I can't bring you with me. You know, the calamity of the world is coming. We are all responsible for it. I have to go. Wait for me. Once the calamity is over we can be together forever. Yan Qinyu smiled, then she started crying. Her tears wet Jiang Chen's clothes, but she had no other choice. Chapter 3793. I'll go with you. Promise me, little you, don't go, please don't go. We've just reunited, I don't want to leave you. Jiang Chen murmured. He had always been strong, but in front of little you he couldn't be strong. He hoped that little you could stay by his side, even though he knew it was selfish. But whose love wasn't selfish? I'm sorry, Qingij, I'm really sorry. Promise me, live well, we'll meet again, we'll be together forever. Yan Qinyu said in a low voice. In the end she stood up and slowly retreated. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen wanted to grab her, but no matter how hard he tried he just couldn't. Jiang Chen knew that she was stronger than him, much stronger. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, watching little you disappear in front of him, turning into a light dot. The two of them parted once again. He didn't know when they would meet again. Jiang Chen hoped that this was just a dream, but even dreams have a moment to wake up from. Between reality and the dream, Jiang Chen's heart finally died. Why are you so unfair to me? Heavens, is this the so-called heavens? Heavens, oh heavens above. How can you be the heavens? Jiang Chen threw a punch, piercing through the sky, passing through the boundless ocean, striking tens of thousands of zhang in the sky. Thunder rumbled, wind and rain swayed. However, Yan Qinyu still left in the end, leaving him. At that moment, Jiang Chen knew that he had to accept reality. Even though the reality was so cruel, Yi Zichen had no choice but to accept it. He couldn't deny that all of this was caused by the calamity. Although he didn't know where little you went, it must be because of the calamity. She must want to save the world, and she deserved more respect than him. Although he didn't want little you to be a hero, she didn't just want to save the world, she also wanted to save herself. Up in the sky, Yan Qinyu looked back with teary eyes. What does the life and death of the world have to do with me? But for you, Qingij, even if I have to die, I'm willing. I won't let anyone hurt you during this calamity. This feels great, this is really great. Jiang Chen, thank you very much. From now on we are life and death brothers. The ancestral dragon emperor and Jiang Chen called each other brothers. They were very happy. The ancestral dragon emperor had transformed into a middle-aged man in a purple robe. He was in high spirits and his emperor realm strength made him look even more majestic. It was as if the world was nothing in his eyes. However, the ancestral dragon emperor's smile disappeared at this moment. Because Jiang Chen's aura had become extremely weak, especially his spirit, as if his essence, qi and soul had been sucked away by someone. Jiang Chen, what's wrong? The ancestral dragon emperor said in a deep voice as he noticed the change in Jiang Chen. In the blink of an eye, he looked at the shattered crystal coffin in the distance and seemed to understand something. Xiaoyu, she left? You knew she wasn't ordinary, didn't you? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor was startled. What are you talking about? I don't understand. You really don't know. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, feeling very depressed. I really don't know. The ancestral dragon emperor said gloomily. However, his heart was in turmoil because Jiang Chen's cultivation realm had already reached the peak of the mid-emperor realm. How terrifying must a person be to be able to leave without a trace in front of him? Even the ancestral dragon emperor might not have the ability to do so, because he did not know how powerful Jiang Chen was after breaking through to the emperor realm. Alright, since it's like this, I'll take my time to recover. Jiang Chen nodded and quickly hid the sadness in his heart. However, at this moment, there was only one thing he could do, and that was to work hard for the great calamity of the heavens and earth. He wanted this great calamity of the heavens and earth to be a disaster for the heaven patrollers and a tragedy for the 9 heavens. As a man, Xiaoyu, I will definitely protect my lover. Jiang Chen murmured in his heart to encourage himself. At this moment, Jiang Chen was preparing to refine the 108 middle-grade primal origin treasures in his hands again. Now that he had become an Emperor Realm expert, he could finally use those peerless divine weapons. The myriad chi cauldron would allow them to return to their peak after refining them again. At this moment, Jiang Chen activated the myriad chi cauldron and began to refine them again. 108 middle-grade primal origin treasures were all reforged. With Jiang Chen's current strength, the myriad chi cauldron was even more powerful now. Moreover, Zhou Xian could now attach the myriad qi from the myriad qi cauldron to the primal origin treasures. This was a great improvement for the 108 primal origin treasures. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. The 108 middle-grade primal origin treasures were completely refined by Zhou Xian. This time they were all refined into peak primal origin treasures, only one step away from becoming a chaotic sacred treasure. In other words, they were only one step away from reaching the level of the myriad qi cauldron. Zhou Xian had already felt that these 108 peak primal origin treasures had reached their limit. If he continued to refine them, they would completely collapse. At that time, not only would they not be able to advance further, they would also be completely turned into nothingness. However, these 108 peak primal origin treasures had completely met Zhou Xian's requirements. The terror of the Ashura sword formation had probably increased by countless times. Just thinking about that scene was shocking. Hundreds of peak primal origin treasures attacking together was simply unparalleled in the world. Eastern Emperor Bel Haotian Pagoda Shenong Cauldron Xianyuan Sword. It's not easy to completely fuse these four chaotic sacred treasures and restore them to their former glory. It requires the continuous nourishment of the myriad qi cauldron. The myriad qi cauldron can repair these heavenly weapons. The power of a chaotic sacred treasure is not something that ordinary people can understand. Although it's easy to refine 108 peak primal origin treasures, it'll take a lot of effort to refine these four chaotic sacred treasures. We can only do it slowly. The ancestral dragon emperor looked at Zhou Xian and said with a serious face. As for the heavenly dragon sword, perhaps the moment the four heavenly weapons recover, it'll be out of the stage. The ancestral dragon emperor said in a low voice. To him, the heavenly dragon sword had an indescribable feeling. Heavenly dragon sword. Zhou Xian murmured. However, at that moment, the heavenly dragon sword in his hand suddenly released a shocking peerless brilliance. It was incomparably dazzling. The heavenly dragon sword seems to be a little unwilling. Chapter 3794. This sword seems to have its own sword spirit? A sword spirit isn't the same as a sword soul. A sword soul is the soul of a sword. Although it also possesses great spirituality, it is completely different from a sword spirit. It seems like it wants to make a breakthrough and become a true peerless emperor weapon, a chaotic saint weapon. Ancestral dragon emperor's eyes were filled with shock. The terrifying sword qi made him feel a sense of danger. Other than the 10 great ancient divine weapons, ancestral dragon emperor had never encountered such a thing. The heavenly dragon sword has followed me to conquer the world for countless years. Back then when I was in the Saint Origin world I had it with me all the way. Now I must let the heavenly dragon sword shine again. Even the Xianyuan sword and the clear sky pagoda cannot overshadow the heavenly dragon sword's glory. Zhou Xian said solemnly. You want to recast the heavenly dragon sword? Ancestral dragon emperor said in shock. Recasting the sky dragon sword will consume a lot of energy. The most important thing is that the sky dragon sword is now a peak primal origin treasure. If it cannot withstand the compression of a chaotic sacred treasure, it is very likely that it will completely collapse. You have to think it through. The ancestral dragon emperor's words made Zhou Xian silent for a moment. He had thought about these things before. But if he couldn't bring the heavenly dragon sword to the next level, Zhou Xian felt that it wasn't perfect. Heavenly dragon sword, are you willing to give it a try? Zhou Xian murmured. Wung, wung wung. The heavenly dragon sword trembled continuously as if it was resonating with Zhou Xian. Zhou Qian's lips curved up, his eyes were burning with passion. Heavenly dragon sword, I will definitely let your brilliance shine in every corner of the divine world. I have made up my mind. Ancestral dragon emperor, please protect me. Zhou Xian looked serious as he held the heavenly dragon sword. The myriad qi cauldron was ready at this moment. Although Zhou Xian was recasting the heavenly dragon sword, he did not destroy it. Instead, he was constantly refining it on the basis of the heavenly dragon sword. The green lotus starfire was constantly burning the heavenly dragon sword and constantly integrating with the myriad qi. This made the blade of the heavenly dragon sword even sharper and more skillful. Even the craftsman god had never successfully refined a true chaotic sacred tool. To Zhou Xian, this was not only a transformation of the heavenly dragon sword, but also a transformation of himself. If he could do it, then his way of craftsmanship would definitely reach a higher level and surpass his predecessors. The green lotus starfire had already cleared all the impurities in the heavenly dragon sword. The blazing green lotus starfire and the sword chi of the heavenly dragon sword intertwined with each other. The sword chi was overbearing. "You must hold on, heavenly dragon sword," Xianxia said in a low voice. He was extremely worried. Time flew. 3 months had passed quietly. At this moment, a crack appeared on the heavenly dragon sword. Ka-cha. The green lotus starfire burned and broke the blade of the heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia's heart sank completely. At that moment Xianxia was extremely serious. In the end, the heavenly dragon sword was truly powerful because of Xianxia. The heavenly dragon sword was not made from the unique divine metal in the world. Therefore it was extremely difficult for it to reach the level of a chaotic sacred tool. "Heavenly dragon sword, are you really going to leave me?" Xianxia's face was extremely ugly. The heavenly dragon sword kept breaking into pieces. Xianxia's breathing became rapid. "I've heard that in order to successfully forge an ancient divine tool, one must use flesh and blood to forge a divine weapon. The Xianyuan sword was forged from Emperor Xuanyuan's flesh and blood. The myriad qi cauldron was forged from the divine herb's spiritual qi and ancestor Shenong's blood essence. Every chaotic sacred tool has its own spirit." The ancestral dragon emperor looked at Xianxia with a serious face. "However, I've only heard of forging a divine weapon with flesh and blood. Whether it's a rumor or not, there's no way to verify it. Forging a divine weapon with flesh and blood, no matter if it's successful or not, it will definitely cause great harm to you." Facing the ancestral dragon emperor's speculation, Xianxia had no other choice. He had to do it. The heavenly dragon sword must be forged successfully. He would not hesitate even if he needed his own flesh and blood to forge the sword. With a thought, Xianxia extracted the blood, bones and flesh. He separated them and immersed himself in it. He began to fuse his flesh and blood with the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment, just as the ancestral dragon emperor had expected, Xianxia's flesh and blood turned into flowing water under the scorching heat of the green lotus starfire, flowing through the heavenly dragon sword. The cracks on the heavenly dragon sword fused with Xianxia's flesh and blood, fusing together and becoming one. His flesh and blood mixed with the heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia felt an unprecedented pain. The pressure of shouting made him almost faint. His flesh and blood were cast into the heavenly weapon. At that moment, the heavenly dragon sword completely broke through the air and turned into a green dragon, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Roar, 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 roar. A deafening roar was heard. The heavenly dragon sword's sword chi was terrifying and pierced through the sky. After a while, the dragon spirit returned to the heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia felt that he and the heavenly dragon sword had become one. "Thank you, master." A solemn and clear voice made Xianxia's body tremble. He was extremely excited. "Done." Xianxia was a bit skeptical, but the ecstasy in his heart was beyond words. "Yes, I am now a chaotic sacred tool." The heavenly dragon sword let out a clear sound. The sword hummed like the setting sun and the cry of a phoenix. Its power made Xianxia feel that it was hard to control. The heavenly dragon sword had merged with his flesh and blood. Xianxia did not dare to underestimate its power. "Sword, come." Xianxia swung his sword and the river roared. The ancestral dragon emperor felt suffocated. The heavenly dragon sword's power is no longer comparable to the 10 great ancient divine tools. The ancestral dragon emperor said sincerely. The heavenly dragon sword and Xianxia became one. It was not only the fusion of man and sword, it was the fusion of water and fire. "Thank you, senior ancestral dragon emperor." Xianxia cupped his fists and said to the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor waved his hand and said, "All of this is your own merit. It has nothing to do with me. If you did not risk your life to forge the heavenly dragon sword, it would not be able to surpass itself and become a super emperor weapon of the chaotic divine tool level. Also, call me brother ancestral dragon from now on. If not, I feel like I'm going to become a pile of old bones." Alright, brother ancestral dragon. Chapter 3795. Calming himself down, Xianxia and the ancestral dragon emperor headed towards the West Pole divine region. Xianxia had already said that after he saved Yan Qinyu, he would head to the West Pole divine region to help Tyrant. Xianxia was very clear that there must be something important for Tyrant to rush to the West Pole divine region. Otherwise he wouldn't have left Xianxia alone. As the master of the Buddha sect, the burden on tyrant's shoulders was even more difficult than Xianxia's. As the master of the Buddha sect in his previous life, he wouldn't slack off this time. He would definitely return to the peak and revive the Buddha sect. Brother Ancestral Dragon, do you know the secret of the Buddhist sect? What happened to the Buddhist sect in the past? I heard that the Buddhist sect only had 3 deity realm experts. That kind of existence shouldn't have been destroyed so easily. Such a huge Buddhist sect, such a terrifying force, such an unbelievable country of faith, how could it be destroyed so easily? What happened to the Buddhist sect in the past? Along the way, Xianxia had nothing to do. He could only rely on the Ancestral Dragon Emperor, hoping that the Ancestral Dragon Emperor could give him some reminders. Xianxia knew nothing about the immemorial war. Now that the calamity of the heavens and earth was coming, Xianxia could not sit still and wait for death. Moreover, it seemed like Tyrant was going to experience a lot more. It's a long story. I only know a little about it. I dare not make any guesses. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed. Just say it. There's nothing to hide between us. Xianxia said. I also didn't expect that Monk Tyrant was actually the reincarnation of the Gautama Buddha. Back then the Buddhist sect was annihilated and collapsed. To a large extent it was because of the Buddha ancestor who was also the Gautama Buddha himself. Hence, a large number of people called him the greatest traitor of the Buddhist sect. Xianxia frowned. He had heard this from others. But he didn't expect the Ancestral Dragon Emperor to say it too. It seemed like the Buddhist sect was not that simple. What do you mean? Xianxia continued. Tyrant betrayed me in my previous life? Betraying the Buddhist sect? What kind of benefits would he get? Even Xianxia, an outsider, didn't seem to believe it. It sounds a little ridiculous, doesn't it? But even the ancestral Buddha himself couldn't deny it. Back then the Buddha did indeed betray himself in the Buddhist sect. Because at the moment he broke through to the God realm, his mental state underwent a tremendous change. In other words, the Gautama Buddha was split into 2. The evil side turned into the golden body of the Gautama Buddha and eventually betrayed the great Thunderclap Monastery, causing the entire Buddha world to fall into chaos. Back then, it was said that the reincarnated demon body of the Gautama Buddha had proclaimed himself as the Gautama Buddha with an indestructible golden body. He brought many bodhisattvas and Buddhist venerables of virtue and prestige out of the Great Layin Temple and formed a force to oppose the Gautama Buddha. In the end, Sakra, the 8 sects stupa, and the 500 arhats all betrayed the great Thunderclap Monastery and formed their own faction. That's why the stupa tower was formed. Xianxia couldn't believe what the Ancestral Dragon Emperor said. But what he said made sense. Xianxia didn't dare to deny it at all. Even the Gautama Buddha himself didn't deny that it was his fault. He gave birth to his own demon body, causing the great Thunderclap Monastery to suffer such a great calamity. This was the biggest sin in his life. Even so, the cultivation of the Gautama Buddha was still earth-shattering. He was a truly unparalleled expert, second only to the 3 great deities. With his own strength, he turned the tide and supported the collapsing Buddhist sect, returning peace to the Buddhist sect once again. However, the sky was unpredictable. At that moment, the great tribulation of heaven and earth happened. The sky patrollers found the reincarnated demon body of the Gautama Buddha and joined forces with him to fight against the Buddhist sect. This caused the Buddhist sect to lose the most important power in the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Their backyard was on fire and they couldn't even take care of themselves. Therefore, even the 3 great supremes couldn't resist all the sky patrollers in the heavens. Although it was extremely tragic in the end, the Buddhist sect was completely destroyed. The reincarnated demon body of the Gautama ancestor defeated the Buddha ancestor and led the 8 divisional pagoda away from the Great Layin Temple, which was now in ruins. The Buddhist sect, which had existed for millions of years and whose incense had never been extinguished, was also on the verge of extinction. In the end, the Gautama Buddha died and the great calamity of the heavens and earth was controlled by the heavens. As the strongest force in the divine world, the Buddhist sect was completely removed from the stage of history. As he spoke, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor revealed a helpless and sorrowful expression. In other words, if the Buddhist sect didn't have such an incident, perhaps the great calamity of the heavens and earth would be different. However, no matter what, it was already in the past. No matter what the outcome was, it seemed to be acceptable now. However, the current situation of the Buddhist sect wasn't something that Tyrant could recover from even if he wanted to. Perhaps everything had to start anew. The calamity that the Gautama Buddha created back then had even affected the entire divine world. It made people sigh. However, now that the great calamity of the heavens and earth had arrived, no one could say for sure whether the Buddhist sect could turn the tide. The West Pole divine region was in chaos again. To Tyrant it was a disaster. However, it was also an opportunity. If he could support the Buddhist sect again, it would definitely become a banner in the great calamity of the heavens and earth. Looks like the life of the monk is really pitiful. Even I can't catch up to him. Zhou Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought that his life was full of twists and turns. However, in front of Tyrant, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. When he broke through to the divine realm, he was defeated by his own demon reincarnation. Together with the heaven patrollers, he was defeated. Zhou Xian thought that since Tyrant had already recovered his memory, he wouldn't make the same mistake again, right? However, the 9-layered pagoda had already started to take action. The Xian that they killed back then was just a soul shadow. The real 9-layered pagoda should be the most terrifying thing in the entire Central Region Divine Land or even the entire Divine World. The 8-divisional pagoda, the reincarnation of the Gautama Buddha, and Xian. This 9-layered pagoda is really a gathering of heroes. Zhou Xian couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed that the Gautama Buddha was really busy. I'm coming. Monk, I won't let you face those bastards alone. Chapter 3796. In the West Pole Divine Region, a storm was brewing. Countless monasteries rose up in revolt, each with their own goals and reasons. The experts of the Buddhist sect and the arhats were also in danger. Almost all the experts of the 10 great monasteries were mobilized. There were hundreds of Divine Emperor Realm experts and they were already on high alert. Because they were all looking for one person, a person who had once turned the entire West Pole Divine region upside down, Tyrant. After returning to the West Pole Divine Continent, Tyrant had planned to openly negotiate with the 10 great monasteries. However, he didn't expect that the news he received would still be one of despair. The 10 great monasteries had sent out all their experts to surround and kill Tyrant, making him the target of public criticism once again. When had the supreme leader of the Buddhist sect ever suffered such grievances? However, Tyrant knew that he had changed the fate of the entire Buddhist sect. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the ruler of the Buddhist sect, bringing it to greater heights. However, it was reasonable to say that he was the destroyer of the Buddhist sect, dragging the number 1 sect of the divine world into an abyss with his own hands. This was because his reincarnated demon body was still fresh in the minds of the West Pole Divine Region and the experts of the Buddhist sect. The 10 great monasteries and the 500 arhats of the West Pole Divine Region had long fallen apart. Tyrant had returned to the starting point, but the people had changed. Now there was only one person by his side, and that was the wood spirit Reverend. The old site of the great Lain monastery was now a barren desert, and the Sanskrit sounds of the past could no longer be heard. Now that he had returned to his homeland, Tyrant's heart was filled with mixed feelings. This was because he had returned as the leader of the Buddhist sect. There were many things that he could no longer find in his memories, but he wanted to rebuild the Buddhist sect. He wanted to take back what he had lost not for himself but for the people of the world. Time flies and there have been many romantic affairs throughout the ages. Now that I'm in the West, it's hard to turn the river and it's hard to round the sun. Tyrant sighed and shook his head. He had always been chased by the many monasteries of the West Pole Divine Region, and he had narrowly escaped death. It was hard to find a safe place everywhere. Even though he was here, he did not know how many people had their eyes on him. Buddha, you don't have to be too sad. As long as you're still here, the Buddhist sect will still exist. Reverend Mu Ling said with a pious expression. He knew that he could not place all the blame on the ancestral Buddha alone. The great tribulation of the world and the reincarnation of the ancestral Buddha were attacking from both sides at the same time. No one would be able to withstand it. Moreover, he had already done his best. If the Buddhist sect had not resisted with all their might and the ancestral Buddha had led the experts of the Buddhist sect to fight to the death, perhaps the great tribulation of the world would have been even more tragic. Gods were humans too, and gods occasionally made mistakes that humans made. Buddhas were also human beings. When the Gautama Buddha broke through to the deity realm, he was reversed by his own evil thoughts. This was an eternal secret of the Buddhism sect, and also the greatest tragedy of the Buddhism sect. But now that the ancestral Buddha had returned to his position and was making a comeback, no one knew if the Buddhist sect would be able to prosper again. Everything would depend on the capabilities of the ancestral Buddha. In the past, the ancestral Buddha had relied on his own strength to prop up the entire Buddhist sect. He was unrivaled in the divine world. Because of this, the Buddhist sect did not have the intention to invade the world. Instead, it wanted more people to be compassionate and take the world as their own responsibility. That was why the Buddhist sect could continue to grow. Following the hearts of the people was the true meaning of the Buddhist sect. I hope so, Tyrant said in a low voice. He was somewhat sorrowful in his heart. Sakra had betrayed him. The 8 divisional stupa had been instigated by his reincarnation of the demon body, and the 500 arhats were also wavering. Even Avalokitesvara had passed away. For Tyrant, rebuilding the Buddhist sect seemed simple, but under such a turbulent background, how could it be easy? The great tribulation of the world was approaching, and the Buddhist pagoda was eyeing him covetously. The 8 divisional stupa and Sakra would definitely not watch him return to the West Pole to preach. This time for Tyrant, this trip to the West Pole was a battle of life and death. If he succeeded, he would help the world, but if he failed, he would become an eternal slave. My strength has been restored to the mid-emperor realm, but there is still a long way to go before I reach the emperor realm. The West Pole is also full of masters. God knows if the Arhat masters behind the 10 great monasteries are still there, Tyrant said with a worried look. This land covered in yellow sand had been accumulated by him for countless years, but at this moment, it had become the target of everyone's hatred. It was too ironic. Buddha, I didn't expect you to return. The heavens are really helping me. 3 figures flew across the sky and appeared beside Tyrant. The 3 of them were the Golden Arhats, one of the 500 Arhats who had narrowly escaped death in the past. 3 Arhats, you, Tyrant furrowed his brows as he looked at them in bewilderment. Isn't it all thanks to you that we became like this? Back then we were all powerful and invincible Emperor Realm Masters. If you hadn't fought against the great tribulation of the world, how could we have become like this? Even after millions of years have passed, we still couldn't recover to our peak. Now what else do you have to say? Venerable Subha Tolyua, what do you mean by that? If we don't fight against the great tribulation of the world, all of us will die and be obliterated. Tyrant said with a stern look. This matter was indeed a fight for the sake of the world. Easy for you to say. If it wasn't for your reincarnated demon body fighting against our Buddhist sect, how could we have ended up like this? Buddha, since you have returned, don't even think about taking half a step out of this place. Another Golden Arhat said with a domineering look. Reverend Virtuous Stainless, I know that you guys are filled with jealousy and hatred. But now that things have come to this, there's nothing I can do. What happened back then was indeed my fault, but I have tried my best to make up for it. I just want more people to live, Tyrant said in distress. Tyrant said in a distressed manner. It was his fault and he couldn't refute it. However, it didn't mean that he had to bear the blame of history. If it wasn't for the arrival of the great calamity of the world, he wouldn't have caused the entire Buddhist sect to be consigned to eternal damnation. He couldn't afford to be distracted and was in a dilemma. Now he just wanted to make up for it. Amitabha. Buddha, we have Buddha in our hearts, but it wasn't you. You caused our Buddhist sect to fall apart and die. Only a few dozen Arhats remained out of the 500. The Buddhist sect's almighties have all fallen. What ability do you have to contend against Sakra Heaven and the 8 divisional stupa? Now that you have returned to the West Pole Divine Land, the 3 of us will capture you and take your Buddhist aura so that we can correct our mistakes. Venerable Taikasayapa said coldly. The 3 Golden Arhats were all great cultivators among the 500 Arhats. Back then their strength was at the peak Emperor realm, extremely terrifying. Now the 3 of them had reached the mid-Emperor realm, so they were very confident that they could take down Tyrant. Amitabha, that Venerable Taikasayapa is right. If I don't go to hell, who will? But now I can't fulfill your wish. It is my duty to restore the Buddhist sect. Chapter 3797. In that case, Buddha, are you planning to fight to the death with us? Taikasayapa sneered as he stared at Tyrant. When the Buddhist sect was destroyed, the 500 Arhats either died or betrayed the sect. Only a small number of them remained to guard the pure land of the West Pole Divine Land. Unfortunately, it was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. Today, as one of the best of the 500 Arhats, Venerable Xianxia naturally could not forget the harm that Buddha had brought to the Buddhism sect. The reincarnation of Buddha was their eternal nightmare. Amitabha, Venerable Xianxia, I have always upheld the Buddha's compassion and the idea of doing good. I can't deny what happened back then, but I won't admit it either. My reincarnated demon body has already become one and is no longer me. Evil comes from the heart. It's a trace of evil in my heart. I can't absolve myself from the blame for what happened back then, but I also have to take responsibility for what happened back then. I can't give you an explanation now, but I think that day will come in the near future. Tyrant was neither servile nor overbearing. Venerable Xianxia was a top expert of the 10 great monasteries, as well as the cornerstone of the 500 arhats back then. However, the grudges of the Buddhism sect back then could not be explained in a few words. Alright, in that case there is nothing more to say. Buddha, you are no longer as brave as you were back then, and we are no longer the arhats of the past. There is no need to show mercy in today's battle. We should fight to the death for the last shred of dignity of the Buddhism sect. Venerable Xianxia shouted in a deep voice, his might overwhelming. He was ready to fight Tyrant to the end. There's no need to say more. Since he still thinks that he is the Lord of the Buddha realm, why should we be polite to him? The Buddhism sect has long fallen apart. If not for your reincarnation of Buddha, how could it have become like this? No one forced you, but the Buddhism sect was truly destroyed in your hands. Reverend Virtuous Stainless angrily rebuked Tyrant. Everything that had happened in the past was still vivid in his mind. As the ancestor of all Buddhas, Buddha was indeed to blame for the destruction of the Buddhist sect. He could even be said to be the greatest sinner of the Buddhist sect. Amitabha, this little monk is deeply apologetic. I will never forget what happened in the past. When I rebuild the Buddhist sect, I will definitely atone for my sins with my death. This little monk will definitely bear all the mistakes I have committed. But now is not the time. Tyrant said solemnly. Buddha, you, Reverend Wood Spirit said in a low voice, looking anxious. Easy for you to say. But the three of us must definitely cripple your cultivation base today. Your Buddha aura is ours for sure. Reverend Stainless gritted his teeth and said. His hatred for the Buddha had long seeped into his bones. This battle was unavoidable. Amitabha, you've gone too far. The Buddha has repeatedly tolerated you, but you're so overbearing. As disciples of the Buddhist sect, aren't you ashamed? The 500 arhats are actually such filthy people, even thinking of devouring the Buddha aura of our Buddha. What a disgraceful and vicious bunch. I, Reverend Wood Spirit, am ashamed to be associated with you. Reverend Wood Spirit could no longer endure it. He even snorted disdainfully at these unreasonable people. Who do you think you are? Even your master, Mahasvara, wouldn't dare to speak to us like that. You're just a mere attendant of a Mahasvara, yet you dare to talk about seniority with us reverends? What a joke, what a joke. Reverend Subadero shook his head with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Back then the Buddhist sect underwent a drastic change. The current 500 arhats had already fallen apart. Their temperaments had changed drastically. They were no longer the bodhisattvas that saved the world. That was because each of them had to stay alive in order to practice medicine and nurture good karma. But now everything had been destroyed by the Buddha. Their success was due to the Buddha, and their failure was also due to the Buddha. You, Reverend Wood Spirit's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, but was stopped by Tyrant. Amitabha. Everyone, I've said it before. If I don't go to hell, who will? But now is not the time. Tyrant's brows furrowed. What he wanted to do now was not to become enemies with these arhats, but to reform them, to convert them to Buddhism. He wanted the Buddhist sect to become a pure land, not a bloodthirsty land. Cut the crap. You too, if we don't make a move, Lord Buddha won't talk to us. Humph. Reverend Subadero sneered. At this moment, the three of them looked at each other and charged towards Tyrant without any mercy. Killing intent swept across the heavens and earth, instantly sealing off Tyrant's path. 3 mid-emperor realm silhouettes soared into the sky and charged towards Tyrant. Rays of Buddhist radiance and palm imprints turned icy cold. Myriad Buddha greeting. Tyrant's palms were like thunder whistling through the air. Under the illumination of Buddhist radiance, the earth was filled with brilliance and Buddhist charm. Nayen Luosil. Toyuo divine palm. Sage's light. The murderous aura of the 3 arhats was like a flood. Their aura was no longer pure Buddhist charm, but it was full of distracting thoughts, chaos and confusion. They were like executioners, they no longer had the appearance of a Buddhist venerable. However, it was undeniable that the strength of the three of them was exceptionally terrifying. The monk was forced to retreat, but the monk's Buddhist aura was incomparably pure. Coupled with the blessing of Bodhisattva's Buddhist aura, the monk was able to fight 1 against 3. As a Buddha, he had a deep foundation. Facing 3 arhats, the monk didn't even need to use his Buddhist aura. He directly forced the 3 of them to retreat, looking battered and exhausted. However, his body was also greatly suppressed. The reason why the 3 arhats attacked him with their lives was because of the Buddhist charm on his body. They wanted to obtain his sarira and transform into a Buddha. However, that was just wishful thinking. Both sides clashed continuously. Tyrant would leave some leeway each time, but Reverend Xianxia and the others were fighting with their lives on the line. The battle strength of both sides was shocking. The surrounding mountains and rivers cracked and the Buddhist charm gradually disappeared. The sky lost its color. Both sides were using all their strength. Reverend Mu Ling couldn't help but worry for the Gautama Buddha because he didn't use his full strength. Instead, he was heavily injured by the 3 arhats. The situation was extremely dangerous. As expected of the myriad Buddha ancestor, you are indeed broad-minded. You would rather suffer all kinds of pain and suffer serious injuries than to kill. Truly, if I don't go to hell, who would? Truly admirable. Chapter 3798. The cold and domineering laughter caused Tyrant and Venerable Mu Ling's expressions to change. At this moment, even Venerable Su Tuoluo and the others narrowed their eyes and cautiously stared at the surroundings, afraid that someone would take advantage of this opportunity to sneak in. What? Can't bear to see me anymore? Buddha, it seems like what happened in the past has turned you into a fool? The black-clothed man said with a smile. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, looking majestic and domineering. He was like a gloomy cloud that shrouded the void, making everyone feel oppressed and unbearable. It's you. Buddha's eyes were incomparably cold as he said faintly. Now that they were all heavily injured, this guy took advantage of this opportunity to sneak in. He only had one goal, and he was even more sinister and cunning than Venerable Su Tuoluo and Venerable T. Kasayapa. After all, the defeat of the Gautama Buddha back then was inextricably linked to him. Haley Pagoda. You bastard. Venerable T. Kasayapa's face was gloomy. Although they hated Buddha, the Haley Pagoda was equally despicable. They hated Buddha's incompetence because the disaster of the Buddhism sect was caused by Buddha. However, the instigator was the traitor under Buddha, the 8 divisional stupa. I didn't expect everyone to still remember me. Buddha, do you want to go with me or do you want me to take you with me? The Haley Pagoda Lungling said. It seems like you're here to capture me. Is it because of my reincarnated demon body? Or is it because of Indra's wrath? Tyrant sneered and said disdainfully. The strength of the Haley Pagoda was quite terrifying. Although it was no longer as strong as it was during the first Great Tribulation, its current realm was still far beyond Tyrant's reach. Moreover, they were in a very dangerous situation and had suffered great injuries. It would not be easy for them to escape from the Haley Pagoda. You executioner, the Buddhism sect was destroyed by your hands, and now you dare to come to the West Pole Divine Region? I will tear you into pieces. His gaze was like an arrow, pointing straight at the Black Lotus Stupa. Currently, the hatred of the Buddha had already been replaced by the Black Lotus Stupa. The people they hated the most were still the 8 divisional stupa, Sakra Heaven and the others. There was no doubt about this. Buddha, please leave first. I'll stay here. Reverend Wood's spirit whispered as he stood before the ancestral Buddha, shielding him behind him. You're just a spiritualist, and yet you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Looks like Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara didn't teach you about propriety, justice and honor. You're not qualified to talk to me, so get lost. Venerable Mu Ling was forced back before Tyrant could even react. He was in a sorry state and couldn't fight back at all. This caused Tyrant and the others to be incomparably shocked. An Emperor Realm expert actually couldn't withstand a single strike from Venerable Mu Ling. This fellow's strength made Tyrant feel incomparably grave. Even with his current peak strength, he might not be a match for Venerable Mu Ling, let alone now that he was heavily injured. Wood spirit! Tyrant exclaimed, his eyes turning cold as he looked at the Black Lotus Stupa. You've gone too far, Black Lotus Stupa. Is that so? I don't think so. After all, the West Pole Divine Region is no longer your world. Do you still think that the Buddhism sect can cover the sky with one hand? In my eyes they are nothing but trash. The Black Lotus Stupa looked at Venerable T. Kasayapa and the others, shaking his head in disdain. Bastard. Today, you won't be able to escape from the Black Lotus Stupa. Don't even think about running wild in the West Pole Divine Region. Venerable Sage Wugo pointed at the Black Lotus Stupa and said. However, the Black Lotus Stupa didn't even put them in his eyes, not even Buddha. The Black Lotus Stupa was the strongest expert of the Buddhism sect, a war god-level existence. Apart from the Gautama Buddha, Sakra, Avalokitesvara, and the others, they were the true pillars of the Buddhism sect. Therefore, after the 8-divisional stupa was instigated by the reincarnation of Buddha, the Buddhism sect began to fall into chaos. The Black Lotus Stupa was undoubtedly one of the best. Back then he swept through most of the Buddhism sect, killing each other. Even the reincarnation of Buddha and the Sky Patroller attacked the Buddhism sect, causing the world's #1 Buddhism sect to fall into a miserable state and eventually disappear into the dust of history. The existence of the Black Lotus Stupa was a great threat to the Buddhism sect. Even Venerable T. Kasayapa of the 500 Arhats was quite fearful of the Black Lotus Stupa. Compared to the 8-divisional stupa, there was still a gap between the 500 Arhats and the 8-divisional stupa. The appearance of the Black Lotus Stupa made Venerable T. Kasayapa and the others turn serious. The pagoda might have already made a move. Knowing the existence of Buddha in the West Pole Divine Region, they would certainly not let this matter rest. The West Pole Divine Region had the 10 great monasteries and the many descendants of the Buddhism sect. Their foundation was stable, but the strength of the pagoda was too strong. They wouldn't allow anyone to be their enemy. Sakra, the reincarnation of Buddha, and the 8-divisional stupa, this kind of combat power could completely dominate the 9 heavens. It could be said that the pagoda was the predecessor of the Buddhism sect, but their nature and leader had been completely changed. That depends on your ability. The Black Lotus Stupa was calm and composed. He didn't put these defeated soldiers in his eyes at all. As long as he captured Buddha, the Buddhism sect wouldn't have the slightest leeway. Amit Ba. Black Lotus Stupa, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved. The 8-divisional stupa was originally a part of the war god of my clan. Why did you become a traitor? Tyrant said with a sigh. Bullshit. Since things have come to this, do I still need you to discuss the Tao with me? Ah, what a joke. The destruction of the Buddhism sect was already a matter of billions of years ago. You still want to talk to me about restoring the Buddhism sect? Dream on. With the existence of the demon ancestor you can't return. Today I, the Black Lotus Stupa, can kill all of you. It's a pity that the demon ancestor still needs your golden body to break through. Otherwise, do you think you can still live until now? The Black Lotus Stupa's eyes were like Vajra as he spoke domineeringly. To the pagoda, the demon ancestor was the only leader. He was also the reincarnation of the Buddha. After all, the two of them were once the same person. If the demon ancestor wanted to break through the great Tao and reach the supremacy realm, he must obtain the golden body of Buddha. This was something that the Black Lotus Stupa didn't dare to disobey. It's a pity that Sakra let you escape back then. But today you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Whether the demon ancestor can break through the shackles depends on you. Buddha. Chapter 3799. Tyrant's expression was incomparably grave. He knew that the battle at this moment was unavoidable. The Black Ocean Pagoda would become everyone's nightmare at this moment. I'll fight you to the end. Tyrant had nowhere to retreat. He could only fight to the death. This was the dignity of the Buddhist sect and even more so his dignity. You don't know what's good for you. The Black Nightmare Pagoda sneered and the coldness in his eyes intensified. Since the Buddha didn't know what was good for him, he could only take action. These golden-bodied arhats were also a hindrance, so he could get rid of them all at once, lest they become a threat to the West Pole Divine Region in the future. The Black Nightmare Pagoda's palm was like lightning, resolute and murderous. It faced Tyrant head-on and terrifying waves surged forth like a chaotic storm. It was unstoppable. Get lost. The Black Nightmare Pagoda's momentum was like a tidal wave, and it was as swift as a clap of thunder, causing Tyrant's expression to change drastically. This guy's strength had already reached the Emperor realm, and even with Tyrant's current strength he wouldn't be able to resist it. 9 Transformation Golden Body, Buddha's Radiance Illumination. Tyrant's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. His palms linked together, forming obscure seals. Boundless Buddhist charms reversed the heavens and intertwined with the Black Sea Pagoda. Countless lights and shadows filled the sky. At the peak of the West Pole, yellow sand was everywhere, as if the universe had reversed. Break. The power of the Black Nightmare Pagoda wasn't something Tyrant could contend against. Huge waves were like unstoppable waves. Puff. Tyrant retreated quickly. He was already heavily injured, and now, under the pressure of the Black Nightmare Pagoda, he was in quite a sorry state. Reverend Wood's spirit was very sad to see this, but the current Buddha's strength was indeed much weaker than before. After reincarnating, he still hadn't reached his true peak. And the rest of you get lost. The Black Nightmare Pagoda struck out with its palm, and thunder rumbled for 3,000 li, engulfing the yellow sand and black fog. Reverend T. Kasayapa and the other two had already lost a lot of their strength. After all, they were extremely passive in the battle with Tyrant. Now, it seemed that they weren't even worth mentioning in the face of the Black Nightmare Pagoda. Bastard! Reverend Su Tuoluo roared angrily, and the three were sent flying without any suspense. The Black Nightmare Pagoda's strength was obvious. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Haley Futus sneered, but at this time Tyrant had already closed in once again. He knew that he couldn't do it, but he still did it. He was a Buddha, the supreme being of the Buddhist sect, the ancestor of all Buddhas. He had the responsibility to protect his disciples. The 500 golden arhats were the most distressed. They had no choice but to do so. When the Buddhist sect was destroyed, they had already done their best. That venerable T. Kasayapa and the others were merely persecuted. It was already not easy for them to survive. At this moment, seeing the Black Sea Pagoda severely injure the 3 golden arhats, Tyrant was already enraged to the extreme. Amitba, if I don't enter hell, who will? Don't you dare hurt the people of my Buddhist sect. Tyrant charged forward and directly blocked the Black Nightmare Pagoda. That heavy punch landed directly on Tyrant's chest. Tyrant gritted his teeth and forcefully blocked the attack for the 3 golden arhats. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes by now. Even so, Tyrant's body had already suffered severe injuries, and it was difficult for him to continue fighting. Buddha. Venerable T. Kasayapa did not expect that Buddha would block the attack for the 3 of them at this moment. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Venerable Virtuous Stainless and Venerable Subadero looked at each other with complicated feelings. That attack just now had already made their hearts ache. They knew that they would die, but there was no way to turn the situation around. It made them feel extremely sorrowful. Who would have thought that the Buddha they swore to kill would actually become their savior? At this moment, everyone's heart was in a mess. The kindness of the Buddha had caused them to be in a difficult position. They had no way to repay the kindness of the Buddha for saving their lives. However, the retribution they received today was all thanks to the Buddha. Their hearts were indescribably conflicted. Hurry up and leave. I'll take care of this. The person they're looking for is me. Tyrant shouted in a deep voice. He raised his blade and stared at the Black Nightmare Pagoda. At this moment he was also prepared for the worst. You still want to play the hero at this time? It's a pity that you don't have the ability to do so. Today you're just a bird in a cage. I have the final say in this world. The Black Nightmare Pagoda's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had no intention of letting the 3 of them go. The 3 of them looked at each other. Although there was hesitation in their eyes, there was no time to think. It was better to live than to die. Who would be willing to die if they could escape with their lives? The 3 of them turned around and left. Tyrant faced the Black Nightmare Pagoda head-on, but he was constantly mocked by the latter. 3 palm strikes in a row made Tyrant completely lose the ability to fight. Blood spurted out of his mouth and his expression was unsightly. Everyone has to die. Death can be as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. To die for the 3 golden-bodied arhats, 1 life for 3 lives. Tyrant said with a smile. Fresh blood flowed out unceasingly, causing the Reverend Wood's spirit to feel incomparable despair. The Buddha was indeed worthy of being the ancestor of all Buddhas. Even at this moment he was still thinking about the Buddhist sect. He was still thinking about others, not thinking about himself at all. Bullshit. You don't know that a wise man submits to circumstances. Why did you die? Now that you've reincarnated, don't you know? It's because you're too stubborn. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Everyone is selfish and only selfish people can live longer. The Buddhist sect has long been destroyed in your hands. They also ran away like a wisp of smoke. What about you? You're still willing to die for others. Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. The Black Nightmare Pagoda stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Tyrant. He wouldn't kill Tyrant because the evil ancestor wanted him. But no matter what, there would only be one ending for him. There could only be one Buddha in this world. His golden body was destined to be taken away. Amitabha, Tyrant said in a low voice. The Black Nightmare Pagoda was already deeply rooted in the evil ancestor. He wouldn't care about his words at all. He could only sacrifice himself for justice. Even at death's door, you're still talking about benevolence and morality. The destruction of the Buddhist sect was completely destroyed in your hands. Come with me, Buddha, this is your only way. The Black Nightmare Pagoda tightly bound Tyrant as he spoke. If you want to touch my brother, you'll have to ask me if I'm willing or not. Black Nightmare Pagoda, right? This daddy has been looking for you for a long time. Chapter 3800. Xianxia. The Dark Nightmare Pagoda suddenly looked at Xianxia and said in a deep voice. At that moment, Tyrant heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, his brother was here. He was somewhat comforted, even though Xianxia might not be a match for the Dark Nightmare Pagoda. Apologies for being late, brother. Xianxia smiled and looked at Tyrant. Reverend Wood's spirit also revealed a happy expression. He exchanged glances with Xianxia and nodded slightly. You're not late, you're not late. Tyrant said happily. It seemed like Yan Qinyu's matter had been resolved. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have appeared in the West Pole Divine region so quickly. I didn't expect that even the famous Dark Nightmare Pagoda would know of my name, Xianxia. Looks like I'm really honored. Xianxia crossed his arms and looked at the Dark Nightmare Pagoda. Xianxia's name resounds like thunder. It has spread throughout our pagoda. Who doesn't know how powerful Xianxia is? Most of the disciples in the pagoda have been picked by you. Looks like you're here today to finish off my 8-divisional pagoda as well? The Dark Nightmare Pagoda looked at Xianxia with interest. The smile at the corner of his mouth became even more radiant. He had long heard of the name Xianxia. Most of the people in the pagoda had died in his hands. He didn't expect that Xianxia had already broken through to the Emperor realm. It was really surprising. Well, since the Dark Nightmare Pagoda has such a request, then I'll accept it. Xianxia smiled and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. I gave you face but you didn't want it. You should have died long ago. It's a pity that the pagoda kept you until now. You don't know what's good for you. Let's see if you can escape from my palm today. The Dark Nightmare Pagoda's lips moved slightly and killing intent surged in his eyes. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it has to be let out for a walk, right? Xianxia also locked eyes with the Obsidian Pagoda. The battle was about to begin. Be careful, the Black Nightmare Pagoda is very strong. It has already reached the Emperor realm. Tyrant said in a deep voice. He did not dare to underestimate the Black Lotus Pagoda. The Black Lotus Pagoda was one of the 8 divisional pagodas, and it was the most valiant war god of the Buddhist sect. It was second only to Mahasvara Bodhisattva in Sakra heaven. Now that the Buddhist sect had been destroyed, the Black Lotus Pagoda had become the most terrifying existence in the entire mortal world. The Black Nightmare Pagoda had deliberately come to capture Tyrant. Xianxia knew that this battle would not be so simple. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was still alive. Even if he left, the battle of the Dragon Clan was still imminent. So Xianxia could only rely on himself now. No matter how strong he is just a pagoda. Evil cannot prevail over good. I don't believe that he can escape from my hands. Xianxia said confidently. Even Tyrant was slightly stunned. Since when did Xianxia become so confident? Xianxia's strength was almost on par with his. However, as long as Xianxia made a solemn vow, Tyrant would be extremely confident in Xianxia. This was the trust between brothers. Arrogant guy, let's see if you have the ability to do so. You are not qualified to kill me. You have killed many disciples of my pagoda. Now it's time to settle the score with you. You still want to save the Buddha? Even if you don't come, I will find you. The Black Nightmare Pagoda squinted his eyes like a long and narrow blade. It was filled with deterrence. The Black Nightmare Pagoda was the darkest among the 8 divisional pagodas. He should not be underestimated. Jiang Qin had never fought against an Emperor realm expert before. This time it was a good chance to test his strength and see if he could fight against the Black Nightmare Pagoda. Go to hell. The Black Nightmare Pagoda stepped into the void and made a series of seals with his hands. Terrifying waves of air rolled over. The invisible seals penetrated the heaven and earth, destroying everything. Black Forest Seal. The mountain-like Black Forest Seal followed. Jiang Chen's face was solemn and serious. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and attacked. Wind and thunder surged and the heaven and earth changed color. Sword 23. The heavenly dragon sword had now reached a higher level. It was many times more powerful than before. The power of the sword, together with the limitless sword, had increased Jiang Chen's strength by more than one level. The sword 23 was unparalleled. It stirred up the wind and clouds above the ninth heaven. Countless swords rained down. The Black Nightmare Pagoda did not dare to be careless. The Black Forest Seal struck out violently. It was as powerful as a thunderbolt. It kept colliding with Jiang Chen's 23 swords. The sky was torn apart, the space was trembling, and the surrounding thousands of miles of yellow sand seemed to be trembling. The sand was like an ocean shaking the heavens and earth. What a terrifying sword. The Black Nightmare Pagoda was shocked. He retreated in order to advance. The Black Forest Seal was torn apart by Jiang Chen's sword 23. The seal flickered and eventually turned into a shadow. The Black Nightmare Pagoda looked solemn. His hand seals were completely disrupted by Jiang Chen. He did not expect a Middle Emperor realm guy to be able to force him to retreat. It was hard to accept. Little bastard, you're really something. The Black Nightmare Pagoda gritted his teeth in anger. Jiang Chen had used Sword 23 and the Heavenly Dragon Sword to force the Black Nightmare Pagoda to retreat. Tyrant was shocked. It seemed like Jiang Chen had completely awakened. His strength had improved tremendously. It seemed like they might not lose this battle. Ah, my brother Jiang is amazing. Although the Wood Spirit Reverend had lost his fighting strength, he was still laughing heartily. Jiang Chen had used a supreme technique to force the Black Nightmare Pagoda to retreat. It was truly worthy of celebration. Looks like the Heavenly Dragon Sword did not disappoint us. Jiang Chen held the Heavenly Dragon Sword tightly, full of confidence. The Heavenly Dragon Sword let out a deafening hum, as if it complemented Jiang Chen's Sword 23. Do you think you can defeat me like this? What a naive guy. The Black Nightmare Pagoda Lung Lung smiled. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. At this moment he was only testing Jiang Chen's technique. He did not display his true power. As the most ruthless Black Nightmare Pagoda among the 8 divisional pagoda, it was impossible for him to only have this kind of technique. Golden Pagoda, Peerless Black Nightmare. The Obsidian Pagoda roared, stirring up thunderstorms from the 9 heavens. Dark clouds covered the sky, making it look like a black pagoda. The Obsidian Pagoda transformed into a golden body. Its might was unstoppable. The black demonic chi continued to rise, lingering in the air above the horizon. Chapter 38:01. Tyrant's eyes shone with a golden light, but the Black Nightmare Pagoda did not stop. The golden body of Pagoda was incomparably powerful. With a palm strike, the black demons danced wildly and the demonic chi rampaged. Soul Extinction Shadow. Jiang Chen was calm and unhurried. Facing the Black Nightmare Pagoda, he did not retreat at all. The golden body of Pagoda made Jiang Chen extremely serious, but it was not certain that it could defeat him. It could only mean that the Black Nightmare Pagoda was indeed strong enough. Soul Extinction Shadow. The sword momentum was shocking, intertwined with the Black Nightmare Pagoda's giant palm. The giant palm turned into ashes and the sword momentum dissipated. Jiang Chen retreated with a solemn expression. The Black Nightmare Pagoda was also incomparably angry. It roared and growled as if it was venting the anger in its heart. Jiang Chen destroyed the golden palm with a single sword strike. Although the injury was not serious, it made the Black Nightmare Pagoda feel that its dignity had been greatly challenged. The black fog changed again and the giant palm reappeared, grabbing towards Jiang Chen's figure. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance, advancing with each step. The 23 swords were extremely hot at this moment, wrapped in the black fog. The sword hummed unceasingly, and the black demonic chi swept across the sky. Jiang Chen roared and used the dragon transformation, turning into a 100-meter-tall dragon, intertwining with the Black Nightmare Pagoda. Golden light shone brightly, the dragon transformation was imminent. Along with the Dark Ocean Pagoda's black mist, Zhou Xian roared and unleashed his dragon's mightiness. In an instant, his 300-meter dragon body and the Dark Ocean Pagoda's golden pagoda collided with each other. Zhou Qian's 300-meter dragon body was unstoppable and divine, constantly tearing apart the Dark Ocean Pagoda's golden body. The scene was extremely terrifying. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Zhou Qian used the Soaring Dragon Technique again and his strength soared instantly. He clashed with the Black Nightmare Pagoda's golden body several times, and victory was in his grasp. The golden body of Pagoda was already riddled with holes, and under Zhou Qian's dragon transformation, it could not continue to rampage. Great Buddha Palm. The Dark Nightmare Pagoda's earth-shattering attack descended from the sky, its palm reaching the sky. It was like a raging fire, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking. It rushed straight towards Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian roared like a dragon and unleashed a seal. The sky and earth spun and the wind and clouds changed color. The mysterious heaven seal was accompanied by the power of Dao accumulation, sweeping across the sky. Even the Dark Nightmare Pagoda's Great Pagoda Palm could not defeat Zhou Qian. The Great Pagoda Palm and the mysterious heaven seal collided. The terrifying power of Dao accumulation, like a whirlwind, completely engulfed the Great Pagoda Palm. The Dark Sea Pagoda Palm retreated quickly. His embarrassed look made Zhou Qian even more determined to kill him. Golden Buddha, treasure elephant of heaven and earth. The Heimeng Pagoda transformed into a Vajra. His 9 golden body shone with cold black light, undying and indestructible. His body was like a great bell, unmoving like a mountain. Sword 23. Zhou Qian held his sword, but the sword 23 could not break the Heimeng Pagoda's golden Buddha no matter what. The heavenly dragon sword was invincible, the limitless sword could break through anything. The sword 23 had reached the peak of the sword realm, but Zhou Qian had long felt that the sword 23 was not over yet, there would be another 24 swords. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Qian continued to practice the sword 23. His strength had increased to the late emperor realm. The divine might of the heavenly dragon sword had also been activated to the extreme. 24 swords. Peerless rebirth. Zhou Qian had no distractions and focused on comprehending the sword. A long time ago the sword 23 was already the peak of the limitless sword. 10,000 souls vanishing shadow 9 heavens annihilation. But this time he discovered the extreme change of the limitless sword in the remaining power of the 23rd sword. 10,000 souls vanishing shadow, the destruction of heaven and earth, and the rebirth of the limitless sword. The limitless sword would reach a higher level. The moment the sword 24 was unleashed, Zhou Qian was indescribably happy and excited. He knew that the sword 23 had finally broken through. The limitless sword had no limit. At this moment his heart was full of fighting spirit and he was invincible. Come on. The heavenly dragon sword in Zhou Qian's hand was wantonly flying. The moment the sword 24 was unsheathed, it was destined that the peerless rebirth would be reborn in the midst of destruction. The sword chi and power were more than 10 times stronger. The sword 23 was completely replaced by the sword 24. The limitless sword was invincible. The sword 24 was majestic and the sword shook the universe. In an instant, it cut the Heimeng Pagoda's golden Buddha. At that moment the Heimeng Pagoda retreated with blood spurting out. It could not completely suppress the attack of the sword 24. Its embarrassing posture was much weaker than before. Puff. The Heimeng Pagoda's qi and blood were tumbling. It used all its means but its golden Buddha was still broken by Zhou Qian. At this moment the sword 24 ran through heaven and earth, causing the Heimeng Pagoda to complain incessantly. The limitless sword was peerless and unparalleled. Even the Heimeng Pagoda was defeated by it. What a great heavenly dragon sword, what a great move of the sword 24. Zhou Qian was extremely pleased. In this battle, it could be said that he had completely suppressed the Heimeng Pagoda. At this time Tyrant also heaved a sigh of relief. If Zhou Qian was unharmed then they were unharmed. The pagoda is just SOS. It seems that you have exhausted your limited abilities. In the future, let's see who dares to cause trouble for me, Zhou Qian. I will kill every person from the pagoda when I see them. Jiang Chen said domineeringly. It was like the Heimeng Pagoda. The battered Heimeng Pagoda sneered, but it still stood firm. Lung Lung and Jiang Chen looked at each other. You are lucky to be able to force me to this point. Jiang Chen, today the Heimeng Pagoda, will capture you and bring you back to the pagoda. Buddha, no one can be left out. You still dare to be so stubborn when you are about to die. Let me see what else you can do. Jiang Chen raised his head in anticipation. The Heimeng Pagoda was still so arrogant. This time Jiang Chen must severely injure and kill him to teach the pagoda a lesson. Nightmare transformation, dark ultimate pagoda. The Heimeng Pagoda moved and black armor covered its whole body. A gust of chilly wind whistled. The Heimeng Pagoda swallowed the wind and turned it into rain. Its figure kept changing and finally, it turned into an incomparably bright silver color. Black light surged, dazzling. Nightmare transformation. In the end, you still refined the nightmare transformation. Tyrant's expression changed slightly. Countless years ago, during the Buddhist era, when the Heimeng Pagoda was accepted into the Buddhist sect and converted to the Buddhist sect, it was once a great demon in chaos. Its nightmare transformation demonic technique was feared by everyone. It was an extremely cruel cultivation technique. It would harm one's enemy by 1,000, but it would also harm oneself by 800. The nightmare transformation technique turned itself into Kuang Mo, and the dark ultimate pagoda was its final form. The nightmare transformation technique is the name of my divine technique. As the 8-sex pagoda, if I don't have some trump cards, how can I be compared to the other 7 pagoda? The Heimeng Pagoda was as solid as a diamond. The dark ultimate pagoda threw a punch, and 3,000 dark clouds shrouded the sky. The Heimeng Pagoda clenched his fist and it was as hard as metal. It was comparable to the heavenly dragon sword. Its strength kept breaking through and it reached the Emperor Intermediate stage. Chapter 38:02. Counter soldiers with arms and water with earth. Do you think I, Jiang Chen, am afraid of you? Jiang Chen snorted coldly. The wind and clouds of the 24 moves of sword rose again and swept over. He brandished his sword and collided with the Black Nightmare Pagoda's heavy punch. Jiang Chen was shocked. The Black Ultimate Pagoda was so terrifying that it was terrifying. It was worthy of being one of the 8 sects of pagoda and the war god of Buddhism. Jiang Chen was also focused. He was still unfamiliar with the 24 moves of sword. At this time, fighting the Black Ultimate Pagoda again seemed to be a little difficult. He could not completely integrate the 24 moves of sword and exert them to the extreme. In the end, he could not injure the Black Nightmare Pagoda. Let's see how you can compete with me. Even a primordial origin treasure can't hurt the Black Ultimate Pagoda. Go to hell. The Black Ultimate Pagoda roared. The Black Ultimate Pagoda could move mountains and ridges. It punched out without any fancy moves, but it was impossible to resist. Jiang Chen had to avoid its sharpness. He was still exploring the 24 moves of sword. Jiang Chen displayed the dragon transformation again and collided with the Black Ultimate Pagoda. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's physical strength reached its peak. One punch after another, neither of them was willing to retreat. Jiang Chen's physical strength was comparable to the Black Ultimate Pagoda, but the Black Ultimate Pagoda's means were better, which shocked Jiang Chen. The devil transformation made all the devil chi within a radius of 10,000 miles around him gather here. The more devil chi gathered, the more terrifying the Black Ultimate Pagoda became. Its power grew stronger day by day, but Jiang Chen's dragon transformation could not completely withstand the Black Ultimate Pagoda's ultimate attack. Motherfucker, I'm going to fight you to the death. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He attacked quickly, one punch after another. He and the Black Ultimate Pagoda were like 2 horrible human-shaped weapons. Neither of them took a step back. Dark Ultimate Pagoda, Dark Serpent 1,000 layers. The Obsidian Pagoda's 1,000 heavy strikes surged, and Jiang Chen's hand seals intertwined. The Crimson Heaven Seal, which was infused with the power of Dao accumulation, attacked aggressively and collided with the Obsidian Pagoda. At that moment, the Crimson Heaven Seal was peerless. The power of Dao accumulation descended from the heavens and the earth, as if it was child's play. It almost instantly formed a suppression that directly destroyed the Obsidian Pagoda's palm. The Obsidian Pagoda's face turned pale and it retreated. Dao accumulation seal, heavenly expansion seal. The Dark Nightmare Pagoda hadn't expected Jiang Chen to have such a powerful technique like the heaven expansion seal. But this time, the infinite Tao accumulation had completely broken his indestructible Dark Ultimate Pagoda's arm. He had been seriously injured and completely defeated. Trying to run? No way. The Obsidian Pagoda could feel how terrifying Jiang Chen's Tao accumulation was. It was worth running for its life, but Jiang Chen wouldn't give it such a chance. He stood on the Azure Dragon and used the Great Void technique to lock the Obsidian Pagoda down. There was no way out. Spare me, spare me. Buddha, save me. A terrified and indescribable shout rang out. This shout caused Tyrant's entire body to tremble. He didn't dare to respond to such a form of address. But at this moment the Obsidian Pagoda's cry for help made his heart tremble. You're a disciple of my Buddhist sect after all. Amit Ba. Tyrant shook his head and took a step forward. He stood in front of Jiang Chen and said in a low voice, Amit Ba. Amit Ba. Almsgiver Jiang, I'm begging you as the leader of the Buddhist sect. Please spare my life. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. This guy had almost caused Tyrant to be consigned to eternal damnation, and even Jiang Chen himself was in danger. His life was hanging by a thread, and he had been hunted down by the Slaughter Pagoda many times, causing his heart to be filled with hatred. Right now, Tyrant was his brother, but he was trying to persuade him, causing Jiang Chen to fall into a passive position. If he agreed, what would happen to the thousands of souls that were killed by the pagoda? If he didn't agree as his brother, Jiang Chen couldn't say it no matter what. Amit Ba. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Benefactor Jiang, please show mercy. Tyrant was merciful, but to Jiang Chen he was filled with endless hatred. Jiang Chen definitely didn't want to keep the Obsidian Pagoda. The Obsidian Pagoda has done all sorts of evil. Leaving it alive will only lead to great trouble. Buddha, such a madman can't be left alive. Venerable Wood's spirit clenched his teeth. He hated the Obsidian Pagoda to the core. He and the Buddha had almost died in the Obsidian Pagoda's hands, and now the Buddha wanted to spare his life. I'm afraid of harming the lives of ants when I sweep the floor, but I cherish the moth that shines its light. I, Jiang Chen, have killed countless people, but I only kill those who deserve to be killed. My brother Tyrant is just like me. Those who kill must be evil. Today when Buddha discussed the Tao with me, I know that I am not as good as him. The Buddhist sect is merciful and I, Jiang Chen, can never be compared to them. I only know that those who threaten my friends must be killed without mercy. As a friend of Tyrant, I must kill this person. I hope the Buddha can forgive me. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. The Obsidian Pagoda's face turned pale and he called for help again. Buddha, save me, Buddha. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Chen had already raised his sword and killed the Obsidian Pagoda. The great soul-forming light instantly devoured his soul without any hesitation. Even Venerable Wood's spirit was stunned. There's such a thing? However, Reverend Mu Ling knew that the Buddha ancestor must be speechless right now. Jiang Chen was one of the people that he couldn't deal with the most. Moreover, Jiang Chen had saved their lives. The brotherhood was deep-rooted. As the ancestor of the Buddha ancestor, he couldn't save the people of the world. To the Black Sea Pagoda, this was fate, this was a predestined fate. He had done all sorts of evil in his life, and was the most vicious existence among the 8 divisional pagoda. Jiang Chen's strength had advanced, and his first slash had killed the Obsidian Pagoda. Could be said that it was fate. However, at that moment the Obsidian Pagoda was killed by Jiang Chen. Tyrant sighed and shook his head. Thank you, little Chenzi. Tyrant was grateful that Jiang Chen had killed the Obsidian Pagoda for his sake. However, as the supreme of the Buddhist sect, the Obsidian Pagoda was once a disciple of his Buddhist sect. Now that it was destroyed, he was filled with sorrow. As the leader of the Buddhist sect, the ancestor of all Buddhas, he couldn't control his subordinates, which led to the destruction of the Buddhist sect. Now that a disciple of the Buddhist sect was killed, although he was a traitor, he was still a disciple of his previous life. Furthermore, he was a living being. The Buddhist sect was compassionate. If they could be reformed, they wouldn't have any killing intent. However, now that Jiang Chen had broken the cycle of reincarnation, Tyrant, who had lived 2 lives, could only be grateful. After all, Jiang Chen was doing this for his own good. You're welcome, we're brothers. Chapter 3803. I really didn't expect that you would become so powerful after not seeing you for a long time. It really makes one sigh. It seems like I'm no match for you. The name of Jiang Chen is like thunder piercing the ears of the entire divine world, Tyrant said with a smile. Tyrant said with a smile. Although he wasn't able to save Haley Pagoda's life in the end, it didn't affect their brotherly relationship. From the perspective of a Buddha, he did it for the sake of equality of all living beings. But as Jiang Chen's friend, this brother of his had saved him from a crisis, which made Tyrant feel extremely gratified. Haley Pagoda, Haley Pagoda, Haley Pagoda, Haley, don't make sarcastic remarks about me. Being able to escape to this place can be considered a lucky escape from death. After killing the Black Nightmare Pagoda, I feel much better. As the leader of the Buddhist sect, I have to apologize to you, Tyrant. Jiang Chen smiled and said jokingly. Tyrant waved his hand, indicating that it wasn't a big deal. Amitabha, if I don't enter hell, who will? Oh right, did you encounter any difficulties? How could it be so dangerous? Didn't little you come with you? Sigh, it's a long story. In the depths of the sea, I also met with a great deal of trouble. I narrowly escaped death, but I finally completed the final rebirth. However, Xiaoyu has left. I don't know when I'll be able to see her again. Her strength is even stronger than mine, even more terrifying. You should be clearer than me about the great calamity of the world. Seems like she wants to stop it. Jiang Chen shook his head, his face full of bitterness. Tyrant's body trembled. He looked at Jiang Chen with an incomparably solemn expression and said in a low voice, Little you is actually stronger than you. Moreover, she is concerned about the great calamity of the world. It's very likely that she is also the reincarnation of an ancient godly monarch. I just don't know who she is. Jiang Chen frowned. No matter what, no matter who she was in her previous life, even if she had been a villain for 10 lifetimes in this life, she could only be his wife. Looks like you already know about the great tribulation of heaven and earth, so I don't need to tell you more. However, the entire West Pole Divine region is in turmoil right now, and the people of the 10 great monasteries are all looking for me. The Black Sea Pagoda of the Buddhist Pagoda is also not to be outdone. It's not just me, you are the same. The Buddhist Pagoda has even listed us as the most wanted criminals and wants to kill us. For now, I can't leave the West Pole. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. I must revive the Buddhist sect. This is my route, but also the place where I fell. As the saying goes, where you fall, you have to climb back up. Tyrant said solemnly. So, do you want to take root in the West Pole? Jiang Chen was stunned. After Tyrant fused with the memories of his previous life, he seemed to have become even more stubborn. So, I want to knock on the doors of the 10 great monasteries one by one, and even the doors of the 100 great monasteries. I believe that the Buddha is merciful. As long as the Buddhist sect is not destroyed, we will have the capital to resist the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Tyrant's expression was indifferent, causing Jiang Chen to feel anxious for him. However, Jiang Chen knew that Tyrant was no longer the tyrant of the past. His heart was no longer selfish. He lived for the entire Buddhist sect. As the Buddha ancestor and the body of a Buddha, he also couldn't escape the blame. The West Pole Divine region needed him and the Buddhist sect needed him. However, Jiang Chen knew how difficult this step was for the current tyrant. There was no doubt about it. This was equivalent to announcing to the whole world that the Buddha ancestor was in the West Pole Divine region. How could the Buddhist pagoda let this go? The others who were eyeing the Buddha covetously would definitely rush to the West Pole Divine region. That would be a catastrophic crisis. Tyrant's current strength was only at the mid-emperor realm. If it was in the era when Divine Emperor realm experts could dominate a region, there would naturally be no need to worry. However, the Northern Cold Divine region, the Eastern Victory Divine region, the Southern Nantung Divine region, the West Pole Divine region, and the Central Plains Divine region were all filled with experts. Those hidden Emperor realm experts had all begun to surface. What they had to face now might not just be one or two forces. Being in a position, one had no choice but to plan. Moreover, the Buddha had committed a grave mistake in the past, even causing the great tribulation of heaven and earth to tilt. Although he couldn't be blamed for everything, he couldn't escape from the blame. Now that he had reincarnated, the Buddha had to understand his responsibility and where his heart was. Jiang Chen didn't know how to persuade Tyrant. Furthermore, no matter how much he tried to persuade Tyrant, it would be useless, because Tyrant's identity had already decided everything. Jiang Chen didn't know how to persuade Tyrant. One could say that Tyrant was pedantic, but as the leader of the Buddha sect, even if the Buddha sect had already fallen apart, he still had an incomparably great responsibility. In Tyrant's eyes, the Buddha sect had not been destroyed yet. Only the buildings of the Buddha sect had been destroyed. the spiritual mountain was still there. The Buddha sect would definitely be able to re-establish itself and become the strongest sect in the entire divine world. This was his belief. Although it wasn't for the glory, he needed the blessing of the Buddha's charm to return to the peak. "All right, I'll accompany you," Zhou Xian said in a deep voice. He exchanged a glance with Tyrant. Tyrant was slightly startled as he didn't expect Zhou Xian to be so decisive. "You said it yourself. If I don't enter hell, who will? However, the person who wants me, Zhou Xian, to enter hell hasn't been born yet. I'd like to see what kind of monsters will appear in the West Pole Divine Continent. Zhou Xian will definitely not let them go. Those people will definitely come for me. It's too dangerous for you to stay here." Tyrant waved his hand and said, "You know that it's dangerous, but do you think I don't? Haha, but I definitely can't let my brother be suppressed by others. Now that little you is no longer by my side, what else do I have to worry about? As the supreme leader of the Buddha sect, I'd like to see how you'll rebuild the Buddha sect. The destruction of the Buddha sect isn't your responsibility. The calamity of the heaven and earth is coming, and I believe that your heart belongs to someone. Your goal is to stop the calamity. Although little you and I aren't together, we're both working hard for the same dream and fighting for it. I want to sit here and see what kind of monsters will come from all directions." Zhou Xian stood with his sword in his hand. He smiled and teamed up with Tyrant again. He didn't plan to leave just like that. Tyrant was very touched. Zhou Xian's strength was peerless and he was even stronger than him. With him around, the 10 great monasteries might not be so arrogant anymore. However, if the Slaughter Pagoda came again, it might not be like before. The Black Nightmare Pagoda was just the vanguard. The Slaughter Pagoda, the Martial Dan Hall, the forces of the Divine Continent, and the sects that had a grudge with the Buddha sect would definitely come. Chapter 3804. Brothers of one mind can cut through metal. Don't say such polite words. I'm not doing this for you nor for the world. I'm doing this for little you, for our lifetime of happiness. Zhou Xian smiled faintly, unruffled. Tyrant nodded. Once Zhou Xian had decided on something, even 10 horses couldn't pull him back. Tyrant could only quickly recover from his injuries. The West Pole Divine Region was a true land of Buddha's aura. There used to be endless Buddha's aura on this land. However, the chanting of Buddhist scriptures and the Buddha's aura had long disappeared. However, Tyrant firmly believed that there would be a day when the Buddha's aura would once again shine on the land of the West Pole Divine Region, restoring the glory of the ancient times. Central Region Divine Land, Buddha Pagoda, Buddha Mountain. As the highest mountain in the Central Region, Buddha Mountain was the headquarters of the entire Buddha Pagoda. Countless experts in the Central Region Divine Land flocked to it like a flock of ducks, fearing it like a tiger. Other than the Martial Dan Hall, the Buddha Pagoda was the supreme existence in the entire Central Region Divine Land. Although there were countless Emperor Realm experts emerging, the existence of the Buddha Pagoda was still rather terrifying. Its position was unshakable. In the divine world, there were no people or forces that could make things difficult for the Buddha Pagoda. Ever since the Primordial War, the various forces had suffered heavy losses one after another. More and more experts had fallen and disappeared from the world. Countless experts had gradually ceased to exist, and countless forces had replaced each other. In the end, the Buddha Pagoda had replaced the Buddhist sect, which was the strongest force in the past, and had become a super force that existed alongside the Martial Pellet Hall. They stood at the peak of the Central Prefecture Divine Land and dictated the fate of all experts. The Buddha Pagoda's situation was strange. It was not tolerated by many forces, but it still couldn't change its position as the overlord of the Central Region Divine Land or even the entire divine world. At this moment, in the depths of Buddha Mountain in the ancient land of the Buddha Pagoda, there were 10 stone tablets erected on a barren land. The layers of the tablets formed a tower, hence the name pagoda. The ancient land was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the scenery of snow lingered in the air. The surroundings were misty and long, and it seemed like an expanse of chaos. The 10 cards were already modeled and of poor quality. Time flew by and they were weather-beaten. It was as if the endless history of billions of years had been written on them. Gotcha. At this moment, one of the black cards shattered into pieces and crumbled inch by inch. It turned into dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. Oh no, the card is broken. The 2 peak divine emperors who were guarding the ancient land exchanged glances. Their expressions changed drastically as they exclaimed in shock. Their hearts were in turmoil. At the same time, 4 figures dashed out from Stupa Mountain heading straight for the clouds. The strength of the 4 great experts were all at the Emperor realm. There was no doubt that they were extremely powerful. Their raging auras hovered above the clouds. The entire central continent Divine Land seemed to have sensed the earth-shaking roars of the 4 Emperor-level super experts. What's going on? How did Black Nightmare die? How is this possible? There's actually someone in the god world who would dare to touch him? Even if you want to make a move, you have to weigh your own strength first. Looks like someone is issuing a challenge to our Buddha's pagoda. No matter what, the Black Nightmare pagoda is dead. His card has also completely vanished. We can't let our guard down now. There's actually such a terrifying expert outside of our detection. The 8-divisional pagoda is indispensable. Now that the Black Nightmare pagoda has passed away, it's quite troublesome for us. We must find the person who killed the Black Nightmare pagoda. Otherwise, how can the dignity of our Buddha's pagoda be preserved? The 4 people looked at each other with grave expressions. The death of the Black Nightmare pagoda had a huge impact on the Buddha's pagoda, especially on the 8-divisional pagoda. The 8-divisional pagoda wanted to advance and retreat together, but now that the Black Nightmare pagoda had passed away, it was a huge blow to both the dignity of the Buddha's pagoda and their strength. This person who dares to challenge the dignity of our Buddha's pagoda must not be let off. He must be severely punished. The one-world stupa said in a deep voice. He clenched his fists tightly as killing intent surged. Who knows how the Black Nightmare pagoda died? The Vajra pagoda furrowed his brows. He was also confused about the Black Nightmare pagoda's death. I heard that the Black Nightmare pagoda went to the West Pole to look for the Buddha and bring him back. He must have been killed in the West Pole. The Longxiang pagoda nodded his head slightly and spoke with certainty. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now and head to the West Pole. We must find out who killed the Black Nightmare pagoda. The 9-dragon pagoda was also ready to charge into the West Pole at any time to avenge the Black Nightmare pagoda. The Black Nightmare pagoda died in the West Pole. It's really puzzling. After all, we all came from the West Pole Divine Continent. The place where the Buddha passed away was also the West Pole Divine Continent. Now, the Black Lotus Pagoda wanted to go to the West Pole Divine Continent to capture the Buddha's reincarnated golden body, but it was stopped there. It's hard to imagine how powerful the golden body of Buddha's reincarnation is. We have to be very careful on this trip to the West Pole Divine Land. We all know the strength of the Black Sea Pagoda, so we must not fail miserably. As long as the Buddha's golden reincarnation body is not eliminated, it will always be a threat to us. The one-world stupa said quietly. He was gradually getting worried. First life is right. We must be fully prepared for this trip to the West Pole Divine Land, and we can't let our guard down. Even the Emperor Venerable level Black Sea Pagoda may fall, so we are also duty-bound. We must be more careful on this trip to the West Pole. The 9-dragon pagoda nodded his head in agreement with the one-world stupa. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Even if it's the golden reincarnation body, how much trouble can it cause? That Buddha really deserves to die. The Vajra pagoda said through gritted teeth. He was very angry, but the trip to the West Pole was imminent. The death of the Black Nightmare pagoda and the majesty of the Buddha pagoda, as well as the Buddha who had threatened them for countless years, had to die. Only then could they feel at ease. The 3 of you go first. I'll go find Venerable Saga to discuss this. No matter what, the changes in the West Pole are enough to attract our attention. The great calamity of the world is imminent, but the West Pole has become so troublesome. This is definitely not good news for us. Whether the Buddha can make a comeback with the help of the West Pole is something that no one can say for sure. The one-world stupa glanced at the 3 of them. They had agreed to go first and find Venerable Saga to find out what was going on. There's no time to lose. Let's set off quickly. No matter who it is, they will tremble under the glory of the Buddha pagoda. If the Buddhist sect is destroyed, it will never be able to shine again. Chapter 38:05. The first world stupa looked at the figures of the 3 stupas in the distance with a solemn expression. He kept making hand signs as if he was calculating the changes in the West Pole. Suddenly, his expression changed and he murmured, "You're right. How could this be? Could something big have happened in the Buddhist sect's ruins? Looks like the West Pole is really going to change." I have to go there. I have to hurry and find Venerable Sakra. The one-world stupa turned around and went straight to Venerable Sakra's cave residence with a worried expression. The lifetime pagoda was able to predict and had the ability to predict. The death of the Black Nightmare pagoda this time made him feel that something was amiss. Sure enough, there seemed to be a great earthquake in the West Pole Divine Land. Such turbulence was even related to the great tribulation of heaven and earth that was coming soon. East of Stupa Mountain Meru Canyon was the place of Venerable Sakra. He had always been in seclusion. For so many years, the pagoda was basically in the hands of the 8-divisional pagoda. But this time even the Black Nightmare stupa couldn't escape misfortune. Therefore the one-world stupa had no choice but to find Venerable Sakra because only he could come out and take charge of the situation. After all, the reincarnated golden body of Buddha had reappeared in the West Pole, causing countless people to flock like ducks. If their pagoda didn't go, they would definitely lose a lot of things. Venerable Sakra, one-world stupa requests an audience. The one-world stupa's deep voice resounded throughout Meru Canyon. Suddenly, the 2 doors in the canyon opened quietly. Venerable Sakra, come in for a chat. Sakra's voice resounded in the canyon, causing the one-world stupa's eyes to brighten. He nodded heavily and flew into the canyon. In the cave there was another world. Spiritual energy gathered, and the entire Meru Canyon was like a spiritual energy whirlpool. A pitch-black figure sat cross-legged with his back facing the one-world stupa. Venerable, the Black Nightmare stupa is dead, and there is a major turbulence in the West Pole. The 9 dragons stupa, the Vajra diagram and the dragon elephant stupa have already gone there. I was worried, so I made a prediction and found out that there might be a great change in the West Pole's Buddhist sect's old land, causing the entire West Pole to be in chaos. One world stupa went straight to the point. Already know. In another half a year I will be able to come out of seclusion. At that time, no matter how strong the Buddha becomes, he will not be able to escape from my hands. Sakra Lung Ling said. He had always been brooding over the fact that the Buddha and Zhou Xian had escaped from his divine thoughts. Now that he was in the critical period of his closed-door training, he naturally couldn't go out. However, he had already predicted that there would be a big change in the West Pole Divine Land. He was the one who let the Buddha and Zhou Xian slip away. This time they would not be able to escape. With his real body, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape. Then shall I go ahead first? The one-world stupa asked. Good. I will catch up with you soon. I hope that when I go to the West Pole Divine Land, you have already captured the Buddha. Remember, you must not kill the Buddha. He's extremely important to our Buddha's pagoda. Sakra warned again and again before he closed his eyes and entered into cultivation. Yes, Your Majesty. The one-world stupa left Meru Canyon with a solemn expression. He looked up at the void and asked for Sakra's permission. Then the one-world stupa did not stop and went straight to the West Pole Divine Land. However, in another region above the Central Region Divine Land, the auras of Emperor Realm experts emerged one after another. The only one that could compete with the Buddha's pagoda was the Martial Pellet Hall. In the main hall of the Martial Pellet Hall, there were more than 10 people standing in formation. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. The leader was dressed in white, his eyes were cold and disdainful, and he was calm and composed. I didn't expect that after so many years, the Martial Pellet Hall's first defeat would actually be in the hands of a young boy. Tell me, what use do I have for you? The middle-aged man in white snorted coldly. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, not daring to speak. These 10 people were all Emperor Realm experts, and 4 of them had even reached the peak of the Emperor Realm. They were only a step away from becoming Emperor Realm experts. Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon, that Zhou Xian is too terrifying. Back then, several Emperor Realm experts of our Martial Pellet Hall were defeated by him. He's simply a monster. That's right, Heavenly Venerate. This time you must uphold justice for us. If Heavenly Venerate takes action, it will definitely be a piece of cake. Our Martial Pellet Hall will definitely not suffer such humiliation. Heavenly Venerate, please protect the glory of our Martial Pellet Hall. The group of people was full of respect for Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon. Their faces were solemn and no one dared to let their guard down. A bunch of good-for-nothings. What use do you have? You let a young boy at the half-step Emperor Realm make you all so quiet out of fear. You've really lost the face of our Martial Pellet Hall. Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon's face was gloomy. She flicked her sleeves and stood up. Feng Lightning Yaoyu Baiyin, follow me to the West Pole Divine Land. I'd like to see how monstrous this so-called number one genius of the Central Prefecture is. Yes, Heavenly Venerate. The Four-Peak Emperor Realm experts all wore cold and stern expressions. They followed Heavenly Venerate's Scarlet Moon and went straight to the West Pole Divine Land. At this moment, above the West Pole Divine Land, Xianxia and Tyrant visited the 10 great monasteries one after another. However, they were all rejected, which made Xianxia speechless. Tyrant wanted to use his Buddhist scriptures to discuss Tao, change the West Pole Divine Land, change the Buddhist sect and reclaim the Buddhist sect. It was almost a fantasy story. The 10 great monasteries all closed their doors. At this moment, everyone knew that the Buddha had become the target of the slaughter pagoda. Everyone in the West Pole Divine Land was in danger. Even the small monasteries all closed their doors and closed their mountains to pray. Tyrant was also distressed and speechless. However, he still wanted to practice the original meaning of the Buddhist sect. Only by doing so could he have a chance to rebuild the Buddhist sect. I'm afraid this can't go on. Monk, even I feel that you have been rejected too many times. They have long forgotten that you were the one who single-handedly supported the Buddhist sect. Xianxia let out a sigh. Amitba, I believe that there will always be a reward for your efforts. Tyrant said in a low voice, but he still couldn't hide his disappointment. However, at this moment in the distant sky, an unparalleled vortex descended from the sky. It connected the heavens and the earth. Strong winds blew, black waves surged, thunder rumbled and the sky changed color. Chapter 3806. Wild winds rolled and huge waves surged into the sky. Clouds and mist shrouded the distant sky. This was the place where the Buddhist sect's spirited mountain was, the ancient land of the Great Path Relic. An extremely powerful hurricane descended from the sky, attracting the attention of everyone in the West Pole Divine region. The astonishment they felt was unimaginable. As the wind and clouds surged, the colors in the sky changed, making it difficult for people to grasp. The phenomenon of heaven and earth was like the end of the world. The sea of sand had fallen and the wind was howling. Everyone in the entire West Pole Divine Land was as silent as cicadas in winter, especially those who used to be part of the Buddhist sect. When they realized that the place with great momentum and danger was actually the old land of the Buddhist sect, they all became nervous. What's going on? Could it be that a demon had been born in the old land of the Buddhist sect? In all these years, I've never heard of such a huge upheaval in the old land of the Buddhist sect. It's hard to say. The situation in the West Pole has changed. Not long ago, I heard that the golden body of Buddha's reincarnation has come to the West Pole. It's very likely that it was caused by him. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Even the Buddha ancestor of the Buddhist sect doesn't have such ability, right? Look, within a radius of 500 kilometers, the old grounds of the Buddhist sect have all been reduced to a sandstorm. It's worrisome. Looks like those old monks can go out and take a look. With such an unforeseen event happening in the Buddhist sect's old haunt, I don't think any of them will sit still and wait for death. You're wrong. I heard that the 10 great monasteries and countless Buddhist disciples have all closed their monasteries and secluded their monasteries to focus on cultivation. This time, the old haunt of the Buddhist sect might not cause them to rush over like a flock of ducks. Countless people sighed with emotion. The disciples of the Buddhism sect had been scattered throughout the West Pole for thousands of years. They even existed in several other big provinces. Although the old land of the Buddhism sect had been destroyed and no longer existed, countless believers were still extremely devoted to the Buddhism sect. However, the turmoil in the old haunt of the Buddhist sect had caused many people to fall into a state of panic. They didn't know what to do. The golden body of the reincarnation of the Buddha and the death of the powerhouses of the Buddha Tower in the West Pole Divine Land were all shocking events. It was reasonable for people to be in a state of panic. After all, for so many years the West Pole had been peaceful. It was too peaceful. No, I have to go back and have a look. Tyrant said in a deep voice. Come, let's go together. Xianxia said in a deep voice. He knew that Tyrant must have his own reasons for wanting to return to the ancestral land of Buddha sect. What did you find? Xianxia could not help but ask. A familiar aura. Tyrant gave Xianxia a meaningful look. Maybe it will help me. That's good. Let's go. You've been rejected time and time again by the 800 monasteries of the West Pole. Let's see if this Buddhist sect can regain its former glory. Huh. Xianxia laughed and said. Many people from the monasteries are also fence-sitters and are watching. Many of the 10 great monasteries where arhats are located have not come forward. Those small monasteries will not easily take action. If they take a stand, they are likely to become cannon fodder. I have always believed that they must be waiting for the return of the Buddhist sect. Once upon a time, the 10,000 Buddha ancestor was not a faith. The true faith is their confidence. Tyrant looked incomparably serious. He exchanged a glance with Xianxia, then both of them went straight to the old haunt of Buddha sect. Reverend Wood's spirit was already stationed there, because Tyrant had already expected this. Not long after, the two of them appeared in the Buddhist sect's old haunt. At that moment the heavens and earth changed. It was dark and gloomy, as if it was the end of the world. No one could understand Tyrant's feelings. The earth-shattering change in the Buddhist sect's old haunt was a true fortune. The surrounding sandstorm became stronger and stronger, and the hurricane connected with the sky. Xianxia and Tyrant were at the heart of the storm. If they were not Emperor Realm powerhouses, they would have long been torn to pieces. Even so, Reverend Mu Ling could only stand at the periphery and watch silently. Xianxia and Tyrant walked step by step into the hinterland. The old haunt of the Buddha sect was already in ruins. Now that it had become like this, the earth-shattering change had attracted the attention of experts from all directions. Look, there are 6 light pillars in the sky, and they have all landed on the Buddhist sect. Yes. What exactly are these 6 pillars of light? Who knows? I think only the true powerhouses of the Buddhist sect know what these energy light pillars are. It seems that the rise of the Buddhist sect is not groundless. If the mighty Buddha of the 10,000 Buddha ancestor has really reincarnated, then maybe he can really lead a storm in the West Pole Divine region. Although the West Pole Divine region seemed calm, countless forces and experts were secretly stirring. They were all watching the changes in the Buddhist sect's old haunt. What was the reason behind it? It was worrisome. It's him, it's really him. Tyrant said in a serious tone. Who is it? Xianxia asked in confusion. I vow not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. Tyrant said excitedly. That familiar aura was filled with darkness and darkness. Although the black demon chi was rampaging through the heavens and earth, it was the aura that he was most familiar with. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Xianxia finally knew who Tyrant was talking about. Could it be that such a huge movement was caused by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Amitabha. That's right, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is the true prophet of the Buddhist sect. He is on par with Dipankara Gautama Buddha. However, hell is reincarnated and the demonic path is reborn. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva made a great promise. I vow not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. As a prophet of the Buddhist sect, I can't be compared to you. Tyrant said with a pious expression. His eyes were shining with anticipation. The arrival of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva would make the entire Buddhist sect shine. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was not in the West Pole Divine region but in hell. He was the most respected ancient prophet of the Buddhist sect. Although he didn't become a Buddha, it wasn't because he didn't have enough strength or status. It was because he made a great wish to make the world free of suffering and hell free of reincarnation. Only then could he become a Buddha. It seems that this Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is really merciful and compassionate. Xianxia said. Even Tyrant, the reincarnated Buddha, called himself a little monk in front of him. It was enough to show how deep and far-reaching the meaning of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was to the entire Buddhist sect and to the Buddha. Chapter 3807. In the old haunt of the Buddhist sect, the storm in the sky had already gradually disappeared. Layers of black light and shadows filled the air, and a black aura lingered. At the peak of the sky, a black stone door slowly opened, and a man wearing coarse hemp clothes slowly walked out. His body was surrounded by rings of incorporeal brilliance. Tyrant's expression became grave, and he put his palms together with a stern expression. Amitabha, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Apologies for not coming out to greet you. Although Tyrant was the supreme of the Buddhist sect, the ancestor of all Buddhas, he was extremely respectful to Ksitigarbha. One could imagine the identity and status of Ksitigarbha. Even Buddhas did not dare to compete with him, especially Ksitigarbha, who had given up the chance to become a Buddha for the sake of all living beings in the world. Now billions of years had passed, but he still held on to his beliefs. He swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty. Tyrant was extremely excited to return. Ksitigarbha's strength and status were unparalleled in the entire Buddhist sect. Only Dipankara Buddha could be compared to him. The old monk looked calm, but his brows were filled with worry. He was worried about the world. Amitabha Buddha is too serious. The reincarnation of the three realms has caused experts to fall. Although I am the Lord of Hell, I am powerless to reverse the situation. I am ashamed. Hell is still empty, but that is because of the drastic changes that happened billions of years ago. It was not because of the conversion of all living beings, but because of the calamity of the world. Countless experts wandered the world. Ksitigarbha said solemnly, "It seems that Great Monk also knows that the calamity of the world is coming, so you have returned to the Buddhist sect to help me rebuild the Buddhist sect?" Overjoyed, Tyrant said with a smile. "That's not it. My strength is limited, so I cannot become a Buddha. Naturally, there is a reason. Hell is empty and I cannot absolve myself from the blame. The ones who can help Buddha are your friends." Ksitigarbha looked at Zhou Xian and nodded slightly. Zhou Xian also nodded slightly and smiled. "Amitabha, greetings to you." "Amitabha. Young master's talent is extraordinary. This humble monk doesn't dare to speak nonsense." Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was extremely respectful towards Zhou Xian, which slightly surprised Tyrant. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was never one to curry favor with those in power, yet he was treating Zhou Xian with such importance. This puzzled Tyrant. "Great Monk, you're being too serious. How can I help you to revive the Buddhist sect? Only you, the almighty beings of the Buddhist sect, can bring the Buddhist sect back to its peak." Zhou Xian shook his head with a smile. "Amitabha, could it be that Great Monk has prophesied something?" Tyrant looked at Ksitigarbha with a solemn expression. The Buddha said, I can't say. The heavens and the earth were boundless and wind gave birth to water. The great tribulation was about to arrive, and everything in the world was unable to escape the suffering of reincarnation. The true gate of reincarnation is already in the hands of the demonic ancestor. This old monk can only use this minor gate of reincarnation to send you all back to heaven and earth. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva clenched his fist and pushed open the minor gate of reincarnation. This was the template of the true gate of reincarnation, but it could also be said to be a defective product left behind by the gate of reincarnation. It was called the minor gate of reincarnation. Amitabha, the gate of reincarnation was taken by the demonic ancestor, and I was powerless to protect it, which led to the fall of hell. "Buddha, please punish me," Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said with a sorrowful expression. Tyrant shook his head. "Great Monk, don't blame yourself. If I hadn't been distracted in the past, causing the demonic ancestor to wreak havoc on the spiritual mountain, leading to the destruction of the Buddhist sect, we might not have been defeated so miserably during the Great Tribulation. There's no need to mention the past. I'm currently guarding the minor gate of reincarnation, but I don't have much strength left. It won't be something that can be done in a short time. I can only protect you all from being destroyed by reincarnation, and hopefully I can redeem myself for my past negligence." Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva murmured, his face full of shame. The dilapidated minor gate of reincarnation quietly opened at this moment. At that moment, Zhou Xian and Tyrant were both focused on it. In that instant, Zhou Qian's eyes narrowed, and his expression changed drastically. "You Lingyun." Zhou Qian never expected that they who had fallen into the 6 paths of reincarnation would reappear in front of him. Zhou Qian didn't know where they had gone, but it turned out that they had always been in the 6 paths of reincarnation. "Husband." Long Ing Ling Yun and Yu rushed towards Zhou Qian at the same time, jumping into his embrace. Their eyes were filled with tears, making Zhou Qian feel extremely sad. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Zhou Qian sighed, feeling extremely guilty. If it wasn't for Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, he might not even know where to look for them. "Motherfucker. Little Qian, you're just a thing that only cares about the opposite sex. Can't you see me?" De Huang walked out of the minor gate of reincarnation while cursing. He looked at Zhou Qian with a face full of indignation, as if he was going to compete with Ling Yun and the others for Zhou Qian's favor. "I knew it. You won't die." Zhou Qian scolded with a smile, his face full of relief. At this moment, Han Yen, Long Shisan and Bai Yun had appeared. Only Lan Lingji was left standing there alone, her face full of disappointment. She looked at Jiang Chen with an indescribable bitterness in her heart. Why didn't I Yen and the stinky monkey come out? Where's Bai Yun? Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn, looking at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva with a stern face. Great monk, what's going on? Why didn't all the people in the 6 paths of reincarnation return? Amitabha. I don't know either. Of those 2, one had escaped from the 3 realms and was no longer within the 5 elements, and the other was formed from the demonic chi of heaven and earth. He had escaped the 6 paths of reincarnation by deceiving the heavens and the earth. As for the woman, she was probably saved from the 6 paths of reincarnation by a powerful expert. It's already a great fortune for me to be able to bring them out from the 6 paths of reincarnation and hide them in the minor gate of reincarnation. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face was full of solemnity. Jiang Chen put his palms together and bowed slightly in gratitude. Thank you, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, for your great kindness. Long Shurshan has jumped out of the 3 realms and is no longer in the 5 elements. Even Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said that he won't be in danger. Sister-in-law, you don't have to worry too much. I believe it won't be long before that stinky monkey appears in front of us. Jiang Chen looked at Lan Lingji and said. Lan Lingji nodded slightly, but the bitterness and worry in her eyes were heart-wrenching. Ling Yun and Long Ying held her hands tightly, which gradually calmed her heart down. Once this minor gate of reincarnation is opened, the evil ancestor should be able to sense it. I think it won't be long before the people of the Buddhist pagoda arrive. I don't have any strength left. Controlling the minor gate of reincarnation is already my limit. Buddha ancestor, the heavy burden of the rise of the Buddhist sect rests on you alone. The evil ancestor is cruel, but I believe you must be the true Buddha ancestor. With you in the Buddhist sect, this old monk can die without regrets. Amitabha Bodhisattva. Great monk has worked hard. I Buddha will never let you down. Tyrant said with a solemn expression. I'm afraid that you don't have the capability. The Buddhist sect has long ceased to exist and you old bald donkey should have perished long ago. Chapter 3808. Jiang Chen's expression became gloomy, and Tyrant looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Right at this moment in the distant sky, 3 figures appeared in front of them. Dragon Elephant Pagoda. 9 Dragons Pagoda. Vajra Pagoda. Tyrant's face darkened. The 3 great pagodas were part of the 8 pagodas and they were all top experts. Even though they were not as strong as they were in the past, they were still at the Emperor realm. Compared to the Black Nightmare Pagoda, they might even be stronger. With the 3 of them working together, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I didn't expect you to remember us. Buddha, it seems like you are still the same. Even I look down on you. Haha, do you want to repeat the mistakes of the past? The 9 Dragons Pagoda sneered. Right now these people were all trash. In his eyes they posed no threat at all. The fact that the Black Nightmare Pagoda had died in the hands of the Buddha was truly puzzling. At the same time it also made them feel sad and unworthy. Amitabha, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved. Buddhas, why must you force us? The Buddhist sect is facing a great calamity because of your stubbornness. The demon ancestor betrayed us. Now that the calamity of this world is coming, you will not be able to escape the pain of reincarnation. Ksitigarbha put his palms together and said solemnly. Old man, you are now an arrow at the end of its flight. What right do you have to talk nonsense in front of us? What right do you have? The gate of reincarnation is already in the hands of the demon ancestor. The calamity of this world is nothing to us. What is there to fear? The Vajra Pagoda laughed mockingly. In their eyes, the one who was truly stubborn was this old monk who did not know what was good for him. Bullshit, I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. Wasn't your gate of reincarnation snatched away by the demon ancestor? The Dragon Elephant Pagoda sneered, his eyes dark. What a bunch of ungrateful people. Seems like these people deserve to die. Monk, you won't plead for them this time, right? The 8-divisional stupa was blinded by greed and had long become a lackey of the demon ancestor. Now it seems like it is nothing more than that. Jiang Chen said disdainfully. The 3 Buddhas of the 9 dragons stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Jiang Chen's mockery and disdain made them feel extremely insulted. So, you were the one who killed the Black Ocean Pagoda? The 9 dragons stupa Dao. That's right. What's the difference between killing one person and killing millions? It's not a bad idea to have you 3 old dogs. Jiang Chen said proudly. Amitabha, 3 Buddhas. I don't want to kill anyone. Increasing the sin of killing is an evil that is difficult to eliminate for us. One day we will reap what we sow. Although the Buddhist sect has been destroyed, I, the Buddha, am still around. As long as I'm still around, I'll make the Buddhist sect shine once again. Not for glory, but for the common people of the world. I'll be able to end things well from the beginning to the end. When will there ever be an end to revenge? Our enemy is the great calamity of the world. Only by overcoming it will we be the true victors, the true heroes. Tyrant said sincerely. However, to the 3 Buddhas it was like a chicken talking to a duck. The 3 of them completely ignored Tyrant. In their eyes, only the strong and the victors had the right to speak. The Black Ocean Pagoda was dead, so even if he had 1,000 words to say, he couldn't. Today they would make Tyrant and Zhou Xian bow their heads. Cut the crap. You're no longer the Buddha of the past. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is no longer divine and the minor samsara gate is on the verge of collapse. What qualifications do you have to challenge us? Hurry up and follow me. Maybe the demon ancestor will be merciful and spare your lives. The Buddhas of the dragon elephant pointed at Tyrant arrogantly. His gaze was like a sword, overbearing and domineering. What a bunch of trash. You don't know what's good for you. Today all of you will die here. Zhou Xian said solemnly. He knew that he couldn't do it, but he still did it. Although the outcome of today's battle had yet to be decided, he would definitely make these guys pay the price. Awesome little Chinzi. That's an Emperor Realm expert. Can you do it or not? If you can't, let's run. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. De Huang glanced at Zhou Xian. Zhou Qian's strength was only at the peak mid-Emperor Realm. There was still a huge gap between him and an Emperor Realm expert. You've just broken through to the Emperor Realm. You're not qualified to talk to me. Do you think I'm trash like you? Hehe. Zhou Xian said with a smile. De Huang clenched his teeth in anger, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Humph, if I wasn't sealed in the 6 paths of reincarnation for so long, do you think I'll be afraid of you? It's all thanks to Ksitigarbha's Buddha aura. Otherwise, not only will our strength not improve, we'll also die in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Then, De Huang's eyes couldn't conceal his gratitude towards Ksitigarbha. Not only Big Yellow but Long Ying'er, Ling Yun and even Lan Lingji had all broken through to the sovereign realm. This had something to do with the support of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Buddha aura. Because of this, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had to expend a huge amount of Buddha aura to save them from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Amitabha. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Ksitigarbha's words were filled with Buddhist charm. Even Tyrant was surprised. It's a pity that these Buddhas are here to court death. Zhou Xian stared at the 3 of them closely. Obviously they were here to avenge the Black Nightmare Pagoda. Moreover, their targets were him and Tyrant. This battle wouldn't be as easy as before. 1 Emperor Venerable Realm expert was still manageable, but 3 Emperor Venerable Realm experts had arrived at the same time. To Zhou Xian this would be a great challenge. Since the Black Nightmare Pagoda was killed by you, I'd like to see what's so special about you. The Long Xiang Pagoda faced Zhou Xian with murderous intent. Its fists were ready to strike. You've killed countless experts and genius disciples of my Buddha Pagoda. Today it's time to settle the score with you. The 9-Dragon Pagoda was also ready. The death of the Black Nightmare Pagoda had a great impact on the 8-divisional pagoda. Otherwise, if the 8-divisional pagoda joined forces, their divine might would be unparalleled and unparalleled. Since you insist on seeking death, we can only fulfill your wish. The Vajra Pagoda exchanged a glance with the other 2. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 3809. Let's do it, monk. These guys won't give up until they see their coffins. Zhou Xian sneered. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and stood up proudly with unstoppable momentum. Amitabha, Amitabha. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva closed his eyes and murmured the name of Buddha, shaking his head and sighing. For the Buddhist sect, this was indeed a bitter civil war. The battle between the reincarnated golden body of Buddha and the 8-divisional pagoda was something that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva could not bear to watch. For the Buddhist sect, this was a humiliation and a great loss of morality. Buddha once sacrificed himself to become a Buddha for the people of the world, but he was betrayed by the people of the world. Although he was in the wrong, it was not his own will. No one in the Buddhist sect was willing to forgive Buddha. Even the betrayal of the 8-divisional pagoda and Sakra heaven was a fatal blow to the Buddhist sect. At this moment he knew that things had come to this and there was no turning back. The only thing that mattered was whose fist was bigger and whose words were the hard and fast truth. Jiang Qin faced the Dragon Elephant Pagoda and the Vajra Pagoda at the same time. He held the heavy sword in his hand and moved horizontally. The 24 moves of sword were unparalleled in the world. Jiang Qin used the dragon transformation and increased his strength to the peak of the Emperor realm. With the support of the Heavenly Dragon Sword and the Limitless Sword, even if he faced the Vajra Pagoda and the Dragon Elephant Pagoda alone, he was not afraid. On the other side, Tyrant also faced the 9-Dragon Pagoda alone. Compared to Jiang Qin, Tyrant's strength was constantly increasing. The greater the change in the Buddha aura, the stronger his strength became. When his strength reached a certain realm, he was almost very powerful. Relying on the endless Buddha aura and the power of faith, Tyrant's strength had also reached the peak of the Emperor realm. Not only did he absorb his relic, but he also perfectly integrated the Buddha aura of Avalokitesvara. At this moment, Tyrant was no longer the same person as before. Buddha light illumination. A simple ray of Buddha light shot out in all directions, causing the 9 Dragons Pagoda to not dare to underestimate it. Even though he had the cultivation base of an emperor, he still felt some pressure fighting against the Buddha ancestor. One must know that the Buddha ancestor back then was a paragon of the Buddha world, the ancestor of the Buddha world. Even Reverend Sakra wasn't a match for him. If it wasn't for the devil ancestor's counterattack, they would probably be nothing but a small soldier in front of the Buddha ancestor forever. Now that he had grasped such an opportunity, he naturally couldn't let it go. Being able to heavily injure the Buddha ancestor was quite a worthwhile deal, even if he had to suffer 800 casualties. What a terrifying sword. This guy's strength is simply too terrifying. Long Xiang, be careful. The Vajra Pagoda said with a stern face. Both of them didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Who could have imagined that whether it was the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand or his ever-victorious swordsmanship, both of them had reached the pinnacle. Even if his strength was far inferior to theirs, his power was shocking. The 24 moves of sword was the foundation of the 23 moves of sword, reaching the essence of swordsmanship. The slightest mistake could lead to a great error. The 24 moves of sword was the transformation of the 23 moves of sword. With the heavenly dragon sword in hand, this pinnacle-level divine weapon made the Vajra Pagoda and Long Xiang Pagoda flinch. The little Qinzi is getting more and more terrifying. This guy is really hard to imagine. De Huang said with a solemn face. At this time his strength was quite shabby. However, being trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation for so long, there was nothing he could do about it. It was already extremely difficult for him to rely on Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Buddha charm to break through to the Emperor realm and live until now. Husband, you can do it. Ling Yun murmured. Jiang Chen's invincible prowess had made them excited. However, it was still unknown if he could turn the tide. After all, the two of them were Emperor realm experts. A little bit of carelessness could lead to their defeat. Jiang Chen was fighting against two at the same time. His eyes emitted a terrifying chill. He must kill the 2 pagodas here. The Vajra Pagoda and Long Xiang Pagoda looked at each other solemnly. Both of them were furious. They were suppressed by an Emperor realm brat. This was intolerable. Let's do it, Vajra. Does this brat really think that we are afraid of him? Let's show him the true strength of an Emperor realm expert. The corner of Long Xiang Pagoda's mouth curved up. Murderous aura filled his body as he clenched his fist. His body was like a giant bell. His 10 feet tall body was unstoppable. Long Xiang transformation. The Long Xiang Pagoda's body was invincible. The Long Xiang Pagoda crossed the void and threw a punch. The might of the Long Xiang Pagoda was unstoppable. 24 moves of sword. The limitless realm is better than the limitless realm. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. He retreated in order to advance. The Long Xiang Pagoda's Long Xiang divine might had given him quite a bit of trouble. Moreover, his strength had already reached the middle Emperor realm, maybe even higher. That terrifying pressure forced Jiang Chen to give it his all. Streaks of high sky sword intent, along with the limitless sword, shone down from the sky and fought against the Long Xiang Pagoda. Vajra Dharma body, undying and indestructible. The Vajra Pagoda's palms were linked together and the Vajra body was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. Jiang Qin could not help but complain, as the Vajradharma body and the virtuous Dracophant might were their strongest techniques. The two venerable emperors were using all their techniques, and Jiang Qin was in a very dangerous situation. Fuck your whole family. Jiang Qin gnashed his teeth. The Vajradharma body and Long Xiang body were suppressing him, making his face even more serious. On the other side, Tyrant was also under extreme pressure. Although it was full of Buddha aura, the 9 Dragons Pagoda's battle strength was also quite terrifying. The 8-divisional pagoda was once the Buddhist sect's war god. Its battle strength was undeniable. Vajra fist. Go to hell, you ungrateful thing. The Vajradharma body held the Vajra fist in his hand. It was unstoppable. The Vajradharma body of the Vajradharma body was comparable to a divine weapon. When the two fists collided, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword only left a shallow wound under the Vajra fist. The clanging force was deafening. Jiang Chen retreated step by step. The pincer attack of the two heroes and the crazy attacks of the two Buddhist pagodas forced Jiang Chen to defend himself. Divine Golden Bell. Jiang Chen activated the Eastern Emperor Bell. Although the current Eastern Emperor Bell had not reached a perfect state and had not been repaired completely, Jiang Chen's myriad qi started to repair it crazily after his strength reached the Emperor realm. The current Eastern Emperor Bell was not to be underestimated. Under the Divine Golden Bell, it collided with the Vajra Pagoda's fist, shaking the surroundings and shattering the mountains and rivers. Chapter 38:10. No, we can't just sit here and wait for death. What's the point of us living if something happens to our husband? Ling Yun raised her eyebrows, her eyes filled with determination. Although they had just broken through to the Emperor realm not long ago and were unable to cause any harm to the two Emperor realm Buddha slayers, they would definitely not allow their husband to be oppressed and be on the brink of death. That's right. We will die without regrets for our husband. Long Ying'er bit her lips and looked at Ling Yun and Yu Er. They had already put their lives on the line. Something happened to Jiang Chen, their lives would be meaningless. Motherfucker, you're right. Little Chenzi, I will bite off a piece of meat from these two bastards even if I have to die. Roar. De Huang roared furiously, his battle intent was unparalleled. Although there was a gap between their strength, he was fearless. So what if he was facing the Buddha sect's war god? Once upon a time, they were invincible in Saint Origin world and the 9 continents Immortal world. Now, even the Buddha sect's war god was no exception. Big Yellow held the divine spear in his hand and took the lead. Ling Yun and the others followed behind him and joined the battle instantly. The Overlord realm experts were not something that they could fight, but they knew that there was a tiger in the mountain. Even if they knew that they were going to die, they would still stand by Jiang Chen's side. Ling Yun and the others were like that, and so was Big Yellow. None of them were afraid of death. Be careful. Although Jiang Chen was at a disadvantage, he was not powerless against the two Buddha slayers. However, Ling Yun, De Huang and the others joined the battle. Although he knew that they had good intentions, the Buddha Dragon Elephant Slayer and the Vajra Buddha were too terrifying. They could not be defeated in 1 or 2 moves. A bunch of reckless fools. Get lost. The Vajra Buddha unleashed a fist that soared to the sky, causing the spirit energy to fluctuate and space to collapse. De Huang, with the divine spear in his hand, stood out, but he was forced back 100 miles by the remaining power of the fist. On the other hand, Ling Yun and the others were severely injured. Blood spurted out from their wounds. The 3 women looked solemn. They did not hesitate for the sake of their beloved husband. Bastard. Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. This Vajra Buddha actually dared to harm his brother and woman. At this moment, Jiang Chen's blood was boiling and his veins were bulging. His eyes were filled with despair. Wait for me. No one can hurt you anymore. Jiang Chen glanced at Ling Yun and the others and said softly. The moment he raised his head, he had already turned into a demon from hell. Not only Tyrant, but even Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva felt suffocated. This fellow was too scary. His sudden outburst of anger was enough to make one despair. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Little brat, come at me if you're not convinced. You'll die a slow death. The Vajra Buddha sneered. Although Jiang Chen's anger made him feel a little bit of fear, it was not enough to make him submit. Moreover, they were both Emperor Realm experts while Jiang Chen was just a peak mid-Emperor Realm expert. How could he change his fate? What a fool's dream. You'll pay for this. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. At that moment his body became incomparably strong. Under the dragon transformation, the ancient soaring dragon technique reappeared, pushing his strength to the sovereign realm. Although the gap wasn't that big, the current Xianxia had the combat strength to destroy the heavens and earth. The Vajra Buddha and the Vajra Buddha had completely enraged him. Amitabha. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva seemed to have sensed a deathly aura that filled the sky above the Buddhist sect. At this moment, Xianxia was like a ray of light, a ray of death that came from hell. Xian Heavenly Seal. Xianxia's aura was unparalleled, like a peerless king descending upon the world. The Tao accumulation seal struck out, causing the wind and thunder to look sideways. Xian Heavenly Seal. Admiring Heavenly Seal. The three seals struck out together. The Tao accumulation seal was so powerful that the Vajra Buddha and the Vajra Buddha's expressions changed. Especially the terrifying Tao accumulation that Xianxia displayed, it directly blocked their escape route. That towering battle intent was like a supreme being above the heavens. They were no match for it. Tao accumulation seal? How is this possible? Impossible. The Vajra Buddha's expression changed drastically. The power of the Tao accumulation seal was well known even in the ancient times. Those who could use the Tao accumulation seal were the most powerful celestial lords in the world. No one could be a match for them. Even the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's expression turned serious. He did not expect Xianxia's Tao accumulation seal to be so terrifying and overbearing. The Vajra Buddha and the Vajra Buddha looked at each other and quickly retreated. They were not only shocked by Xianxia's Tao accumulation seal, but also because it was too powerful for them to resist. Even though the Vajra Buddha and the Vajra Buddha were already prepared, they still could not resist Xianxia's Tao accumulation light. Get lost. Xianxia roared as he struck out seal after seal. He did not give them any chance to fight back. Every seal carried the power of Tao accumulation and was irresistible. A deathly aura filled the air. The two of them felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They could feel the aura of death. None of you can escape from my hands. You hurt my lover. You deserve to die. Xianxia's strength was like a bull. His seal was earth-shattering and shocking. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva could feel the tragic scene of the Vajra Buddha and the Vajra Buddha. Vajra Buddha, give me back my golden body. The Vajra Pagoda took Xianxia's Dharma accumulation seal head-on. However, his palms were cracked and his bones were crushed. Both of his arms had lost the ability to fight. His flesh and blood had turned into a bloody mist. He was running away in panic. His eyes were filled with fear. Although it wasn't difficult for him to regenerate his arms, Xianxia had easily destroyed his Vajra body. It was hard for him to accept that. The peerless Vajra Buddha, I am the only one. The Vajra Buddha and the Vajra Buddha controlled the universe. Its Vajra Buddha's body was also unparalleled and ferocious. However, everything was torn apart by Xianxia's Tao accumulation seal. The Vajra Buddha and the Vajra Buddha were no exception. Its body was full of holes and its injuries were critical. Even if it was not killed by Xianxia, it was on the verge of death. Chapter 38:11. Retreat. Buddha Dragon Elephant shouted angrily. His face was filled with shock. He pushed the power of the dragon and elephant to the extreme, but he still couldn't escape from Xianxia's attack. You want to retreat now? It's too late. You hurt my family, so I'll kill all of you. Xianxia was also furious. He had already made up his mind to fight to the death with these two people. Otherwise, he wouldn't let this matter rest. Only death awaited those who dared to touch his woman. The dermic seal of Tao accumulation was like breaking dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. The Vajra Pagoda didn't fare any better. Both the Vajra Pagoda and the Dragon Elephant Pagoda attacked at the same time, but they still couldn't stop Xianxia's attack. The terrifying Tao accumulation was something they couldn't defend against. Xianxia's soundless attack was invincible. Xianxia looked disdainfully at the sky, like a divine soldier descending from the sky. He was unstoppable. The Buddha Dragon Elephant and Buddha Dragon Elephant were defeated one after another, and their situation was worrying. Damn good job, little Qinzi. De Huang couldn't help but applaud. At this time he had just come out of the 6 paths of reincarnation. His strength couldn't help Xianxia at all, so he could only wave the flag and cheer for him. On the other side, the battle between Tyrant and the 9-Dragon Buddha was getting more and more intense. Both sides were fighting back and forth. The current Tyrant was no longer the seriously injured monk he was before. The might of the Buddha was incomparably strong against the 9-Dragon Buddha. Amitabha Buddha Dragon Buddha, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you'll be saved. You should quickly convert to Buddhism. Now that the situation is over, it's impossible for you to win against Zhou Xian. Tyrant said with a dignified face. He looked very calm and the nine-dragon Buddha couldn't do anything to him. The Buddha's charm was melodious and the atmosphere was magnificent. The current tyrant even faintly had the aura of a supreme Buddha. Even Zhou Xian couldn't help but look at him in a different light. Don't even think about it. My Buddhist pagoda will absolutely not admit defeat. The nine dragons Buddha's expression was still cold, and he did not change his attacking stance. Even though he saw the dragon elephant Buddha and Vajra Buddha becoming more and more passive, he still wanted to fight tyrant to the death. The death of the Heimi Buddha had completely aroused his anger. He had the best relationship with the Heimi Buddha, and now that the Heimi Buddha had been killed he could not just sit and wait for death. The pagoda of Buddha was the strongest force in the entire divine world. How could he bow down to the Buddha? Even though the former Futu was also above tens of thousands of people, his status illustrious, his divine strength overflowing into the heavens. After all, that was then and this was now. Let's see how long you can last. Zhou Xian sneered and swung the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Taking advantage of the victory, he chased after them. His left hand formed a seal and his right hand held the heavenly dragon sword. The Vajra Pagoda and the Dragon Elephant Pagoda could only be beaten passively and their injuries became more and more serious. Zhou Xian, don't go too far. It won't be long before Sakura Sage arrives and all of you will die. The Dragon Elephant Buddha gritted his teeth and said. He was constantly forced to retreat and was in a sorry state. The Emperor Venerable 8-divisional pagoda could not fight back at all in the hands of Zhou Xian. Zhou Qian's anger soared to the heavens. His methods were ruthless and he did not intend to leave any chance for them. Tyrant was holding back but Zhou Xian was rushing to the heavens step by step. His momentum was at its peak and the Dragon Elephant Buddha and the Vajra Buddha were badly beaten. That's what you get for being pretentious. Now that you can't be pretentious, you'll have to act like a coward. De Huang sneered and beamed with joy. The Dragon Elephant Buddha and the Vajra Buddha were so angry that they gritted their teeth, but they could do nothing about it. After all, Zhou Qian's attacks were too fierce, and the two of them were already feeling strenuous. It wouldn't be long before they would be killed by Zhou Qian. Even an Emperor Venerable Realm powerhouse could do nothing about it. Who would have thought that Zhou Qian, who their disciples had looked down on in the past, would now force them into a dead end? It was like a nightmare. Zhou Qian's growth was too fast and they couldn't do anything about it. Zhou Qian, you mustn't make a mistake. If you surrender now and attach yourself to our Buddha pagoda, then you'll still have a chance to live. Otherwise, you won't be able to run away even if you want to when Reverend Sakura arrives. The Buddha is a great enemy of our Buddhist pagoda. Do you really want to throw your life away for him? Do you know the consequences of offending our Buddhist pagoda? The Vajra pagoda roared furiously, trying to force Zhou Qian to retreat. What a joke. So what if I offend your Buddhist pagoda? It's not the first or second time that your Buddhist pagoda has tried to kill me. When did you succeed? You're all a pile of dog shit. Not to mention that Tyrant is my good brother. Even if he isn't, as long as he's an enemy of your Buddhist pagoda, he's my friend, Zhou Qian. Even if I surrender to you, can you protect me? You might not even believe this yourself. The two of you might not be able to wait until Sakura Sage arrives. Even if your so-called demon ancestor comes, I, Zhou Qian, will not be afraid. Now I'll start with you guys. You'll end up like the Black Ocean Pagoda. Zhou Qian's bloodthirsty eyes flickered constantly. The Vajra Buddha and the Dragon Elephant Buddha looked at each other and felt a deep fear. Zhou Qian's aura was too terrifying, and it was as if he wanted to force them into the 18th level of hell. Fight. If we don't fight, we'll all die here. This stubborn bastard doesn't know what's good for him. The Vajra Buddha knew that they had no way out at this time. Moreover, it was very likely that Zhou Qian would consign them to eternal damnation in the next second. They could only fight with their backs against the wall. Mysterious heavenly seal. Zhou Qian clenched his fists and made a seal. The power of Tao accumulation surged and rushed into the sky, completely sealing the Vajra Buddha and the Dragon Elephant Buddha. They had no way out and their lives were on the line. How dare you? A loud shout rang out. After the Vajra Buddha and the Dragon Elephant Buddha, a figure rushed over and clapped his palms on the shoulders of the two. The combined strength of the three finally offset the soaring momentum of Jiang Chen's mysterious heavenly seal. However, the Vajra Buddha and the Dragon Elephant Buddha were already an arrow at the end of its flight. They were in an extremely sorry state, and their faces were filled with bewilderment. Just now, life and death had been decided by a single thought. Old Ghost One Life, you've come just in time. If you had been any later, the two of us would have had to meet the Black Sea Pagoda. The Vajra Pagoda let out a long sigh of relief, sweat dripping down his face. The two of them had never been so close to death. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Looks like we've all underestimated you. The world of the stupa nodded and looked at Jiang Chen and Tyrant. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were incomparably calm, as if he didn't care about Jiang Chen at all. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and said, Lung Lung, another pagoda, right? No matter how many come today, I, Jiang Chen, will receive them. I really want to see who can do anything to me. Don't be too full of yourself. Who knows, you might end up kneeling at my feet in a moment. Who knows? The world of the stupa smiled faintly. His calm demeanor caused Jiang Chen's gaze to turn even colder. Where did this guy get his confidence from? I have to say, you're really merciful. A man should be like this. Not bad, not bad. Do you remember the two of them? Chapter 38:12. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. It was as if the entire sky had darkened. Above the void, there were dark clouds pressing down on the city. It's Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu. These few Buddhas have thoroughly angered little Chenzi. No one understood Jiang Chen better than De Huang. At this moment, a towering rage was spreading out from Jiang Chen's body. That incomparably domineering aura seemed to be above the 9 heavens, invincible. Little Chenzi. Husband. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Yan Qingqing's eyes were filled with tenderness. She had already woken up. Although they had been suppressed in the pagoda, their strength had not fallen behind. Wu Ningzhu had broken through to the Emperor realm, and Yan Qingqing had reached the late Emperor realm because of Princess Azalea's inheritance. The moment she broke through to the Emperor realm, she had completely recalled what had happened in the past. Jiang Chen had been running around everywhere for them and he had almost died. She had seen everything. You're courting death. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. His body was trembling unceasingly. He then turned to look at the world of the stupas. The corner of his mouth was so cold that it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. I'm so scared. Are you going to kneel down and beg for mercy now? Otherwise, you should be able to imagine what would happen to the two of them. In any case, the two of them were just two breathing animals to me. Life and death are decided by a single thought of mine. You dare to challenge me? Are you going to collect their corpses? The world of the stupas looked at Jiang Chen disdainfully. Now that the power was in his hands, would this guy still dare to act rashly? Don't worry about us. Husband, you must kill this bastard. Yan Qingqing said firmly. Both of them were fearless in the face of death. Even if they were to die, they didn't want to be used by the one lifetime pagoda to threaten Jiang Chen. If that happened, Jiang Chen would definitely fall into a passive position. Little Chenzi, we are not afraid of death. You must not be fooled by this guy. Wu Ningzhu clenched her fists tightly. She would die without regrets if she could see Jiang Chen again. You don't have much time left. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't kneel and beg for forgiveness by then, the two of them will kneel and die. The world of the pagoda stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest. A cold smile appeared on his face. I've heard that Jiang Chen values friendship and loyalty. I don't think you'll give up now, right? Women are like clothes. It's really hard to choose. The words of the one lifetime pagoda were like a balm to Jiang Chen. As long as he gave the order, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing would definitely be hurt. Seems like you're quite confident. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and looked at the one lifetime pagoda. At this moment, the other party's arrogant attitude had already made Jiang Chen unable to bear it anymore. You'd better be prepared. Just to protect yourself, I'll make those two guys die instantly. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. At this moment he was already fully prepared. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, but they didn't say a word. Jiang Chen had such a great determination. That meant that he must have made some preparations. Jiang Chen would never fight a battle without preparation. Since he was fearless, It meant that victory was already in his grasp. 5, 4, 3, 2. The One Lifetime Pagoda smiled. Everyone held their breath, especially Tyrant Ling Yun and the others. They were all worried for Zhou Xian. Motherfucker, you despicable bastard. If you dare to touch a single hair on them, I'll bite you to death. De Huang gritted his teeth and said. However, the One Lifetime Pagoda did not care. If Zhou Xian dared to do anything reckless, he would not be merciful. You're not qualified to touch my women. Zhou Xian harumphed coldly. He held the great Yu soul-forming light in his hand and waved it down. Extinguish the soul, light up. Zhou Qian's soul power instantly spread across the void. The two people who were restraining Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing died instantly. Their souls were devoured by the great Yu soul-forming light. The two Emperor Realm experts were powerless against Zhou Xian and died instantly. The One Lifetime Pagoda's expression changed. He never thought that Zhou Xian would be so fearless and use his soul power to suppress two of his pagoda's experts. Zhou Qian's terrifying technique made everyone speechless. Bastard. The One Lifetime Pagoda's expression turned gloomy and ugly. He shouted angrily. At this moment he could only run towards Zhou Qian. You're not qualified to go against me, Zhou Qian said with a cold smile. The One Lifetime Pagoda had fallen into Zhou Qian's trap. He never thought that he would be in such a difficult situation. Although he had something on him, Zhou Qian had changed the situation in an instant. He, the Dragon Elephant Pagoda and the Vajra Pagoda were forced into a passive position. Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu quickly flew back to Zhou Qian's side. However, their bodies were extremely weak. They had been suppressed in the dark prison all this while. It was already very difficult for them to survive. Zhou Qian, kill me and take revenge for the Black Sea Pagoda. The One Lifetime Pagoda knew that he could only do it himself. He wanted to capture Zhou Qian without putting up a fight. However, the situation had already changed. Anytime. However, all of you must die. How dare you use my Zhou Qian's women to threaten me? Only death awaits you. Not even the God of Heaven can save you. Zhou Qian held the heavenly dragon sword tightly and patted Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. The two of them cried tears of joy. They never thought that they would be able to escape and reunite with Zhou Qian. Don't cry. Wait for me to kill these old dogs, then we'll catch up. Zhou Qian felt warmth in his heart. He was relieved that Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu were fine. However, this One Lifetime Pagoda must die. Zhou Qian had never been threatened by anyone. Those who dared to threaten him were all dead. You don't know what's good for you. How dare you go against the pagoda? Vajra Dragon Elephant, support me. The One Lifetime Pagoda shouted. His strength had already reached the Middle Emperor realm. He was much stronger than Zhou Qian. He was even stronger than the Vajra Buddha and Dragon Elephant Buddha. 24 moves of sword. Zhou Qian's heavenly dragon sword once again soared into the sky. Profound Heaven Seal. This time, Zhou Qian had condensed all 7 Tao essence into his body. The profound heavenly seal was unleashed once again. It was even more terrifying than before. The invincible mightiness of the profound heavenly seal had made the Vajra Pagoda and the Dragon Elephant Pagoda silent out of fear. However, the One Lifetime Pagoda did not believe it. The profound heavenly seal this time was even more overbearing than before. All of you get lost. The Tao in Zhou Qian's palm was overbearing and invincible. The three of them were forced to retreat. Zhou Qian's face turned pale. The Tao energy in his body had been drained by half. However, this seal made the world of the Buddha's facial expression change completely. Zhou Qian's face turned pale. The three of them were in a dire situation. Zhou Qian was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He was determined to kill the 3 pagoda. Chapter 38:13. Venerable, save me. Venerable, you have to uphold justice for us. The Venerable is here, Zhou Qian will definitely die. The One Lifetime Stupa and the others were overjoyed and gradually calmed down. The arrival of Venerable Socration made them regain their confidence. Venerable Emperor Peak. The current Socration was only 1 step away from entering the Heavenly King realm. He would soon be able to restore his peak battle strength. For the Buddhist pagoda, this news was too shocking. The One Lifetime Stupa and the others were all in awe of Socration. After all, he was the strongest person under the demon ancestor. Regardless of strength or status, the 8-divisional pagoda couldn't compare to him. Although the 8-divisional pagoda was the mainstay of the Buddhist pagoda, it didn't mean that everyone could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The existence of Venerable Socration made them feel at ease. This was the strongest battle strength of the Buddhist pagoda. Socration. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes. He thought that Socration was already dead. However, at the peak of the South Sea in the purple bamboo forest, this guy was only a soul thought. It wasn't his real body at all. Now the Socration who was rushing over was his real body. Jiang Qin, you really have guts. It seems that if I don't get rid of you, this world won't have peace. Socration looked at Jiang Qin coldly. Now Jiang Qin was even more troublesome than Tyrant. Buddha could just lift a finger, but if he wanted to deal with Jiang Qin, it would definitely be quite troublesome. Previously he was defeated by Jiang Qin because it was just a soul thought. But now with his golden body again, Socration didn't fear Jiang Qin at all. How can a loser be brave? Jiang Qin sneered. Socration's face also became extremely ugly. He looked at Jiang Qin with incomparable anger. Do you think you can become my enemy just because you've defeated my spiritual sense? In my eyes you are still just a small fry. Socration's arrogance was indeed justified. Peak Emperor, such strength was indeed not something that the current Jiang Qin could contend with. Who is the small fry? We will only know after we fight. I, Jiang Qin, can defeat you once and I can defeat you again. Jiang Qin stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest, swearing that as long as the opponent's strength did not exceed the Venerable Emperor realm and had not reached the Heavenly King realm, Jiang Qin was confident that he could fight them. Amitabha. Venerable Socration, repent. You are the true Buddha. You are the Buddha. How can you commit such a grave sin? Now the Buddhist sect has been destroyed. Do you want to kill us? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sighed in sorrow. Old man, do you really think you have a place in the Buddhist sect? Qin Yu King Buddha King King I, King Yu, Yun I Buddha King, King, King Huang, King Ven, Kama King Buddha, King King, King Ven. Venerable, why did the Buddhist sect become so weak in his hands? The demon ancestor did the opposite. Overthrowing him was the right choice. My Buddha Tower wants to replace the Buddhist sect, but what can we do? Do you, King Venerable Buddha is the only orthodox sect in this world? Don't forget how you were destroyed. Do you have the ability to go against heaven? Heaven can never be defied. The great trial of heaven and earth is not a disaster but a reincarnation. Those who are fated will survive, but some will die when their time is up. Even you are no exception. Socration looked arrogant and domineering. His face was full of anger. He didn't take anyone seriously as if he was the only one in the world. Indeed, he too had the strength. Peak Emperor Venerable Realm. Only a few people in this world could fight with him. Bastard. Xianxia, you're an out-and-out lunatic, you're a bastard. Don't talk nonsense. I, Xitiful Buddha sect, am respected by heaven and earth. What right do you have to criticize me? As the scum of the Buddhist sect, I am ashamed to be associated with you. This was the first time Tyrant revealed an expression of anger. After all, this guy didn't put Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in his eyes at all. Even Tyrant was filled with reverence for Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. If Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva hadn't worked so hard for the sake of the people of the world, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva wouldn't have become what it was today. So what? Who can fight with me? Jiang Qin? Or a defeated general like you? The Buddhist sect has already been destroyed. What right do you have to negotiate with us? If it wasn't for the demon ancestor, I would have killed you long ago. You are still useful to the demon ancestor. Socration sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Forget it, monk. This kind of person is already blinded by greed and has no sense of right and wrong. He is the scum of the Buddhist sect. Now there is no way to save him. There is only one ending. We die or he dies. Jiang Qin stood up with his sword in his hand. At this moment, there was no chance for reconciliation. Whoever fell first would be a coward and the one who survived would be the ruler. You are right. There is only one ending. Unfortunately, they can't see through it. Only you can be considered a sensible person. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Otherwise, you will die sooner or later. You guys won't be able to survive the calamity of heaven and earth. Why don't you die early and reincarnate? Ha! Socration was extremely savage and hysterical. Even his eyes were extremely feminine. Jiang Qin had cut off a part of his soul. He had always harbored hatred in his heart. At this time he must dismember Jiang Qin into 1,000 pieces. I will accompany you to the end. Jiang Qin raised his sword and stood up. His 4 eyes met Socration's, his battle intent surging. Little Xianxia, be careful. Tyrant's expression was very unsightly. He was incomparably nervous. No one was clearer than him about how terrifying Socration was. Back then, it was only a part of his soul that had already forced them into a desperate situation. Now that they were facing Socration, who had already returned to his golden body, their situation pointed to disaster. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely return it 10 times or 100 times more. In today's battle, Socration, let me see how powerful you, the Buddhist sect's war god from billions of years ago, are. Zhou Xian was fearless. The battle was about to begin. If it was me back then, you might not even be able to withstand one move from me. Even today you will undoubtedly die. I can also exercise my muscles and bones. The hatred from back then, new hatred and old hatred, I will settle it all together. Socration slowly clenched his fists and looked at Zhou Xian. Venerable one, you must seek justice for us. Kill this Zhou Xian as soon as possible. The world stupa stared fiercely at Zhou Xian and said, My husband, you must be extremely careful. Yan Qingqing's face was filled with nervousness. Zhou Xian looked back and smiled. The current Yan Qingqing's eyes were so familiar. She was no longer that ice-cold woman from back then. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. Her concern flowed in his heart inch by inch. Today I will let you all witness the might of I, Socration. Shirzun, I want to let you know that even without you, I, Socration, can still become the Buddhist sect's supreme. No one can disobey me. Chapter 38:14. Retreat. Along with Indra's roar, the 9 dragons pagoda, One World pagoda, Dragon Elephant pagoda, and Vajra pagoda all retreated. Indra descended like a heavenly shadow with unparalleled divine might. Skyscraping palm. Indra struck out with his palm. The heavens and earth trembled, the weather changed, and all living things roared. Zhou Xian held the heavenly dragon sword and slashed out. The 24 moves of sword came from all directions and intertwined with Indra's palm. At that moment, Zhou Xian's expression changed and he retreated in a sorry state. Even with the help of the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique, Zhou Xian was still not an Emperor realm expert. On the other hand, Indra had reached the peak of the Emperor realm. His terrifying power permeated the heavens and earth, making it impossible for anyone to resist. Little Xianxia, husband, Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, and the others all had their hearts in their throats. Zhou Xian had already used all his strength, but at this moment, it was still difficult for him to make Indra take a step back. Zhou Xian clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his eyes were still incomparably cold, without a hint of fear. Indra, get out of here. Tyrant soared into the sky and launched a powerful attack. The obscure Buddhist sect seals in his hands were launched one after another, covering the sky and penetrating the 9 heavens. Great Mahamudra palm. Now that Buddha had regained a new life, the memories of his previous life had completely fused with tyrants. He was extremely familiar with the techniques of the Buddhist sect. The Great Mahamudra palm was his supreme technique in the past. Although its might was greatly reduced now that he was using it, it was still incomparably powerful. Indra's expression froze. He clenched his fist and launched another attack. Facing Buddha's Great Mahamudra palm, he did not dare to be careless. After all, this was Buddha's special skill in the past. Boundless Buddhist aura surged and filled the sky. Tyrant had already unleashed all of his abilities. The palm imprint that covered the sky shone with resplendent golden light. However, under Sakra's heavy fist, it actually turned into specks of light in an instant, dispersing in the void. Tyrant was sent flying backward. Just like Zhou Xian, he was also forced to retreat by Socration and cut a sorry figure. Everyone's heart was rather heavy. Zhou Xian and Tyrant were defeated one after another. Their complexions were unsightly and their situation was worrying. Sakra was like an unrivaled demon that made Zhou Xian unable to resist. You go first, little Xianxia. I'll handle this. I'm the one he wants. Monk Tyrant dismissed the rewards and punishments and said through gritted teeth. Bullshit. Today I will definitely not rest until this bastard is dead. Zhou Xian completely ignored Tyrant. However, Tyrant knew that they no longer had any chance. Socration's true body was simply too powerful. Previously, in order to erase a trace of Socration's soul, the two of them had already unleashed all of their abilities. Now wanting to suppress Socration was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. None of you will be able to leave this place alive. Of course, Buddha is an exception. Because the evil ancestor wants your golden body for other purposes. Socration's face was filled with arrogance. He looked at Zhou Xian as though he was looking at an ant. You don't have the ability to kill me. Zhou Xian's eyes were sharp and murderous. Come. Zhou Xian moved his palm and the wind howled. 108 peak primal origin treasures appeared in the void. Everyone's expression changed drastically. 108 peak primal origin treasures. It was too terrifying. Even the 4 great pagoda's expression turned ugly. Let's see what tricks you can play. Socration's expression was solemn. However, Zhou Xian's strength was still too weak. It was completely wishful thinking for Zhou Xian to oppose him at this time. Even if he had the support of the formation and hundreds of primal origin treasures, what could he do? Get out of my way. Socration roared. His palms flew and his aura was monstrous. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xian's Ashura sword formation had completely covered the void. It was impossible for Socration to escape and destroy the Ashura sword formation. Even he, who was at the peak of the Emperor Venerable realm, could not break the formation in an instant when facing the sword formation formed by 108 primal origin treasures. Interesting. Socration narrowed his eyes and sneered. As Zhou Xian's Ashura sword formation gradually formed and the sword formation was fully activated, Zhou Xian's expression became colder and colder. Zhou Xian had made up his mind to kill Socration here. At that moment Socration was greatly shocked. Zhou Xian was only at the middle stage Emperor realm. However, the Ashura sword formation had brought him a lot of trouble even though he was at the peak of the Emperor Venerable realm. However, the Ashura sword formation needed to control 108 primal origin treasures, which consumed a lot of strength. In less than 10 breaths, it had already consumed 1/3 of Zhou Xian's strength. Socration staggered in the Ashura sword formation. His face was extremely gloomy. This terrifying sword chi was all released by the primal origin treasures. Moreover, it was a peak primal origin treasure. If this continued, Socration knew that he would definitely die here and exhaust his strength if he could not get out of this sword formation within the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. However, at this moment, it was obvious that Zhou Xian's strength was not up to his expectations. He could not hold on for half an incense stick to burn. Even 30 breaths was extremely difficult for Zhou Xian. However, Zhou Xian did not slack off. He had to at least injure Socration to relieve the hatred in his heart. This arrogant guy was trapped in his Ashura sword formation and could not move an inch. Bastard. Socration's face was extremely grim. In this Ashura sword formation he could be obliterated at any time. This Zhou Xian was simply a madman. 10 breaths had already consumed half of his strength. The longer he persisted, the better it would be for Zhou Xian. He might even overdraft his body and send him to eternal damnation. Therefore, at this moment for Zhou Xian, this battle was a gamble with his life. It was to suppress Socration. You want to kill me? You're not worthy, not worthy. Chapter 38:15. Zhou Qian's strength was declining step by step because the Ashura sword formation consumed too much of his strength. It was simply unbearable for him. In the blink of an eye, only 20 breaths of time had passed, but Xianxia, who was above the void, had already been forced into a desperate situation. This scene was watched by tens of thousands of people. Countless people were looking up at Xianxia and Zhou Xian. These two people were like two incomparably dazzling suns. That kind of dazzling brilliance was enough to make anyone flinch. Little Qinzi may not be able to hold on for much longer. De Huang said in a deep voice. His face was solemn. He could feel that Zhou Qian's strength was declining continuously. The suppression power that he could burst out was already inadequate. De Huang understood Zhou Qian better than anyone else. At this time it was already difficult for him to have a backup technique. The Ashura sword formation could force Xianxia to this step. It was already beyond everyone's expectations. Then what should we do? Yan Qingqing's eyes were solemn. She was very worried. All the women were silently looking at Zhou Qian, wishing that they could take this blow for Zhou Qian. However, both sides were evenly matched. Xianxia was constantly being pressured by the Ashura sword formation and was in an extremely difficult situation. If Zhou Qian could hold on, he would certainly be able to make Xianxia submit, but they were afraid that Zhou Qian would not be able to hold on any longer. He can only rely on himself. De Huang sighed. Others could not help at all. If Jiang Qin could not end Di Shitian, the outcome might be reversed by the opponent. Jiang Qin clenched his teeth, but he could not hold on for much longer. Just like what De Huang said, he had to rely on himself. The divine might of the 108 pinnacle origin divine tools made Di Shitian, who was at the peak of the Emperor Venerable Realm, shocked. However, at the same time, the power it consumed was also difficult for Jiang Qin to control. The earth-shattering momentum of the Ashura sword formation made Jiang Qin feel extremely strenuous. It was like a whale swallowing. The power in his body was instantly stripped. It was as horrifying as silk being spun out of a cocoon. Bastard, you want to kill me? Impossible. Di Shitian punched out one punch after another. Loud explosions shook the world. Layers of sword shadows were repelled by his heavy punches. But he was also constantly retreating, defending the perimeter. It was difficult for him to advance even an inch. Sword chi came from all directions and he had no way to deal with it. Even if his divine fists were invincible and blocked a lot of sword chi, there were still countless sword chi that could penetrate through every pore, making him suffer and riddled with scars. In another 30 breaths' time, Di Shitian would definitely not be able to hold on. Now he already felt extremely strenuous. This Ashura sword formation 108 pinnacle origin divine tools was simply like a big net between heaven and earth. Even Di Shitian, who was at the peak of the Emperor Venerable Realm, could only look at its back. However, at this moment, although Di Shitian was distressed, he found that Jiang Qin was already an arrow at the end of its flight and could not continue to hold on. This incomparably huge formation required spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which almost made an Emperor Venerable Realm master like him change his expression. Little bastard, let's see how long you can hold on. Di Shitian sneered. He was already prepared to fight to the death with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. In the last 10 breaths' time he began to crazily attack. Regardless of whether he could win in the end, he must go all out and use the last bit of his strength. Even if he was defeated, he absolutely could not let Di Shitian have an easy time. Gods descend, 10,000 swords return to origin. Streaks of sharp sword chi continuously burst out from the Ashura sword formation. Di Shitian was extremely cautious, retreating step by step, looking extremely embarrassed. Everyone was extremely looking forward to it, but Jiang Qin really could not hold on any longer. The consumption of the Ashura sword formation almost made him a dried-up lamp. Puff! Jiang Qin spat out a mouthful of blood. The bitterness at the corner of his mouth was overflowing. He staggered and finally stood up with his sword, barely holding on. Otherwise he would have completely collapsed. Di Shitian's body trembled. The surrounding airwaves gradually receded and the sword rain also dissipated. The Ashura sword formation broke by itself because Jiang Qin was already unable to hold on any longer. However, Di Shitian was also very embarrassed and suffered heavy injuries. Although he was a lot stronger than Jiang Qin, he also felt like he was hitting his own face to look fat. If Jiang Qin could continue to hold on for another 30 breaths, then it would be enough to kill Di Shitian and completely seal him off. However, everything was just an if. You are not my opponent after all. I have to say that your Ashura sword formation is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, it is not worth mentioning in front of me. Di Shitian said with an arrogant face. Jiang Qin was already an arrow at the end of its flight and no longer had the strength to fight. At this time he was still the final winner. If it wasn't for me consuming too much energy in the previous battle, you might not be able to escape alive and avoid my Ashura sword formation. Jiang Qin said while gritting his teeth. His face was gloomy. The battle with the 3 great stupas had already given Jiang Qin a great deal of pressure. Facing Di Shitian again was why he was in such a difficult situation. If it was a real peak battle, he might be able to make Di Shitian bow his head. But in the end you still couldn't kill me. Di Shitian sneered. History was always written by the victors. The defeated could only become the dust of history. There was no problem at all. This was an unchanging truth since ancient times. This time you finally know the power of our pagoda, right? Going against us, all of you must die. How can you contend against Venerable Di Shitian? You really overestimate yourself. Venerable One, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill all of them before anything bad happens. The few venerables behind Di Shitian all had gloomy expressions. Jiang Qin brought enough threat and fear to them. If it wasn't for Di Shitian taking action in time, They might have all died here. Zhou Xian, do you know what you are doing? Buddha is the only hope of our Buddhist sect. The devil ancestor is the real devil. Do you want to help the wicked? Countless years ago, have you all forgotten your original intention of becoming a Buddha? May there be no suffering in the world forever, and may the people of the world enjoy eternal peace and happiness. Although Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva didn't have any battle strength left, he still walked forward step by step. His eyes met Sakra's and their gazes intertwined with each other fearlessly. Zhou Xian glanced at Ksitigarbha and sneered. In this world there is no one who can order me around. Even the devil ancestor can't. Because he can give me absolute freedom and let me be unrestrained. To me there is no difference between killing and saving. Killing millions of people and saving millions of people, life and death, Buddha and devil, it is only a thought. If I want to become a devil, heaven and earth will tremble. If I want to become a Buddha, all living beings will be saved. Chapter 38:16. Becoming a demon and becoming a Buddha are separated by a single thought. Indra, if my death can awaken your desire for Buddha, then I am willing to live and die with the world. The Buddha said calmly with a smile. I only hope that my death can bring back your sincerity. Everyone here is innocent. The only person you want is me. As for them, what do they have to do with you? Indra sneered as he looked on coldly. I don't need others to tell me what to do. Do you know why I don't like you? Because you always talk about benevolence, always willing to share life and death with the world. But the world is still suffering and you are still high and mighty. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. If the Buddha doesn't save me, I will become a demon. Ha! Indra's wild laughter resounded through the 9 heavens. Amit Ba. It's all because of this little monk. Fate comes and goes, it should end with me. Please let these benefactors go. I am not a Buddha, but I hope that at this moment you are a Buddha. No matter what, you were once the god of war of the Buddhist sect, enjoying the incense of the heavens. The Buddha was still begging, constantly admonishing Indra, hoping that he could understand the suffering and repent. I am not a Buddha. I am Indra, the overlord of the firmament. Indra's palm moved. A terrifying, thunderous palm descended from the sky, slapping towards the Buddha. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. Just when he was about to take action, 6 silhouettes broke through the sky and landed in front of Zhou Xian. The 6 of them joined forces and took on the attack with all their might. Even Zhou Xian was pushed back by the attack. His eyes shone brightly. It's them. Jiang Chen's heart shook. He didn't expect that the ones who came to save them would be the golden arhats. The ones who didn't receive the attack were Venerable T. Kasayapa, Venerable Virtuous Stainless, Venerable Sabatala, and the other 3 were all late-stage emperor experts. Their strength was comparable to Venerable T. Kasayapa and the others. Old bald donkeys, you guys still dare to go against me? Do you all want to die? Indra Sakra shouted angrily. He naturally recognized Subhadhara and the others. These people had always remained neutral after the destruction of the Buddhist sect. They didn't announce that they were leaving the Buddhist sect, but they also didn't participate in all the matters of the Buddhist sect. They completely chose to avoid the world and hid in the secular world in the West Pole Divine region. Amit Ba, as a disciple of the Buddhist sect, we should protect the Buddha. Everyone is not a saint and everyone makes mistakes. Even the Buddha is the same. Moreover, all of this is not the fault of the Buddha alone. Don't you dare act recklessly and harm the great monks of the Buddhist sect. Venerable Taikasayapa said solemnly, neither servile nor overbearing. He stood in front of the Buddha, the 6 golden arhats blocking Sakra Heaven's path. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Once I catch all of you in one fell swoop, the might of my Buddhist pagoda will spread throughout the 9 provinces and 18 counties. Sakra narrowed his eyes and stared at Lord T. Kasayapa and the others. Amit Ba, the Buddha once said, if I don't enter hell, who will? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva also said, if hell is not empty, I vow not to become a Buddha. Hell is full of Buddhas. Even if it's the 18 levels of hell, what is there to be afraid of? The Buddha is wandering and the clown is in the palace. We vow to follow the Buddha until death and the world will not change. Lord T. Kasayapa's words made Tyrant's eyes burn with passion, his heart surging. Back then, when he risked his life to save Lord T. Kasayapa and the others, it seemed that his Buddhist heart had finally moved them. Venerable, you're exaggerating. The Buddha's eyes were full of emotion. He was even happier than when he regained his strength. The return of the Buddhist sect was just around the corner. Good. If that's the case, then let me see what you're capable of. Sakra Heaven would not rest until he was dead. Even the appearance of Lord T. Kasayapa and the others could not make him retreat. Amitba, where are the Arhats? Venerable Virtuous Stainless shouted in a deep voice. In an instant, more than 100 Emperor Realm golden Arhats soared into the sky and instantly returned to their positions. One by one, the drunken lying Arhats stood on the left and right, guarding the Buddha firmly. Their appearances were extremely solemn. Amitba, make your move. Venerable Sabatala looked at Sakra Heaven and said lightly. The corner of Sakra Heaven's mouth twitched slightly. Motherfucker, aren't you challenging me? However, Sakra Heaven knew that the situation was already over. After the fierce battle with Zhou Xian, he had lost the absolute power to dominate. Now that more than 100 Arhats had returned to their positions and swore to protect the Buddha, it had become more and more difficult for him. With serious injuries, it was tantamount to wanting to fight all of them by himself. The faces of World Stupa and the others were also grim. If these 100 golden Arhats forcibly attacked, they might not have any hope of survival. Ha ha, the auras of countless golden Arhats soared into the sky, causing everyone to hold their breaths in rapt attention. The 10 major powers of the West Pole Divine region had all gathered together at this moment because they finally recognized their Buddha ancestor. The world had converted to him. After all, there was only one leader, the Buddha ancestor. The great calamity of the world was not directed by the Buddha ancestor. He was also a victim. Venerable Tikasayapa knew that even at this time, the Buddha ancestor was still thinking about their life and death. Apart from the Buddha ancestor that they were once proud of, who else could do it? The heaven and earth were heartless and all things were like straw dogs, but their Buddha ancestor had never changed. What changed was only the human heart. The Buddhist path collapsed and the world was in chaos. The great tribulation of heaven and earth rose and the heavenly Tao fell. The Buddha ancestor was the first person to reincarnate. Perhaps, that was the Buddhist sect's great tribulation and also the Buddha ancestor's great tribulation. Good. 500 Arhats, right? Today I, Sakra Heaven, admit defeat. The future is long and my pagoda will definitely not let you go. Sakra Heaven's eyes were dark and anxious, but he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. The Buddha ancestor was excited. Even though his Buddhist heart was as steady as Mount Tai, he was still moved by the lineup of Venerable Tikasayapa and the others. Not only the hundreds of golden Arhats, but also countless Buddhist disciples flew over from the mountains. That scene made Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva tear up uncontrollably. Amitba, the Buddha ancestor is sincere and all laws return to one. The world is endless and the Dharma is boundless. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face was full of shock and joy. His efforts had not been in vain after all. He finally saw the rise of the Buddhist sect. Above the West Pole, endless Buddhist light was born again. At this moment, no one could stop the terrifying and shocking Buddhist aura. Chapter 38:17. As more and more experts from the West Pole arrived and the Arhats returned, Sakra knew that he had lost the upper hand. At this time he had no choice but to retreat. He couldn't change the situation of the West Pole with his own strength. Now that this Buddha could summon so many experts from the West Pole, he didn't expect it at all. Zhongchen Buddha, sooner or later I'll catch all of you in one fell swoop. Sakra snorted coldly. Without the slightest hesitation he brought one World Stupa and the others and quickly fled far away. Zhongchen and Tyrant looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. Their expressions returned to normal. If Sakra insisted on fighting, even if they could win, the final outcome would be a heavy blow to the enemy and a heavy blow to themselves. Amitba. Thank you, Venerables. Tyrant clasped his palms together and said solemnly to Subadayuo. Amitba. Buddha, you're too kind. You're the ancestor of all Buddhas, the leader of all living beings, the Lord of heaven and earth. Our eyes were blinded by filth. We didn't recognize the true Lord and refused to obey heaven and earth. Back then when the Buddhism sect was destroyed, we didn't give it our all. Buddha, you'd rather die than harm us. You're a merciful and merciful person. I'm deeply ashamed of my Buddha's will. Today all of you are willing to follow Buddha to restore the prestige of our Buddhism sect and pray for the world. Please forgive us, Buddha. Venerable Savara said with a face full of guilt. His mind was calm and his heart was devoted to Buddha. Amitba. Buddha is merciful. Please forgive us, Buddha. Venerable T. Kasayapa led the Arhats and bowed with their palms together. They were filled with endless respect and reverence for Buddha. Tyrant's eyes were burning with passion and his heart was filled with excitement. Not too long ago he had lost everything. But now that he had reincarnated, there were still so many disciples of the Buddhist sect who were willing to follow him and pray for the people of the world. To Tyrant this was a great shock and a great honor. Amitabha. There is a reason for this little monk's grave mistake. After all, it started because of me, so I cannot absolve myself from the blame. I thank all the venerables for being willing to forgive me. The heart of the Buddhist sect is to work for the welfare of all living beings in the world. To sacrifice oneself for others. All living beings in the world are the thoughts of Buddha. Now that the venerable ones have returned, I am very happy. I hope that the venerable ones will walk the same path as me. The great calamity of the world is just around the corner. We will definitely risk our lives to protect the land beneath our feet, to protect the last dignity of the people of the world. Tyrant's voice was deafening, and even Xianxia couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After Tyrant merged with the memories of his previous life, his entire being was filled with the Buddhist charm of a great monk and the aura of a leader. This was the aura that a true supreme being of the Buddhist sect should have. Amitabha, we pledge our lives to fight for the common people of the world. Tyrant was the leader of all the venerables. Xianxia finally understood the reason why Tyrant was willing to stay in the West Pole. He knew that Xianxia would definitely be able to awaken the Buddhist disciples of the West Pole and fight for the common people. Venerable Wood Spirit's eyes were glistening with tears as he murmured, Avalokitesvara, if you could see this scene, you would definitely be very gratified. Xianxia knew that the Buddhist sect had risen in the West Pole, and they already had the capital to contend against the Buddhist pagoda. The Buddhist sect was originally the #1 sect in the world, but due to the great calamity of the world, it fell apart. Even the Buddha was annihilated. The demon ancestor was reborn and split from the body of the Buddha. Only then did he truly obtain eternal life. The existence of the Buddhist pagoda was the demonic claws of the demon ancestor. Husband, little Chenzi, Yan Qingqing, Wu Ningzhu and the others rushed in and hugged Xianxia tightly. At that moment all of their eyes were filled with tears, and their eyes were filled with longing and love. Ling Yun longing Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing and everyone else were filled with longing for Xianxia. At that moment even Xianxia felt extremely happy. However, Wu Ningzhu knew that Xianxia was not happy, because the helplessness at the corner of his mouth had already betrayed him. Before Xiaoyu returned to his side, his life was definitely not complete. From today onwards I will never leave you again, husband. Longing hugged Xianxia tightly, and did not want to let go for even a moment. Are you guys going to strangle me to death before you stop? Xianxia said. Yan Qingqing's tears turned into a smile and her eyes were filled with guilt. Husband, I'm sorry before. You don't need to say anything. Do you think I will blame you? Xianxia retorted, which startled Yan Qingqing. Immediately she nodded her head and said no more. Why would there be so many apologies between husband and wife? Xianxia and the others were in a harmonious mood. Even De Huang could feel the warm atmosphere and was filled with excitement. Only one person stood silently at the edge. Xianxia knew that Lan Lingji had always been worried about Long Shersan. However, both Long Shersan and Han Yan had gone missing at this time. Even in the 6 paths of reincarnation it was indeed worrying. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation couldn't trap them. This can only mean that these two aren't ordinary people. They each have their own fortune. There's no need to worry. Xidagarba's words made Lan Lingji and Xianxia feel slightly relieved. However, Lan Lingji had yet to see Long Shersan. It was imaginable how worried she was. Old man, are you saying that I'm very ordinary? Isn't this too ridiculous? Can those two fellows be more powerful than me? De Huang said in an unconvinced tone. How he wished that he was the one who disappeared in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Amitabha. Everything has its cause and effect. Even the heaven can't fix it. Xidagarba said with a smile. Amitabha. Thank you for saving my life, great monk. These people are my good friends. I thank great monk again on their behalf. Tyrant's expression was solemn as he spoke sincerely. Amitabha. This old monk has once made a vow. If hell isn't empty, I won't become a Buddha. Now that the 6 paths of reincarnation have been lost, hell is empty. I know that my sins are very heavy. However, with the reincarnation of Gautama Buddha, Buddhist sect has once again regained its Buddhist radiance. I can now leave with peace of mind. Leave behind the Saraira and the 3 lives Buddha charm to Gautama Buddha. Heaven and earth shall meet again. Ksitigarbha said plainly and slightly nodded. In a flash, his figure had already faded away. A karmic fire rose spontaneously and incinerated his figure. Great monk, Bodhisattva. Countless people from the Buddhist sect were shocked. No one had expected that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva would fulfill his vow at this moment and pass away. Amitabha. The sorrow in Tyrant's eyes was overflowing. Ksitigarbha was the pillar of the Buddhist sect, a living fossil of the Buddhist sect. Now that he had passed away, he left behind the Buddha charm of 3 lives to revive the Buddhist sect. This filled Tyrant with endless emotions. At this moment, a blood-red light streaked across the sky from a distance, heading straight for the West Pole Divine Region. Chapter 38:18. Holy shit, why do I feel a chill running down my spine? De Huang said with a dark expression. Back then in the Luo God clan he was more familiar with this aura than anyone else. It's her. Jiang Qin knitted his brows. He also sensed this familiar aura, but the current her was much stronger than before. Her azure robe fluttered in the wind and her crimson eyes made Jiang Qin feel that the current her was very different from before. No one knew how terrifying that cold and austere aura was. It wasn't any weaker than Di Shi Tian, because her crimson eyes were bewitching and cold without the slightest gentleness. Jiang Qin had mixed feelings in his heart. He was even a little puzzled. What did she experience in this period of time? Why did she become so cold? Was she still the Qing Luo that he knew? Everyone could see that the azure-clothed lady was coming towards Jiang Qin. Who is she? Why is she coming for husband? Yan Qingqing's face was grave and filled with vigilance as she stared at the azure-clothed lady. No matter who it is, we can't let her hurt husband. Wu Ningzhu and the rest were also on the verge of a showdown. They were extremely cautious of this outsider. Long Ying-er, Ling Yun and Yu-er were all on the alert, as if they were afraid that Jiang Qin would be snatched away. She doesn't come with good intentions, Tyrant said in a low voice. But now that they had over 100 golden arhats with them, they would definitely not let her hurt Jiang Qin. Motherfucker, little Qinzi, when did you provoke this tigress? Why did she come looking for you? De Huang said with lingering fear. Back then in the Luo God clan only Luo Qing was in existence that he was afraid of. Back then Luo Qing was doing very well in the younger generation of the Luo God clan, but he was also above everyone else. Do I look like a womanizer to you? Jiang Qin said faintly. You don't look like one because you are. You even dare to provoke this tigress, I really have to hand it to you. I can't afford to offend him. De Huang said timidly and hid behind Jiang Qin. What? Your senior sister is here. Are you not going to acknowledge her? Don't you remember everything that the Luo God clan has given you? Luo Qing looked at De Huang indifferently. De Huang seemed to be a little afraid and Jiang Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. De Huang, who was not afraid of anything, was actually afraid of Luo Qing. Could be imagined that Luo Qing must have abused him a lot in the past. Bullshit, senior sister. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't beat you back then, I wouldn't have been trampled so miserably by you. De Huang said fiercely. It seems like you still want to stretch your muscles. Luo Qing Leng said. Big Yellow turned around and hid behind Jiang Qin. He said in a low voice, Little Qinzi, it's up to you now. You must subdue this tigress. She's here for you. Jiang Qin shrugged and couldn't help smiling. It's been a long time, Jiang Qin said in a low voice. He felt a little complicated in his heart. Since Luo Qing had come to find him, it meant that she had collected the other 7 pieces of the god Luo's scripture. Otherwise she wouldn't have come to find him. Jiang Qin knew that after the two of them parted ways he was no longer Qin Jiang, and Luo Qing was no longer the same Qing Luo. Things remained the same but people had changed. The once youthful youth had turned into sand and vanished into thin air. Jiang Qin even missed the time when the two of them met. You didn't know me and I didn't know you. You were happy because of me and I was happy because of you. It was the simplest and purest way. Jiang Qin, we finally meet again. Luo Qing turned her gaze to Jiang Qin. She didn't seem to have any intention to continue arguing with De Huang. Qing Luo is no longer here. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Jiang Qin said straightforwardly. If it wasn't for the last piece of the god Luo's scripture, the two of them might never meet again. Follow me to the south of the Luo River. Luo Qing's expression was cold. Her blood-red eyes made Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing and the others afraid that she would harm Jiang Chen. Why? Is it for the god Luo's scripture? What do you want? Jiang Chen looked at Luo Qing with a burning gaze. Yes and no. As long as you follow me to the south of the Luo River, you will understand. The last piece of the god Luo's scripture is in your hands. Without you, the god Luo's scripture will not be complete. Luo Qing said in a deep voice. He stared into Jiang Chen's eyes. His eyes were filled with passion and determination. What if I don't go? Jiang Chen said coldly. At this moment, there was no reason for him to leave the West Pole Divine region and go to the south of the Luo River. Jiang Chen didn't know what kind of secret the god Luo's scripture was hiding. If you want to know your past and present lives, if you want to know where the person you love the most is, if you want to know the past of the tribulation of the heavens and earth, I will be waiting for you south of the Luo River. Remember, you can only come alone. Of course, you can bring this cute puppy. That's all. Luo Qing's words made Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu hold their breaths. What does this demoness mean? Isn't her aim to get rid of us? Husband, don't be fooled by her. She doesn't look like a good person, Long Ying said in a low voice. Long Ying said in a low voice. If Jiang Chen really went to the meeting alone, they would be extremely worried. However, Luo Qing's words really touched Jiang Chen's heart. His past life, his beloved, and the great calamity of the world. Could it be that there were so many things recorded in the god Luo's scripture? Luo Qing turned around and left. However, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. He couldn't guarantee his own life, but he had no choice but to go. Even if he knew that it was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, he still had to go. Luo Qing's figure came and went without a trace. She waved her sleeves and didn't take away a single cloud. Jiang Chen was incomparably solemn. He took a deep breath. He had no reason to refuse. No matter what the reason was, it was worth the risk. After all, Luo Qing wouldn't let him walk into the trap just because of the god Luo's scripture. Jiang Chen still had this bit of confidence. Husband, you mustn't go. This is obviously a trap. Ling Yun said solemnly. She was afraid that Jiang Chen would fall into the tiger's mouth. That woman was definitely not someone easy to deal with. That's right, husband. I can tell that she's not a good person. Chapter 38:19. Jiang Chen's heart was heavy. Luo Qing's appearance had completely messed up his thoughts, including Yan Qinyu's sudden departure. He was filled with doubts and worries. Where was Xiaoyu now? She left for the great calamity of the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen had no idea where she was going. Jiang Chen had fallen into a crossroad. Jiang Chen really wanted to know what Luo Qing meant. What did his previous life and current life represent? Most importantly, if Xiaoyu's situation was really worrying, then he had no choice but to go. Although Luo Qing did not force him, the last piece of the god Luo's scripture was in his hands. If Luo Qing wanted to make a change, she would have to snatch the god Luo's scripture from him. However, she did not do so and asked him to go and investigate. Although she was no longer Qing Luo, she did not directly attack him. This showed that deep in her heart she did not want to be his enemy. Xiaoyu, oh Xiaoyu, why did you leave me in the end? Although you've already broken free from the control of others and gained your own freedom, you still need my protection in my heart. How can I be at ease when you leave by yourself for the sake of the great calamity of the world, regardless of whether you live or die? Jiang Chen was struggling in his heart. At this moment he could not tell anyone because he had to take this step by himself. Luo Qing had said that he must not bring anyone along. Otherwise no one would know what the result would be. This trip to the south of the Luo River would be filled with unimaginable dangers. Now that Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, Ling Yun and the others had just reunited with him, how could Jiang Chen bear to leave them behind? However, what he could do was too little. Husband, you can't go. That woman has obviously laid out an inescapable net to invite you into the trap. Yeah, little Chenzi, you can't fall into her trap. Husband, you really can't leave us again. Something happens to you, what should we do? What nonsense are you talking about? My husband is blessed by the heavens, he will definitely be fine. Wu Ningzhu, Ling Yun and the rest were extremely reluctant. However, if Jiang Chen were to leave, he would definitely not allow them to follow him. If that was the case, their lives would be at stake. It was hard for them to be at ease. Only De Huang knew that as long as Xiaoyu was involved, Jiang Chen would never sit still and wait for death. Moreover, Luo Qing was not someone who was easy to deal with. At this time, only he could help Jiang Chen and walk side by side with him. Don't worry. With me around, little Chinzi will be fine. Big Yellow patted his chest and said. But with his current strength he had just broken through to the sovereign realm. Jiangchen couldn't help but smile and looked at Big Yellow. I think the one who really needs protection is you. Big Yellow's face reddened as it continued. With me around, you know what to do. We don't need to be afraid of any monsters or demons. It's just a mere Luo Qing, we can just get rid of her. This is what you said. When the time comes, you will help me get rid of that woman. Jiangchen swore solemnly. Little Chinzi, do you really have to go? Tyrant was a little worried. However, at this moment the West Pole had just recovered and the Buddhist sect had just started to improve. He could not choose to leave at this time. Now he must unite all the disciples of the Buddhist sect and form a united force. This force was to fight against the great calamity of the heavens and earth and even the slaughter pagoda. Jiangchen knew about Tyrant's situation. What he needed to do now was to completely integrate the Buddha sect and unite the West Pole divine region. Even if they couldn't restore their former glory, they must at least let more experts of the Buddha sect return to their positions as soon as possible. Whether it was the great calamity of the heavens and slaughter pagoda, both made it hard for Tyrant to leave. Tyrant was well aware of Little Yu's position in Jiangchen's heart. Once he decided on something, no one would be able to pull him back. Jiangchen nodded with incomparable determination. He also wanted to know what kind of secrets his previous life held for Luo Qing. Take care. Tyrant nodded heavily. He took a deep breath and patted Jiangchen's shoulder. The worry in his heart was obvious. However, since Jiangchen had already made up his mind, he would definitely not stop him. Wait for me here. I believe that you guys will be very safe in the Buddhist sect. Jiangchen said softly as he looked at Wu Ningzhu and the others. Sister Ning, I'll leave them to you. Take good care of them. Forgive me for my universal love, but all of you are equally important in my heart. Wu Ningzhu hugged Jiangchen tightly. She wasn't willing to let go. Jiangchen was good at everything, but his emotions were too rich. Wu Ningzhu didn't mind. If you loved someone, you had to wholeheartedly love and tolerate everything about him. She was only worried about Jiangchen's safety. Jiangchen left without a trace. Wu Ningzhu and the others were very reluctant to part with him. However, they were all clear about Jiangchen's character. Even 9 bulls wouldn't be able to pull him back. Jiangchen didn't do it for himself. He did it for Xiaoyu so that everyone wouldn't have to worry anymore. That's why he left so resolutely. Tyrant took a deep breath. He had mixed feelings in his heart. Since things had come to this, he couldn't say anything more. However, the Buddhist sect was no longer as panicky as before. Although he couldn't completely control the West Pole divine region, the Buddhist sect's return was unstoppable. Even Sakra could only watch helplessly. Venerable Sivara and Venerable Taikasayapa led the people of the Buddhist sect back. What they felt was the unparalleled confidence and belief that the Buddha had given them. Although the Buddha had committed sins in the past, it wasn't entirely his fault. Therefore, there were still people willing to stand beside him and fight alongside him. The south of the Luo River belonged to the Luo god clan. In the northwest, on the border between the northern cold divine region and the west pole divine region, there was a mountain range that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Flowers bloomed on the other side of the mountain while wind, frost, rain and snow covered the other side. Above the ice and snow within the belly of the mountain, a river slowly flowed from the depths of the extreme north. By the time it reached the Luo god clan, it was already spring and the flowers were blooming. The Luo god clan was located at the peak of this mountain, dominating the northwest. Chapter 38:20. The northern mountain divine hall of the Luo god clan was shrouded in snow. The reason why the Luo god clan was revered by the world was largely due to the 4 heroes of the northern mountains that appeared in the Luo god clan in ancient times. Back then, the 4 heroes of the northern mountains possessed powerful strength that far exceeded the heavenly king realm. They were genuine supreme sovereigns that were renowned throughout the entire divine world. Thus, the northern mountain divine hall was built to worship the spirits of the 4 ancestors. It was also the most mysterious and solemn place in the entire Luo god clan. The northern mountain divine hall represented the ancient divine might of the Luo god clan. It represented the dignity of the current world. No one dared to trample on it. The Luo River was the mother river of the Luo god clan. For millions of years, it was unknown how many descendants of the Luo god clan had inherited it. Every single one of them was famous in the world, but there were very few experts of the Luo god clan in the world. That's because the motto of the descendants of the Luo god clan was to not associate with the secular world. As an ancient clan, they did not appear in the world after the calamity. However, there wasn't anyone that didn't know of the existence of the Luo god clan in the northwest of the Luo River. Before the northern mountain divine palace, an azure silhouette flew over and landed at the foot of the northern mountain. Four majestic statues of their ancestors stood tall, brimming with fighting spirit. This was the greatest glory of their Luo god clan, something that they would remember for the rest of their lives. The green figure was naturally Luo Qing returning from afar. The doors of the northern mountain divine hall slowly opened. A deep and cold passageway appeared before Luo Qing. Luo Qing took a step and directly entered the northern mountain divine hall. The reason why it was called the Northern Mountain Divine Hall was because every patriarch of the Luo god clan would retire after serving for 10 million years and enter the Northern Mountain Divine Hall to cultivate. The Northern Mountain Divine Hall could be said to be the highest hall in the entire Luo god clan. Luo Qing was the direct disciple of the last patriarch of the Luo god clan. In the Luo god clan, he was incomparably glorious and was also the candidate for the next patriarch of the Luo god clan. The Northern Mountain Divine Hall was located in the belly of the mountain, and the Luo River that flowed from the extreme north also flowed through the mountain. The gurgling water was quiet and full of poetry and zen, making people feel at ease, very carefree. At the end of the passageway of the Northern Mountain Divine Hall, a man stood with his hands behind his back. He was skinny, but he had the spine of a mountain. He stood beside the Luo River, staring at the flowing river. Who knew what he was thinking? You still have the face to return without finding the god Luo's scripture? Emperor Luo Yun said calmly. Luo Qing's expression was extremely solemn. She stared at the back of the figure that was as tall as a mountain and fell into silence for a while. After a long while, Luo Qing finally opened his mouth slowly and said in a low voice, "Master, what secrets are hidden within the god Luo's diagram? Is it really an ancient ruin of my Luo god clan? Do you know who you're talking to? How dare you question me?" Emperor Luo Yun said coldly as he shook his head. "You've disappointed me. The Luo god clan is the strongest clan in the world. None of the 8 primordial clans are our opponents. Tens of millions of years ago is too long ago. It's the final inheritance left behind by the ancient gods, a secret that my Luo god clan has been protecting. It's the inheritance of my Luo god clan, and you dare to question my words? Do you think that the ancestors of the Luo god clan would lie to you? Do you think that you have the ability to change the world? Why do you think that we're staying in the northwest? You don't understand, nor do you know how terrifying the great tribulation of the heavens and earth was. My Luo god clan was the cornerstone of the great tribulation. Which of the other ancient god clans could compare to my Luo god clan? But it's precisely because of this that our Luo god clan suffered great losses. Whether it's the Heavenly Clan, the Dragon Clan, the Shepherd Clan, or the Xianyuan Clan, all of them stood above us. We fell apart in the primordial war and we suffered the most miserable outcome. The Luo god clan has existed since the beginning of the world, and the Luo god clan's diagram is the ultimate divine image of the world. Even the 4 grand ancestors of the Northern Mountain Divine Hall couldn't completely unravel the secrets of the 8 god Luo's diagrams. Therefore, we've spent countless years searching for the god Luo's diagram. This is the inheritance that belongs to our Luo god clan. Only by gathering all the god Luo's diagrams can we stand at the apex and become a supreme god clan that stands above any other forces. Even the Buddhist sect, which had disciples all over the world, wasn't as glorious as our Luo god clan. But it's a pity that it was short-lived. After Luo Xian's death, the Luo god clan lost the qualifications to become a supreme god clan. Therefore, even if our Luo god clan has to sacrifice our entire lives for this, it's understandable. As a member of the Luo god clan, we should have such an understanding long ago. We're born as humans and we're the descendants of Luo Xian. You have to understand your mission. Emperor Luo Yun's words were like pearls of pearls. His gaze was sharp and decisive as if he was looking down on the world. The Luo god clan wasn't a pushover. The Luo god clan had a deep foundation. Even amongst the 8 primordial clans, there weren't many that could compete with them. In this world, the Luo god clan's existence was unparalleled. Luo Qing didn't really understand, but when she tried to piece the 7 pieces of the god Luo's scripture together, She could feel the endless magic contained in the god Luo's scripture. Even her heart was trembling. After that destructive power entered her body, Luo Qing felt countless things that she had never seen before. The fragments were like the dust of the history of the ancient world, passed into her mind. That invisible power and silent will made her feel incomparably complicated. Because of this, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching the peak of the Emperor realm. It wouldn't take long for her to reach the Emperor realm. This was something that even Luo Qing's master, Emperor Luo Yun, hadn't thought of. In the distance south of the Luo River, there seemed to be another country. It was a brand new territory, and when the Luo god scripture in her hand was completely pieced together, she might be able to decipher the direction of the Luo god scripture. The vanished Permetha, the slumbering netherworld, the heavenly dragon of the Luo River, and the awakening of the earth seemed to be inextricably linked to the Luo god scripture. Everything that she knew originated from the Luo god scripture, something that even Emperor Luo Yun wasn't aware of. Chapter 38:21. Luo Qing didn't know that those scattered fragments in her mind were like excavations from the depths of her memories, but they were incompatible with her. However, these 7 pieces of the god Luo's scripture had become so strange and complicated. When Xianxia completed the last piece of the god Luo's scripture, Luo Qing didn't know what kind of memories and inheritance she would have because she saw something that she shouldn't have seen. She wouldn't even mention her master. Disciple understands. Thank you for your enlightenment, master. Luo Qing nodded. She still couldn't get rid of the depression in her heart. The 7 pieces of the god Luo's scripture had been gathered, and now there was only one left. Everything was in the hands of Xianxia. Luo Qing believed that as long as Xianxia brought the 8th piece of the god Luo's scripture to her, the doubts in her heart would be solved. It's good that you know. Keep the god Luo's scripture well. When all 8 pieces are gathered, you can give it to me. I believe that you will understand my good intentions. Emperor Luo Yun said in a deep voice. In an instant he disappeared into the void. Her master's strength had already reached the Emperor realm, which was completely beyond her imagination. However, the doubts in the god Luo's scripture had always been lingering in her heart. She believed that it was a prophecy, something that could change the world. The inheritance that the god Luo clan had been protecting for thousands of years, the other shore that they were searching for, might be solved in the near future. However, only Luo Qing knew about this. She wasn't sure how her master would react if she told him about this. It wasn't that she didn't believe in her master, but there seemed to be a voice in her heart telling her that this was her mission. A mission that couldn't be changed. Luo Qing knew that Xianxia would definitely come. With his pride, conceit and single-mindedness, the words that she said would definitely make him unable to sleep at night. Not long after, Xianxia would definitely arrive at the south of the Luo River. The morning sun shone brightly. High above the 2 mountains, the tides surged as the great river flowed eastward. As the waves surged, the water rippled once again. On the riverbank, a myriad of colors shone, creating a beautiful scenery. 30 miles of plum blossoms were scattered everywhere, and the 8,000 feet tall cliff stood tall. Between the clouds, 2 figures shot over and landed in front of the riverbank. This is the south of the Luo River, the mother river of the Luo god clan. If we head further north, we'll reach the Luo god clan. De Huang said extremely solemnly. His eyes were filled with deep fear because Luo Qing was indeed a shadow in his heart. Is that guy that scary? It's not like you're a demon. Your eyes are filled with fear. Xianxia said with a smile. De Huang, on the other hand, was extremely cautious and kept quiet out of fear that Luo Qing would appear beside him in the next second. Say, you don't know how much abuse I had suffered in the past. It was all because of this bastard. If it wasn't for Goddess Luo, I would have died in his hands long ago. Big Yellow said dejectedly. The mention of Luo Qing was like its nemesis. I wonder how my goddess is now. De Huang's eyes were filled with incomparably complicated emotions. However, he did not dare to enter the Luo god clan alone. To him it was like a cage. If it wasn't for Xianxia's insistence, he would probably never come back again. Rest assured, your goddess Luo is from the Luo god clan. What can they do to their own clansmen? Don't worry about it. Xianxia said as he patted on De Huang's stomach. At this moment, a green figure floated down from the upper reaches of the river. On the bamboo raft, the wind and waves were rippling, but she remained as still as a mountain. Her green dress complemented her gentle and elegant beauty. The matching green dress made Luo Qing look even more elegant and refined. The bamboo raft floated against the current and stopped before Jiang Chen. The two of them looked at each other. Luo Qing's expression was extremely complicated. She had expected Jiang Chen to come, but she felt that Jiang Chen's appearance made her feel uneasy. "You still came," Luo Qing said. "You know that I'm not someone who backs down. Furthermore, your offer was too tempting, so I had no choice but to come." Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Since they were already here, he might as well take things as they came. Although the two of them had parted ways and reunited a few times, in the end they still met at the south of Luo River. One had to admit that fate was a magical thing. The god Luo's scripture belongs to the Luo god clan. As long as you hand it over to me, I will definitely not disappoint you. Luo Qing looked at Jiang Chen and vowed. It's true that the god Luo's scripture belongs to the Luo god clan. But after millions of years, your Luo god clan still hasn't found the god Luo's scripture. But now you're looking for it. Isn't it thought-provoking? Jiang Chen smiled with a calm expression. His words even made Luo Qing speechless. Yeah, the god Luo's scripture belongs to the Luo god clan, but the Luo god clan hasn't found it for millions of years. Now that they're looking for the god Luo's scripture, it doesn't seem to be groundless, right? There are some things that you will naturally understand after you hand the god Luo's scripture to me. I swear that I will definitely not disappoint you. At that time, no matter what compensation you want, the Luo god clan, and I will make it up to you. What I promise you, I will definitely not deny it. I can't tell you about the things in the god Luo's scripture, but the things that it can predict are things that you and I can't even imagine. Luo Qing said. Aren't you trying to get something for nothing? Why should we believe you just based on a few words? Do you think that the two of us are fools? We're in the territory of your Luo god clan right now. Isn't it just a word from you? De Huang curled his lips. Luo Qing glared at him, but De Huang still didn't take a step back. With Jiang Chen around, he had a backing. Not to mention that everything that he said was reasonable, so why couldn't he say it? Luo Qing looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen went silent for a brief moment before he sighed. I believe you, but I don't believe your Luo god clan. Jiang Chen believed that he wouldn't misjudge a person. Even if Qing Luo was no longer around, her heart definitely hadn't changed. He was willing to believe in Luo Qing, which meant that he was willing to believe in Qing Luo. Luo Qing felt relieved. The two of them exchanged gazes. Both of them seemed to be apprehensive, but at the same time they weren't willing to let each other down. Then please believe in me, all right? Chapter 38:22. All right. Jiang Chen said as he passed the thickest piece of the goddess Luo's scripture to Luo Qing. Little Chenzi, this. De Huang still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Since he chose to trust her, then he should let her have no worries. Otherwise, what trust would there be? De Huang was also doing this for Jiang Chen's sake. In his heart, Luo Qing was no longer worthy of trust. That woman had tortured him to the point of suffering. When he becomes the master one day, he would definitely not have a good time. De Huang fiercely glared at Luo Qing, fearing that she would harm him and Jiang Chen. Luo Qing took the god Luo's scripture from Jiang Chen's hand and took a deep breath. Her expression was incomparably solemn and dignified. At this moment she couldn't wait to see the prophecy in the god Luo's scripture, as well as those blurry and scattered images. The goddess Luo's scripture represented the Luo god clan, and it was the greatest treasure of the Luo god clan. Only by gathering all 8 pieces of the goddess Luo's scripture would one be able to understand it. At this moment, Luo Qing held on to the last piece of the goddess Luo's scripture with excitement in her heart. She was finally going to gather all 8 pieces of the goddess Luo's scripture. All the secrets and the inheritance of the Luo god clan would be revealed. When the 8 pieces of the goddess Luo's scripture gathered together, 8 red lights appeared in the sky and soared into the sky. They were like 8 dazzling rainbows that illuminated the south of the Luo River. The surrounding space rippled with ripples of light. The 8 pieces of god Luo's painting intertwined with each other and formed an irregular and obscure diagram. It looked like the 8 trigrams, but it had a different appearance. The inscriptions on the diagram made people sink into it. The diagram was very complicated. It appeared in the sky and was reflected on the top of Jiang Chen and the others' heads. Not only Luo Qing, even Jiang Chen and Big Yellow could see it clearly. It was like a deep tunnel that could captivate one's soul. attracting them to enter it continuously, both physically and mentally. What a terrifying trigram diagram. It can actually control our minds. Jiang Chen's heart trembled and his face was dark. That's because this unfathomable diagram was actually able to attract people's attention. At times, it was like an army, and at times, it was like a chaotic picture that was pieced together to form a deep universe. In the depths of the universe, there was a bottomless black hole that seemed to be able to devour one's mind. If Jiang Chen's spiritual strength hadn't reached the Heavenly King realm, he probably wouldn't be able to wake up so quickly. Those deep imprints seemed to have been branded in the depths of their hearts, which left Jiang Chen confused. The goddess Luo's scripture started to devour the water of the Luo River. In the end, a vortex was formed in the middle of the Luo River. It was bottomless and looked like a massive whirlpool. In the end, the sea and the sky were linked together. The goddess Luo's scripture and the whirlpool were linked together, and a mysterious and unfathomable aura filled Jiang Chen's mind. "Wake up!" Jiang Chen roared. Only then did Luo Qing and De Huang come to their senses. That's because their minds were nearly devoured by the goddess Luo's scripture. The diagram had edges and corners. Half of it was sharp while the other half was smooth. The undulating appearance was like a towering mountain, yet it also looked like an ancient and cryptic painting. What is this thing? Is the inheritance of the Luo god clan this diagram? Jiang Chen was extremely puzzled. Facing the thing that appeared in the goddess Luo's scripture, he fell into silence for a moment. His gaze was focused on the diagram. It was as if countless years had passed and he couldn't help being attracted to it. The whirlpool continued to spread and the whirlpool grew deeper and deeper. It was bottomless like an abyss. De Huang followed suit as if he wanted to take a look at the so-called black hole. "Watch out!" Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, De Huang was already sucked into it. Terrifying waves of air constantly rolled, and as the waves overlapped, the whirlpool sucked De Huang in. "Fuck you! Save my little Chenzi!" De Huang's shriek made Jiang Chen furious in his heart. The most terrifying thing was that the black hole formed by the whirlpool gradually flattened out. Above the heavenly lake, the wind and clouds stopped and the light gradually dimmed. The diagram descended from the sky and landed on the Luo River. Although the black hole had disappeared, a broad path appeared, leading to the bottom of the Luo River. The water of the Luo River constantly rolled, and Jiang Chen was shocked and puzzled by the existence beneath the heavenly lake. De Huang was sucked into the whirlpool without any warning. Now that there was no news of him, his situation was worrying. This sudden change made Jiang Chen feel uneasy. De Huang was on the verge of death and he had no idea where he was. What's going on? What is this goddess Luo's scripture? Isn't this the inheritance of your Luo god clan? Why did De Huang get sucked into it? Jiang Chen's gaze turned sharp as he looked at Luo Qing. At this moment, there was only a single belief in his heart. He couldn't allow anyone to harm his brother, not even the heavens. Luo Qing was stunned and he was speechless. "I also don't know why this has happened." Luo Qing held on to the uneven diagram in her hand as she bitterly smiled in her heart. However, her gaze was still as cold as ice. She was also worried that De Huang was sucked into the whirlpool. Even if she wasn't worried about De Huang, she was worried that the goddess Luo's scripture might devour her and Jiang Chen. This diagram seems to be the inheritance of our Luo god clan. However, we should first enter and investigate the changes in this diagram. Luo Qing also had no idea what was going on with this strange change in the world, nor did he know where they should go. However, he didn't know what kind of changes would occur to the path that appeared in the Luo River that led to the depths of the netherworld. Jiang Chen knew that he had no other choice at this moment. De Huang had been sucked into it and he couldn't just sit and wait for death. The relationship between the black hole and the heavenly lake wasn't important anymore. What was important was that Jiang Chen wanted to know if De Huang was still alive. His brother couldn't be buried in the heavenly lake. I really have no idea why he was sucked into it, regardless of whether you believe me or not. I'm willing to walk down the heavenly lake path with you to prove my innocence. I believe that you won't hesitate, right? Chapter 38-23. The dark heavenly river avenue was like the netherworld. Jiang Chen and Luo Qing's expression was solemn. They did not dare to be careless. The surrounding void was getting darker and colder. When they looked up, they could no longer see the colors of the sky. They could only see a trace of light through the blue river. The heavenly river avenue behind them was getting narrower. It seemed like the surrounding waves were getting smaller and smaller. However, the two of them went deeper into the Luo River. It was like an underground maze. I don't know what the god Luo's scripture is, but it's definitely an inheritance of the god Luo clan. I don't have any intention of harming you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until now. I'm also worried about De Huang being dragged into the vortex. I'm indeed cold to him, but I don't have any ill intentions. I only want to train him. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to my sister, Goddess Luo. Luo Qing said. She knew that in Jiang Chen's eyes she couldn't be compared to his brother. Luo Qing couldn't help feeling sad. How good would it be if she wasn't a member of the god Luo clan? Only then would he be able to be like an ordinary person, like a person, love a person without any restrictions. I hope so. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He no longer had the mood to argue with Luo Qing. The most important thing now was to find De Huang and ensure his safety. However, Jiang Chen's worry was getting more and more serious as he looked at the Heavenly River Avenue. The unknown is always scary. It's like the dark night, slowly devouring you. I've never known that there's such a broad avenue under the Luo River. Luo Qing was obviously also very curious about the Sky River Avenue. At this time, the diagram in her hand exuded a strange red light, illuminating a radius of tens of meters around them. The dazzling light made people feel uncomfortable. Jiang Chen looked at the diagram in Luo Qing's hand. He felt that this thing was ominous and made him feel extremely uncomfortable. In the depths of the Tao, an octagonal altar appeared in front of Jiang Chen and Luo Qing's eyes. It had the aura of the 8 trigrams and was surrounded by the 5 elemental diagrams. The heavenly stems and earthly branches were dazzling. Why is the Luo God clan's 8 trigram stage here? And it's so well preserved? Luo Qing's face was filled with shock and his grip on the diagram tightened. The Luo God clan also has such an 8 trigram stage? Jiang Chen looked at Luo Qing in surprise. That's right, but the 8 trigrams platform is in the ancestors' land and it's completely ruined. However, the 8 trigrams platform is so well preserved. It's really amazing. What's the origin of this 8 trigram stage? Jiang Chen continued to ask. Connecting yin and yang, understanding the heavens and earth, seeing through the past and present, severing the cycle of reincarnation, the 3 realms are all within my eyes. Luo Qing's words caused Jiang Chen's heart to become even more solemn. Isn't this too abnormal? That also meant that everything in the world could be derived from the 8 trigram stage. The heavens and earth couldn't deviate from its form. The Luo God clan has another name, the Heavenly Wrath clan. Because the ancestor of the Luo God clan saw through the boundless of the world, the power of the world was in his hands. That's why he would attract a disaster. Back then, the ancestor of the Luo God clan was a powerhouse in the rebirth realm, but he couldn't continue facing the punishment of the heavens. Luo Qing murmured. There's no me in the world, 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 there's no me in the world. Luo Qing's eyes were cold as she stared at the 8 trigram stage. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. Luo Qing's eyes weren't as clear as before. That also meant that the person before him might not be her. Qing Luo. Jiang Chen called out. Luo Qing's body stiffened, but she didn't slow down and slowly walked towards the 8 trigram stage. Not good. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He knew that Luo Qing must be under the control of the 8 trigram stage or something else. Even a pinnacle emperor realm expert couldn't retaliate. This was too terrifying. Just the silence alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of others. Jiang Chen wanted to hold Luo Qing's hand, but Luo Qing's speed was just too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the 8 trigrams platform. Luo Qing held the diagram of the 8 trigrams formation in his hand and imprinted it into the groove on the platform, perfectly inlaid in the center. Ding, ding, ding. Along with 3 ear-deafening chimes, Jiang Chen wanted to take a step forward, but he was forced back by the terrifying aura that was being emitted from Luo Qing's body. On the 8 trigram stage, a dark green tortoise shell the size of a millstone slowly emerged from the 8 trigram stage. On the tortoise shell there were ancient and mystical characters carved on it. They seemed to be mountains, rivers, beasts, birds and fishes, all different. Cryptic characters were constantly jumping on the tortoise shell. The dragon rises from the Luo River, carrying the river diagram on its back. Luo Qing murmured. When he reached out to grab the tortoise shell, An invisible force pushed him away from the spot. It was like a force that could overturn rivers and seas. Huge waves roared and surged unceasingly. Luo Qing's expression was the same as before, but the dark green tortoiseshell was constantly rotating at a very slow speed, emitting an ancient and oppressive aura. Jiang Qin had a premonition that he was about to die. What was the origin of this thing? Luo Qing's mind was completely under its control, but he couldn't get close to it. Not bad at all. The Luo book, the river diagram. Today I've finally seen the old ancestor's item. A wild roar resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen abruptly turned his head around. This person's strength was quite ferocious. He was another Emperor Realm expert. Even if he was compared to the 8-divisional pagoda, he wouldn't be any weaker. The person before him was ferocious and had a gloomy aura. From the looks of it, he didn't come with good intentions. Who are you? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and stared at the venerable Emperor Realm expert as he said in a deep voice. I'd like to ask who you are. This is the territory of my Luo god clan, so why do you have the right to order us around? Emperor Luo Yun's eyes were sharp as he stared at Jiang Chen. A mere Emperor Realm dares to be arrogant before me? You must be tired of living. Someone from the Luo god clan? Looks like it was your idea to get Luo Qing to search for the 8 lost god Luo scriptures? To open the heavenly river path and retrieve the river diagram in Luo book. You're the one who controlled everything? Chapter 38-24. What does it have to do with you? Looks like you're courting death. Emperor Luo Yun didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Jiang Chen. Die. Emperor Luo Yun launched a palm strike towards Jiang Chen. The terrifying palm print was extremely powerful. A mid-Emperor Realm expert could easily repel an Emperor Realm expert, let alone kill Jiang Chen with his full strength. Divine Golden Bell. God-sealing prohibition. Jiang Chen's Eastern Emperor Bell collided with Emperor Luo Yun. The terrifying palm print gradually disappeared. Jiang Chen wore a prideful expression. The Autumn Screen and the Eastern Emperor Bell were becoming more and more domineering. The myriad chi cauldron was starting to show its effects in repairing the divine weapons and artifacts. After advancing to the Emperor Realm, Jiang Chen had enough myriad chi to repair the divine weapons and artifacts. Eastern Emperor Bell. You have the Eastern Emperor Bell. Emperor Luo Yun's face was filled with shock. However, he was overjoyed because the Eastern Emperor Bell was definitely going to be his. Looks like you still want to kill me. The God Luo clan is indeed not a good place. It's filled with evil and schemes. No wonder De Huang would rather die than stay here. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice as he looked at Emperor Luo Yun disdainfully. The reason why Luo Qing wasn't able to retrieve the 8 pieces of the God Luo's scripture should be because of you. After I eliminate you today, I'll send the 2 of you to reunite in the underworld. Emperor Luo Yun looked at Luo Qing coldly with killing intent. So what if Luo Qing was his disciple? What he wanted was unique in this world. Even his disciple couldn't stop him. He had waited for this day for too long. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at Emperor Luo Yun. Both of them were ready to fight. He wasn't even afraid of Di Shitian, so why would he be afraid of Emperor Luo Yun? Di Shitian was at the peak of the venerable Emperor Realm, only 1 step away from the Heavenly King Realm. The Eastern Emperor Bell is mine. Emperor Luo Yun's eyes were cold as he coveted the Eastern Emperor Bell in Jiang Chen's hand. If you want to obtain what I have, you might have to pay with your life. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. With the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand, he activated the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. At this very moment, the Eastern Emperor Bell emitted golden light. The divine bell was matchless as it swept across the sky. Heaven Execution Divine Fist. Emperor Luo Yun launched a heavy punch. His punch was swift and powerful. The Eastern Emperor Bell in Jiang Chen's hand buzzed from the impact. Emperor Luo Yun continued to launch a series of attacks. Jiang Chen also channeled his power into the Eastern Emperor Bell. The divine might of the Eastern Emperor Bell was unparalleled. Under the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, the bell was like a tiger that had grown wings. Rays of dazzling golden light and cries of cranes could be heard. Both of them had unleashed their skills at the same time. Emperor Luo Yun didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so ferocious. It seemed like Jiang Chen wouldn't know how powerful he was if he didn't show him what he was capable of. Emperor Luo Yun displayed his venerable emperor battle prowess, forcing Jiang Qin back a few times. Terrifying overlapping waves crashed down on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin immediately raised his saber and calmly took out the Eastern Emperor Bell to block the attacks. Facing Emperor Luo Yun's ferocious divine fist, Jiang Qin retreated as he fought. Jiang Qin had to admit that Emperor Luo Yun's ferocious aura was very powerful. Jiang Qin had no choice but to avoid the attacks. You're courting death. Let's see how long you can stay arrogant. You've overestimated yourself. Humph. Emperor Luo Yun threw out another powerful attack. Divine wind kick descended from the sky as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. 24 moves of sword. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and soared into the sky. As he fought with Emperor Luo Yun, his limitless sword was unparalleled in the world. Emperor Luo Yun squinted his eyes and took a steady step forward. At this moment, Jiang Qin became more and more courageous. Under the dragon transformation, his aura swallowed the heavens. Both of them were equally matched. Neither of them took a step back. Good lad, I've underestimated you. You're actually able to fight against an venerable emperor. Looks like you're not that bad. Emperor Luo Yun sneered. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. He changed his attack again, turning his fist into a palm. God Luo palm. Emperor Luo Yun struck out with his palm. The sound of wind whistling could be heard and the heavens and earth changed color. Jiang Qin felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. At this moment he couldn't care too much and had to go all out. The Luo God Palm was indeed a heaven-defying technique, giving Jiang Qin immense pressure. Emperor Luo Yun's eyes were cold and murderous. Jiang Qin must die and the Eastern Emperor Bell must be his. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and released his aura. He did not dare to be careless. However, as soon as Jiang Qin raised his head, a graceful figure blocked his path. Puff! Emperor Luo Yun's palm landed on Luo Qing. At that moment, Emperor Luo Yun's eyes were cold and emotionless. However, Jiang Qin's heart sank. Do you want to die? Jiang Qin roared. The palm landed on Luo Qing's dantian, shattering it. Her dantian was severely injured and her life was hanging by a thread. What a reckless fellow. Betraying me and helping outsiders. This is your end. Emperor Luo Yun snorted, completely ignoring Luo Qing's life. You fool, why did you block that palm for me? Jiang Qin's face darkened. He clenched his fist tightly. That palm strike felt like it landed on his chest. Blood gushed out from the corner of Luo Qing's mouth. His expression was extremely unsightly, but the corners of his mouth remained extremely calm. If I didn't block it, you might have died. Luo Qing's words made Jiang Qin's heart ache. This silly girl, she was too silly. In a battle of life and death, she forcefully blocked the palm strike for him. But in the end, she sent herself to the guillotine. I'm sorry, master. From today onwards, we don't owe each other anything. Luo Qing looked at Emperor Luo Yun with a complicated gaze. It was a gaze that she had never seen before. From this moment onwards, she was no longer Emperor Luo Yun's disciple, nor was she a member of the Luo clan. You're a member of the Luo God clan alive and a ghost of the Luo God clan in death. Even if you die, you're still a traitor of the Luo God clan. Emperor Luo Yun's words were like pearls, filled with hatred for Luo Qing. You traitor, do you think I'll let you off just like that? Both of you will die, and you will die without a burial place, the kind where your bones will be ground to dust. Emperor Luo Yun's face was dark. Luo Qing's face was pale from the anger. Blood gushed out from her mouth and her life hung by a thread.